You are mine and I am whose. A light, cheerful ringtone chimed. Louis instinctively reached for the phone lying by his pillow. Forcing open his slightly heavy eyelids, he saw the alarm note displayed clearly on the screen. Live broadcast at 8 p.m. He was a treasure appraisal streamer on the Dole platform. After a full year of appraising antiques, he had barely clawed his way to 100,000 followers. Every night at 8, he streamed until 2 in the morning all year round, without a single day off. Just as he was about to put the phone down, several news notifications caught Luye's attention. President Chen Yu of the Chongqing Beast-Taming Association advances to legendary rank Beast Tamer, becoming the 9th legendary of this era. Chen Yu, I only tame beasts as a hobby. I truly never expected to become the youngest legendary Beast Tamer. Chongqing's No. 47 Secret Realm will open within half a year, experts report, detecting the presence of inscribed bloodline pet beast, the heavenly Kuan Chicken King. Luyi rubbed his eyes. What the hell is this? Legendary rank, Beast Tamer. Heavenly Kuan Chicken King. Was this some kind of joke? He had to admit, though, these clickbait accounts really knew how to grab eyeballs. Even though he was certain it was fake, Luyi still tapped the article open. At once he was startled to discover that all these pieces of news came from Chongqing News release, a verified official blue check account with 5 million followers. Luyi furrowed his brows and scrolled through other news, only to find that all of them were related to beast tamers and pet beasts. Before he could think deeper, a surge of inexplicable memories flooded into his mind, stabbing it with searing pain. After several minutes, the agony on Lu Ye's face finally eased, leaving his expression oddly distorted. The world he currently inhabited was called Blue Star, completely different from his original planet. 50 years ago, a colossal asteroid hurtled toward Blue Star, so massive that its impact could have triggered a civilization-ending catastrophe. Yet when human civilization united to confront the crisis, the asteroid halted beyond the sky and shattered outright into countless fragments. In its wake descended a terrifying beam of violet light that suffused the entirety of Blue Star. Thereafter, whether flowers and trees or beasts on land and fish in the seas all underwent mutation. Humanity soon discovered that they too had gained a peculiar ability known as the soul space. With a soul space, one could form contracts with mutated creatures and turn them into one's own pet beasts. Such individuals were called beast tamers. The threshold to become a beast tamer was remarkably low, and the profession spread widely. Thus, Blue Star stepped into the beast taming era. Yet the beast taming era was not entirely a blessing for humanity. 40 years ago, brutal, bloodthirsty, aberrant pet beasts poured out from secret realms, ravaging every corner of the world and devastating humanity's living environment. Only after 3 years of life and death struggle did humanity manage to restore the world to a semblance of normalcy. This war came to be known as the Salvation War. To prevent similar disasters from recurring, humanity sealed certain secret realms and established the Blue Star Federation, uniting the human race at last. After nearly 50 years of research, humans gradually forged a complete system of standards related to beast taming. Pet beasts were classified from level 1 to 100, with every 10 levels constituting 1 tier, 10 tiers in total. A so-called legendary rank beast tamer was required to possess at least 1 tier 9 pet beast of level 80 or above to be certified. Yet in 50 years, only 8 legendary rank beast tamers had ever appeared, which showed just how steep the path was. No wonder the media were fighting to report it. Even news about her own elder brother could only rank beneath it. As for President Chen, he seemed to have already been transferred to take a post at the headquarters of the Beast Taming Association. The secret realm mentioned in the third article had been formed from fragments of that original asteroid, creating an independent pocket world. These realms appeared irregularly across the globe, each with a different internal environment, and housed many pet beasts with unique attributes that were extraordinarily precious. Beyond levels and tiers, pet beasts possessed distinct bloodline qualities divided into 8 grades: SSSSS, A, B, C, D, and E. A heavenly Kuan Chicken King with inscribed bloodline would inevitably become a pet beast that countless beast tamers would chase after like mad. Besides the world having changed, Lu Ye's own personal history had shifted as well. His original university major in archaeology and museum studies had somehow turned into a pet beast research major that had nothing to do with it. Lu Ye's face abruptly changed. He opened the Dole video app and entered his own user homepage. Followers 2525. What? Lu Ye was stunned. Where did my 100,000 fans go? Suppressing the urge to vomit blood, he lifted his gaze toward the glass display cabinet standing by the door of his room. It had once housed his collection, but now it was utterly empty. Even the 100,000 follower plaque he had placed there just yesterday had vanished without a trace. As if realizing something, he looked back down at his phone and glanced upward to his username. It had changed from Lang Yi Treasure Appraisal to Lang Yi Beast Appraisal. Beast Appraisal, my ass. What beasts am I supposed to appraise? Lu Yi collapsed weakly back onto the bed, cursing in frustration. In this new set of memories, everything before university had followed roughly the same path. After graduating, he had also gone into streaming, but this time it had been beast appraisal streams. After a full year of diligent effort, he had only managed to scrape together just over 2,000 followers. Now, although Lu Yi had gained some extra knowledge related to pet beasts, actually appraising them was still harder for him than ascending to the heavens. Am I supposed to start all over with treasure appraisal? Just as he felt his future grow utterly bleak, a chime echoed in his mind. World construction complete, binding super god beast taming system. System binding complete. Would you like to claim the novice gift pack? A system? Lu Yi's expression lit up with joy. Claim it. Novice gift pack claimed. You have obtained a special ability, Golden Eyes. Golden Eyes able to inspect the panels of all pet beasts, including attributes of pet beast-related materials and items, and containing the complete knowledge of a pet beast encyclopedia. Reading the description, Lu Yi grew even more excited. This meant that from now on, even if he focused on beast appraisal, he would have nothing to fear. In the next instant, a torrent of knowledge surged into his mind. It encompassed all current knowledge about pet beasts, not only what the general public knew, but also top-secret information. There was even data on things yet to be researched or formally verified. At this moment, he could truly be called a master of pet beast research. Meow, a soft cat's cry cut through Lu Yi's excitement. Lu Yi lowered his head to look. It was the fat orange cat he kept. Its name was Wonkai. Its bright orange coat was covered in a layer of interlaced orange-yellow stripes, while its forepaws wore neat, white gloves. Leaning against the foot of the bed, it fixed Lu Yi with a pair of lively eyes looking thoroughly wronged. An idea stirred in Lu Yi's heart, and his golden eyes ability activated. Type Orange Cat Level 3 Bloodline Grade D, Attribute Fire Mental State, Resentful Physical State, Hungry Healthy, Severely Overweight Talent Basic Agility, Skill Big Bite, Feasting its mouth, can open up to 1.25 times wider than usual while eating. Below that was a whole list of additional data such as blood type measurements, weight, and so on. It was practically a full-body medical examination. For convenience, Lu Yi simplified the panel, so only key information remained, unless he specifically wanted a particular data point. The system would not display it. Looking at Wang Cai, he realized that the cat was actually his contracted pet beast. So that meant he himself was a beast tamer as well. As if sensing his thought, another panel popped up. Host Lu Yi, Profession Streamer, Beast Tamer, Soul Rank 1, Ability Golden Eyes, Stream Point System, Currency 0, Pet Beast Orange Cat, Wonkai Grade D Level 3. All basic system functions have been fully unlocked. Novice Mission will now be issued. Mission name: Novice Mission 1. Mission description: start your first Beast Appraisal live stream and gain over 200 influence points during the stream. Influence determined by viewer count, live comments, and tips, and will be converted into stream points in real time. Mission reward: copy-paste 1000 stream points. Copy-paste a host ability. When appraising a beast, you have a chance to copy the target's talent or skill as an entry and paste it onto another pet beast. That reward is actually pretty good. Switching on the light, Lu Yi got out of bed and went to the living room to look for cat food. Because of the contract between them, he could easily sense Wang Cai's emotions. This feeling was clearly hunger. Wang Cai was still a Tier 1 pet beast, and in practice was no different from cats in his original world, eating ordinary budget cat food. When he poured a full basin of cat food, Wang Cai's eyes lit up. It thrust its head into the bowl, its mouth opened shockingly wide, gulping down nearly 1/5 of the food in a single bite. Truly terrifying. Watching it, Lu Yi couldn't help rubbing his own stomach. This contract is really something. I can even empathize with its hunger. Then he thought it over. No, wait, I'm the one who's hungry. He had slept from morning until now and hadn't eaten a thing. Half an hour later, after eating and drinking his fill, Lu Yi sat down at his computer and began adjusting his equipment with practiced ease. During the meal, he had sorted his thoughts out. In his previous life, there had already been plenty of streamers on the Dole platform who offered to look at people's pets, usually just cats and dogs, to estimate their value or spot potential health issues. Overall, it was not so different from treasure appraisal. The audience simply wasn't that large. But in the beast taming era, with the system's support and his previous streaming experience, returning to 100,000 followers would not be difficult. After confirming that everything was in order, he pressed the Start Live button. Then his upper body appeared in the live stream with a bullet comment list on the right side. At the same time, the system's livestream assistant panel popped up on the left side. Influence 16. Since he only had over 2,500 fans here, a small audience, only a dozen people entered when the stream started. After waiting a bit, the viewer count stabilized around 150. These were his regular fans for each daily stream. In his past life, he would have thousands when he started streaming. Such a contrast felt a bit bleak. From time to time, a few bullet comments appeared. Silly, you finally started streaming. Are you late tonight? The electronic pet is streaming again. Hurry up, I want to see bloodshed. Louis casually kicked out the ad spammer, cleared his throat. Good evening, everyone, have you eaten? The streamer is really ugly. I ate spaghetti mixed with no. 42 concrete. Jiao Chan at the waist sent a little heart. Seeing the bullet comments talking about different things, Lu, you didn't say much, and clicked the connect button. Alright, same as usual, let's start appraising beasts. After saying that, a connection prompt popped up. Yao Yao fan badge LV. 5 I request to connect with you. Louis was slightly stunned. This name seemed familiar. Opening her personal page, he remembered. This seemed to be an underage female fan from his past life. During the treasure appraisal period, she often brought expensive artifacts for Lu Yi to authenticate, bringing a lot of popularity to the stream. She could be considered a little rich girl. Now it was the beast appraisal period. He wondered what pet beast she would bring. After clicking confirm, the stream screen split into two, with his big face on the left. On the right appeared a pink fox lying on the bed. Its body was small and delicate, its fur a light pink-white tone, a fluffy tail curled beside its body, eyes half closed, occasionally letting out weak whimpers. The bullet comments went wild. Wow, isn't that a cherry fox? A cherry fox of this quality costs at least 150000. This stream is really full of hidden talents. Isn't that from our Genshin? No wonder the bullet comments were shocked. Even Lu Yi was somewhat surprised. The cherry fox is a special pet beast from Secret Realms, and due to its cute appearance, it has always been regarded as an ornamental pet. Because it is difficult to breed and few in number, families that own a cherry fox are almost all wealthy or noble. Even if bought, the cheapest costs at least 1000 federal coins. From this perspective, it fit the little rich girl style. Master Yi, can you hear me? A soft female voice came from the other side of the video. The voice was the same as in Lu Yi's memory, giving him a strange sense that this world hasn't changed. Master Yi was a title he gave himself, and his old fans all called him that. Yes, Lu Yi rubbed his hands and said habitually, your cherry fox is very authentic. Huh. Yao Yao didn't understand what that meant and let out a puzzled sound. Nothing, Lu Yi quickly said. This was his classic line from Treasure Appraisal. It seemed it didn't work well for Beast Appraisal. Do you have any questions? I don't know why, but it often doesn't eat these days, and it's very disobedient, won't let me touch it. After saying that, Yao Yao tentatively extended her fair little hand. But before she touched the cherry fox, it suddenly opened its eyes, slightly opened its mouth, and let out a hissing sound. Yao Yao immediately withdrew her hand. Such a fierce cherry fox. Don't experts all say cherry foxes are obedient? It actually wants to bite. As the bullet comments said, cherry foxes have always been gentle pets. Unless maliciously harmed, they can basically accompany their owners for life. Otherwise, they wouldn't be favored by the rich. Lu Yi stared at the cherry fox, and a panel popped up. Type Cherry Fox, Level 7 Bloodline Grade, Attribute Spiritual Mental State, In Love, Rebellious, Melancholy, Physical State, Endocrine, Disorder, Loss of Appetite, Subhealth, Talent, Expensive, Cute, Skill, Psychological Comfort, huh? Lu Yi frowned slightly. Was this the panel a cherry fox should have? First, its grade bloodline. As an ornamental pet, the vast majority of cherry foxes have grade or a grade bloodlines. A grade like this is 1 in 10,000. The mental state was also absurd, love, rebellious. Could it be a love brain? Physical state. Lu Yi's eyes twitched. Endocrine disorder. Is that a symptom a fox can have? To have such an exceptional cherry fox, it seemed Yao Yao's family background was truly extraordinary. While looking, Lu Yi pretended to be deep in thought, found an entry point, and said slowly, can you bring the phone closer? Yao Yao responded with an and slightly moved the phone forward. At that moment, everyone in the live stream could hear the whimper of the cherry fox. With its appearance, it inevitably aroused some sympathy. Cherry foxin, the cherry blossoms in your hometown have bloomed. Such a pitiful sound, it can't actually be abused, can it? Sun Xiaochuan did it. Yao Yao explained this whimpering sound also appeared a few days ago. I gave it its favorite toys and treats, but there was no improvement. And I definitely didn't abuse it. Her tone was a bit hurried, obviously afraid other viewers would misunderstand. Lu Yi nodded gently. Its fur is shiny and smooth, not like it's abused. Everyone don't misunderstand. He asked again, is it like this to everyone? Won't let people touch it. Just these few days, Yao Yao said before, whether it was my parents or my sister, it would let them touch. Who is it closest to besides you? Besides me. Yao Yao thought for a moment, probably my sister. Sometimes I feel it likes my sister more. Could it be because sister has a tasty cookie snack in her pocket? Do you think this is a little snail? Why is the streamer being so cryptic? Can you just say it quickly? Louis glanced at the bullet comments, then looked at the viewer count. It had already reached 500. It seemed this cherry fox had a considerable impact. This is how treasure and beast appraisal works. Knowing it is one thing, but you can't say it directly. You have to be cryptic. There's an old saying, through cryptic methods trigger the audience's further thinking. This not only livens up the bullet comments, but also attracts other viewers. Has it been in contact with other pet beasts? Louis continued, asking, his brows furrowed, as if encountering a tricky problem. Yao Yao immediately replied, yes, it gets along well with my sister's Sanshuan fox. Sanshuan fox. Louis' mind conjured an image of a similarly small black fox. It is a unique special pet beast from the Sangqing secret realm, usually battle type, known for its swift speed. Then everything made sense. A Sangshuan fox is at least grade bloodline. Damn, they're really rich. Press 1 to get its Sangshuan fox donated. 1111, bro, are you really giving it away? Idiot, why did you press for once? Liu Yi smiled mysteriously, so that Sangshuan fox hasn't been at home these days, right? Yao Yao was startled. That's right, it went on a business trip with my sister and hasn't come home yet. Whether it was because of this sentence, the cherry fox suddenly sat up, its narrow eyes gleaming, staring at the camera. At this moment, it inexplicably became energetic, stopped aimlessly moaning, and stared straight at Yao Yao. Wow, it's awake. This look, how is it different from other cherry foxes? Adorably fierce, I want to raise one. Yao Yao looked at the sit-up cherry fox in surprise, at a loss. Liu Yi shrugged, leaned back. I know the reason now. What? Yao Yao asked curiously. Liu Yi chuckled, everyone give the stream some likes. When we reach 1,000 likes, I'll tell you the reason. Come on, you still want likes? Just say it already. Unfollowing. 1. Seeing the bullet comments, couldn't hold it anymore. Liu Yi didn't hide it, and spread his hands. Your cherry fox, it should be in love early. Upon hearing his words, not only was Yao Yao stunned, but even the barrage in the live stream froze for a few seconds. Moments later, in the stream of 500 to 600 viewers, comments flew wildly. Haha, puppy love, huh? This Sakura fox doesn't look fully grown. How could it be in puppy love? Know the nature of Sakura foxes dictates they have no concept of mates. At most they enter heat. Where does puppy love come from? This streamer is desperate for views. Him out. The barrage was filled with mockery and some rational discussion. Yet everyone agreed that puppy love was an utterly absurd notion. Yao Yao clearly didn't believe it, but seeing Liu Yi's confident demeanor, she still asked, are you saying puppy love? Liu Yi nodded, explaining, it has to do with your sister's Sangshuan fox. If I'm not mistaken, at home your sister always lets that Sangshuan fox out rather than keeping it in her soul space. And this Sakura fox must be glued to that Sangshuan fox at all times. The reason he didn't suspect other spirit beasts was that Sakura foxes are naturally lazy and dislike moving around. The only one it could frequently interact with was this Sangshuan fox. Yao Yao exclaimed in surprise, you're right, it really loves my sister's Sangshuan fox. She paused, her tone complex. But my Sakura fox is only 3 months old. It shouldn't be like this. Just then the Sakura fox's nose twitched, and in a flash it leaped off the bed and scurried out of the camera's view. Yao Yao gasped and quickly turned her phone toward the Sakura fox. It dashed to the door, frantically scratching at the gap, clearly wanting to get out. What's wrong with it? They say foxes can see what humans can't. I bet there's something unclean in this room. Is it stressed? Before Yao Yao or Liu Yi could speak, the door suddenly swung open. A person whose upper body was obscured, only wearing a pair of casual trousers, walked in. A cool female voice followed, Yao Yao, what are you doing? As soon as the words were spoken, the Sakura fox eagerly rushed to the newcomer's feet, clawing at her pant legs, with its little paws letting out soft whines. Seeing this, the newcomer chuckled softly and bent down to stroke the Sakura fox's head. All right, don't rush. They'll let it out. With that, a flash of black light appeared, and a jet black fox materialized. This was the Sangshuan fox, slightly larger than the Sakura fox, its form agile and graceful. Its fur was as deep as the night sky, shimmering faintly under the light. Whoa, it really is a Sangshuan fox. With this quality, its bloodline must be at least a rank right. Rich lady, take me in. The barrage exploded and the viewer count surged to 900, nearly breaking the 1,000 mark. As soon as the Sangshuan fox appeared, it too showed eagerness, nuzzling affectionately against the Sakura fox. From a distance, they looked like a pair of loving sweethearts. Holy cow, it really is puppy love. So sweet, I ship it. These two have real chemistry. Liu Yi stared at the Sangshuan fox, its status panel popping up. Typed Sangshuan fox, level 34, bloodline a rank, attribute lightning, mental state in love, physical state endocrine imbalance, thyroid hormone imbalance, subhealth, talents high tier, swiftness, lightning, manipulation, etc. Skills: swift steps, lightning strike, lightning shield, etc. Perfect. Love, an endocrine imbalance, confirming his judgment. Witnessing this, Yao Yao stood dazed for a moment before murmuring, "No wonder it suddenly got up, and my sister must have come back." Master Yi, you were absolutely right. Lu Yi smiled and continued, "They're like a couple deeply in love. Being apart makes them feel empty and miserable. As its owner, you naturally find it hard to understand its mental state. In its eyes, it thinks you drove that Sangshuan fox away, hindering their love, which is why it showed aggression toward you. Now that it's reunited with that Sangshuan fox, you can pet it freely." "Let me try," Yao Yao replied, reaching out to place her hand on the Sakura fox's soft body. True to Lu Yi's words, the Sakura fox showed no resistance, even letting out a contented purr. "It really works," Yao Yao exclaimed in delight, finally relieved of her worry. She had feared the Sakura fox would stay like this forever. Learn something new. Where can I get a Sakura fox? I have a Sakura fox at home, but where do I get its Sangshuan fox? Knowledge gained. The streamer really has skill. 5 cents a line. Remove the brackets. Watching the barge's reaction, Lu Yi felt quite satisfied and added, "Yao Yao, is that your sister beside you?" Yao Yao hesitated for a moment, seemed to mute, and asked, then replied, "Yes, it's my sister." "Then ask her if that Sangshuan fox has been acting strange when the Sakura fox isn't around these days." Yao Yao muted again to ask, then said, "My sister says it has been a bit off, as she was planning to take it for a checkup." "Then it's best to bring the Sakura fox along too." Lu Yi explained, "Unlike humans, spirit beasts with self-awareness lack self-control in this regard. When separated from their lovers, they miss each other more, causing hormone imbalances. Even in a rank bloodline, Sangshuan fox can't avoid it. In severe cases, it can affect their daily life and lead to unimaginable consequences. I recall there are many similar cases, and pet centers usually have reliable solutions." Yao Yao murmured in agreement, "They'll take her for a checkup." That actually makes sense. Let someone with a big brain confirm if this is real. I'm a PhD, although this condition exists, it rarely occurs in Sakura foxes. As if hearing the mention of a checkup, the Sakura fox and Sangshuan fox both turn their heads, simultaneously staring at the camera. "Alright, if you have more issues, you can come back to me. I'm not leaving this stream." Lu Yi chuckled. "After the stream, I'll contact you privately about the Sakura fox, something I can't discuss live." What he wanted to talk about was the Sakura fox's bloodline issue. A brank Sakura fox was extremely rare, almost unheard of. If he mentioned it, live people might harass them, and Lu Yi couldn't bear that. Yao Yao replied obediently, "Then I'll hang up now." "Sure, bye." Whoa, the streamer is about to latch onto a sugar mommy. "Boo-hoo, we promised to stay single together. How could you do this?" "Pack it up, the streamer is about to live off a woman. Seriously, what's so secret? It's killing me. Remember to record, the streamer's career is about to end." After hanging up, Lu Yi nearly choked on the barrage. "Seriously, the way you guys think?" He rolled his eyes. As if to address the viewer's curiosity, he wiggled his eyebrows and said, "All I'll say is those who know. I won't elaborate for those who don't. Just savor it. Don't ask me what's going on, there's too much at stake. It's not good for either of us. Just pretend you don't know." Before he could finish, a stream of gift notifications appeared on the right. "Oh, thanks to Yao Yao for the 2 sports cars. Much appreciated. 1 sports car was worth 500 federal coins, so 2 made 1000. A truly generous gesture." The barrage grew, even more envious. "Damn, what's the point of living? I'm out. $1,000 just like that. Rich lady, take me in." They'll chip in 1 coin to crowdfund the streamer's address. Any takers? At that moment, the viewer count hit 1100, and the influence score soared to 5000. Clearly, Yao Yao's Sakura fox had set a great example. The milestone of 100,000 followers was now within reach. After sending 2 sports cars, when Yao Yao quickly turned off the screen without waiting for Lu Yi's thanks. She looked at her sister when Ishi sitting on the chair and showed an embarrassed smile, her slightly chubby cheeks looking even cuter. "Sis, when did you get back?" When Ishi glared at her younger sister disapprovingly. "Were you just sending him gifts again?" She was tall and slender with soft flowing hair casually draped over her shoulders. Her delicate face carried a hint of mature charm, exuding an aura that kept others at a distance. "Oh, that's just my own pocket money, it's fine," when Yao Yao said nonchalantly. When Ishi let out a soft sigh. She was 8 years older than when Yao Yao, and the whole family doted on the younger girl, giving her a monthly allowance that started in the 5 figures. Although this money meant little to their family, her sister's lavish spending still worried her. "Sis," when Yao Yao tugged at Wen Yix's hand, pointing at the 2 foxes frolicking together. "See, he told me why the little fox was mad at me, and even gave me a solution. Sending him a little gift is no big deal, right?" When Ishi furrowed her brow slightly. She had been present when Lu Yi talked about the foxes. Though the situation with the two foxes was much as he described as a graduate student specializing in pet beast research, she still found it hard to believe Lu Ye's words. Instead, she felt Lu Yi had a certain mystic aura about him, not quite like a good person. Thinking this, she looked at Wen Yaoyao and asked warily, "Did he just say he'd tell you more about the Sakura fox privately after the stream?" Wen Yaoyao hesitated. "Yes. Did he add you as a contact?" When Ishi pressed on, No, we just followed each other on Dole." When Yaoyao quickly waved her hands explaining, "I'm really afraid you'll be tricked by someone someday," when Ishi said helplessly, "Turn on the computer, let me see if his stream is a scam." Seeing her sister falling deeper into it, she felt she ought to check. Wen Yaoyao dared not refuse, and reluctantly turned on the computer to open Lu Ye's stream. On the other side, Lu Yi was still answering comments in the chat without connecting to any viewers. Wen Yaoyao glanced at Wen Ishi from the corner of her eye and giggled. "Sis, is this you doing a fact check?" Wen Ishi took a deep breath and looked at Wen Yaoyao. "Wen Yaoyao, have you forgotten you're starting high school in a month?" Wen Yaoyao's face flushed with embarrassment, and the words she wanted to say stuck in her throat. "I know. The Eastern District has a rule before officially entering high school. Everyone must have a contracted pet beast. Do you remember?" "I remember." Wen Yaoyao slowly lowered her head. "Do you remember you want to study pet beast cultivation at Songqing University?" "I remember." "Do you remember that to get into pet beast cultivation, you need to contract at least one pet beast of level 15 or above with Cray bloodline?" "I remember." Wen Yaoyao's head almost dropped to her chest. "Your current contracted Sakura fox has at most a gray bloodline. Do you think it can meet your needs?" "No." Wen Yaoyao looked up, putting on a pitiful expression. "Sis, stop it, I'll listen to you, okay?" Hearing her sister's reply, Wen Ishi was somewhat satisfied. "Tomorrow we'll take them both to the Pet Beast Center for a checkup. I'll ask Uncle Zhang to pick in a grade pet beast for you." Mom. Just then from the computer stream came Lu Ye's shout. "Thanks to researcher Gu Wenhao for the sun, moon, and stars. Boss is generous." "What?" "The boss wants to connect." Come on. Ask any question you like." "Sis, quick, he's going to connect." When Yaoyao quickly changed the subject. Got it. The stream screen split in two, revealing a man with a standard square face and black-rimmed glasses. Lu Yi wore his standard smile. "Mr. Gu, do you have any questions?" On the other end, Gu Wenhao stared coldly at his phone and introduced himself. "I'm from the Eastern District, a doctoral student in pet beast research at Songqing University, and I also work part-time as a researcher at the Songqing Sakura Fox Breeding Center." After speaking, he double-tapped the screen and the camera flipped. The scene changed to an indoor artificial grass field. Over a dozen Sakura foxes of various forms were playing and tumbling about, full of energy. "Holy crap, so many Sakura foxes. Bro, can you give me one? I want to take it for free, I can sell a kidney." "The medical center won't take kidneys from impotent guys. I've been to the Sakura Fox Breeding Center, it really looks like this." "Nice one, bro. This kind of charlatan deserves a good roasting, or our online environment will be ruined." Lu Yi raised an eyebrow as Gu Wenhao continued. "I think your earlier assessment was completely wrong. Sakura foxes don't have a concept of early romance. I've studied Sakura foxes for nearly 3 years. This batch here are all juvenile Sakura foxes. Look at them. Do you see any of the situations you mentioned?" Lu Yi smirked, just hoping someone would challenge him. This was perfect for creating some entertainment. He interlaced his fingers and said, "I also graduated from Songqing University and in the same major as you, senior." "So what?" "Actually, I have a question for you, senior. Do you think there's any pet beast that has been fully studied?" This left Gu Wenhao momentarily stunned. Even his advisor wouldn't dare claim any pet beast had been thoroughly studied. Pet beasts possessed various special abilities, making their physical structures highly complex. Otherwise, he wouldn't be researching grade and degrade Sakura foxes during his doctoral studies. "As of now, there really isn't," he said gruffly. "Exactly. Since Sakura foxes haven't been fully studied, how can you be certain there's no early romance?" Lu Yi spread his hands. "You?" Gu Wenhao was momentarily at a loss for words, but wasn't flustered as he had prepared a thesis to show. This is a paper published 10 years ago by legendary Beast Tamer Xing Shun, who is also the current president of the Federal Beast Tamer Association. It mentions the characteristics of Sakura foxes. Generally, fox pet beasts, whether it's the Tsangshuan fox or native foxes from Blue Star, typically reach adulthood and go into heat around 1 year old. This is already an established rule. Through President Zheng's research, Sakura foxes have a special hormone called fox charm element. It's because of this hormone that Sakura foxes reach adulthood at just 6 months and then go into heat. But as the other person mentioned, this Sakura fox is only 3 months old. How could it possibly be in heat? Everything I've said is true. Check the Beast Tamer Association's official website if you don't believe me. After hearing his lengthy speech, the chat became even more agitated. Awesome as expected of a doctoral student. I want to see blood flow. I suspect he's a plant. Wait, isn't anyone doubting the streamer's credentials? The viewer count in the stream reached 2000 at that moment. After listening to Gu Wenhao, Lu Yi stretched lazily instead. Senior, when did I say it was in heat? Huh. Gu Wenhao was confused. The way the Sakura fox acts toward the Tsangshuan fox, isn't that courtship behavior? You're not thorough in this area, Senior. Lu Yi shook his head. They're just playing around. Compared to actual courtship moves, there are at least 7 mistakes. For example, never mind, I can't say, or the stream might get banned. Simply put, the two foxes aren't stupid. Early pregnancy wouldn't benefit them. Though the words are crude, aren't they too crude? It doesn't look like they're mating to me. If they have offspring, can I get one? This? Gu Wenhao was unsure how to counter. Lu Yi smiled. Since that's the case, let me give everyone a little lesson today. Generally, grade and a grade pet beasts have intelligence no higher than a 10-year-old child. But grade and above pet beasts see a leap in intelligence. For example, grade long-armed gorillas can even help with household chores. Grade and a grade go without saying. A grade golden-tailed mice can mentally calculate addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division within 100 million, and with training, they can handle square roots and calculus. Grade heavenly Kuan chickens can survive independently from birth with survival skills ingrained in their bloodline. Thus, a pet beast's bloodline quality determines its level cap and also limits its intelligence ceiling. Most Sakura foxes are grade and a grade with low intelligence, making them suitable only as ornamental pet beasts. But that one earlier was different. Gu Wenhao's mind raced, and his pupils suddenly contracted. You mean that Sakura fox's bloodline isn't grade or a grade, but higher? 666? Oh, I never knew that. This lesson is really something. Is there such a claim? Since it involved Yao Yao's privacy, Lu Yi didn't say it outright, but shrugged. That's just my speculation. I'd estimate it's at least grade. In one Yao Yao's room, when Ishi looked somewhat perplexed at the two foxes lost in their affectionate display. They licked each other's fur, occasionally nudging with their snouts, clearly exuding an air of romantic intimacy. She recalled Lu Yi's explanation and found it surprisingly sound. Cherry foxes were never known for their intelligence, but this one seemed exceptionally clever. Even kissing. Did it learn from TV dramas? When Yao Yao, unconcerned with such details, eagerly suggested, Sis, how about we test Xiaoxiao's bloodline? After a moment's hesitation, when Ishi nodded. Alright, I'll fetch the bloodline stone. Currently, there were no instruments to assess bloodline quality. Instead, a special stone from Secret Realms was used. These stones were abundant, costing 50 federal coins each, and were single-use. Soon, when Ishi handed a few to Wen Yao Yao, the bloodline stone was entirely red, each the size of a bottle cap. Wen Yao Yao held one, gently bringing it close to the cherry fox, her eyes filled with anticipation. The moment it touched the fox's fur, the stone burst into a dazzling blue light, instantly flooding the entire room. Thud! Shocked, Wen Yao Yao dropped the stone, which clattered to the floor. The blue light vanished as suddenly as it had appeared, like a fleeting bloom. When Ishi stared at the bewildered fox, as if seeing a ghost, her mouth slightly agape. This? How is this possible? The quality of a bloodline correlated with the light emitted by the stone. Grade was gold, a grade purple, grade blue, and grade green. Yet the cherry fox was blue, grade. She distinctly remembered this fox was chosen by Wen Yao Yao at the Cherry Fox Breeding Center with her own eyes. Even the certificate from the center was still kept, stating the fox's bloodline was grade. So why had it become grade now? After 6 years in pet research, when Ishi felt a sense of utter confusion. When Yao Yao suddenly thought of something, joyfully exclaiming, So with Xiao Xiao, I don't have to go to the pet center tomorrow. Not only Wen Ishi, but Gu Wenhao also fell into a state of self-doubt. It was like being taught since childhood that 1 + 1 = 2. Now it could also equal 3 or 4. Who could he complain to? His elementary school teacher. But as a disciple of an academic giant, Gu Wenhao sought the truth. He was about to argue that without a bloodline test for the fox, the claim couldn't be verified. Then he spotted a special comment. A premium image comment costing 50 coins. It was from Yao Yao Fan Badge LV. 7 image, it's true. My Xiao Xiao is great. Gaga. Trembling, Gu Wenhao opened the image, revealing the romantic, cherry fox with the bloodline stone emitting a brilliant blue light. The light was dazzling. It really is great. I've never even seen a grade before, he lamented helplessly in his mind. Holy crap, it really is great. You kidding? A cherry fox with grade bloodline. Is this scripted? This fox must be worth millions. More than that. I think it's the first grade cherry fox, could be 8 figures. Though expensive, cherry foxes were widely known as common Secret Realm pets. In everyone's understanding, no grade cherry fox had ever been seen. Even Zheng Shun, the legendary Beast Tamer, who had studied them for years, hadn't seen one. The comments exploded and the livestream audience surged to 2500. New viewers seeing the smiling host were confused but intrigued by the frenzy, so they stayed. Yao Yao's move caught Lu Yi off guard. He quickly retracted her comment and cleared his throat. Folks, please respect privacy. These are personal pets, and we wouldn't want them harassed. He had planned to keep it vague for Yao Yao, but the girl had revealed it herself. Realizing her mistake when Yao Yao stuck out her tongue apologetically. Yao Yao, set your account to private and change your name, avatar, and bio, when Ishi said sternly. Huh? What's wrong? When Yao Yao asked, unaware. Your Xiao Xiao might be the world's first grade cherry fox, highly valuable for research. Someone might already be eyeing it. When Ishi sighed ruefully. He'll call Dad now. Hurry and do as I said. Their father was the vice president of the Chongqing Beast Tamer Association. He could protect their personal information. When Yao Yao nodded, exited the live stream and began editing her profile. In just 3 minutes since posting the image, she had gained over 300 followers. She even received messages inquiring about the fox or asking if it was for sale. Shivering, she realized the gravity of the situation and quickened her actions. Seeing Yao Yao leave the stream, Lu Yi breathed a sigh of relief and tried to change the subject before the comments spiraled out of control and exposed her info. Sigh. Gu Wenhao, still connected, suddenly sighed. Master Yi, you were right. I apologize. Lu Yi's eyes lit up. Gu Wenhao was still here. No worries, senior. We've both been in academia. Skepticism is admirable. He smiled casually, then probed. Senior, are you graduating soon? Yes, why? Gu Wenhao asked. I guess your thesis is about cherry foxes, right? Gu Wenhao hesitated, embarrassed to reveal it in front of nearly 300 viewers, but replied, it involves cherry foxes, but broadly fox-type pets. I thought PhD students studied dragons or tigers. This is so low-level. Seriously, I researched bone dragons in college. This is too basic. Hey, don't get all superior. Do you know Chongqing University is one of the best in the Eastern District? Lu Yi chuckled at the diverted comments. Since you're at the Cherry Fox Breeding Center, why not test their bloodlines? Who knows, you might find grade or crade ones perfect for your thesis. This guy's a genius, damn him, in a similar field. This gives me an idea. I'm going to. 666,666. Gu Wenhao was stunned, then ecstatic. That makes sense. He had been struggling with his thesis topic. This was a godsend. If he researched this unprecedented phenomenon, maybe he could publish in the premier Beast Tamer journal. Thank you, Master Yi. He'll prepare right away. He quickly ended the call, spamming sports car gifts before logging off. Thanks for the 2 sports cars, Senior Gu. Generous. Lu Yi grinned, marveling at the researcher's wealth. Seeing the comments veering off again, he announced, all right, folks, today's been intense. I'll end the stream here. Good night, everyone. What? Only an hour in. You're so lazy. I just got here and you're leaving. Ignoring the comments, Lu Yi clicked the end button. The stream closed, the comments stopped, and a system notification appeared. Stream ended. Duration 49 minutes. Peak viewers 3305. Gift revenue 1202. Federal Coins platform takes half. Influence 11976. Influence converted to streaming points. Current points 11976. Beginner mission 1 completed. Rewards host ability copy paste 1000 streaming points. Current points 21976. Copy paste ability activated. Copying beast appraisal talent or skill from stream. Copy successful. Rewards talent, expensive talent, lightning control. Amidst this cascade of notifications, Lu Yi's primary concern was the final one. It actually duplicated 2 talent traits. Am I really this fortunate? And it seems I didn't even appraise the Changshuan fox, yet I still obtained its traits. A flicker of surprise stirred within Lu Yi. Subsequently, the system unveiled the detailed descriptions of the 2 talents before him. Delicate talent trait. Upon application, the pet's gastrointestinal system becomes exceedingly fragile, its digestive and urinary tracts prone to disorders, and its skin more susceptible to ailments. However, its mental fortitude will increase by 20. Lu Yi's expression twisted with curiosity. He suddenly realized that this trait rather fittingly embodied the essence of being delicate. If he were to apply it to Wang Sai, the cat would constantly fall ill with minor ailments costing thousands. Over time, wouldn't its value skyrocket, transforming it into a truly precious feline? And the boost to mental strength, was it meant to fortify its willpower, enabling it to endure these afflictions with indifference? After some deliberation, Lu Yi decided to set it aside for now, refraining from using it on Wang Kai. Next came the second talent trait. Thunder manipulation talent trait. Upon application, the pet's affinity for lightning will greatly increase, granting it the ability to control thunder and lightning. Well, compared to the delicate trait Lu Yi found himself far more drawn to this thunder manipulation. Though not literally as it sounded, generally speaking, thunder manipulation was a unique talent exclusive to lightning-type pets or certain rank and above creatures. He wondered if it could be applied to Wang Kai. Just then Wang Sai, who had been dozing soundly at Lu Ye's feet, suddenly felt a piercing gaze upon it. It opened its drowsy eyes to find Lu Yi smirking at it with mischief. Meow. The two locked eyes for a long moment before Wang Kai let out a somewhat sluggish meow. Wang Sai, do you wish to shatter the darkness with thunder? Lu Yi wiggled his eyebrows. Wang Kai blinked, finding the phrase oddly familiar. Oh, it remembered now. Every time its master clutched his phone and swiped the screen, he would often roar that very phrase. So did that mean it too could swipe a screen? But last time it swiped his phone, it got a harsh scolding. Recalling this, Wang Kai dismissed Lu Ye's offer as a fox's kindness, ill-intentioned and suspicious. Thus it shook its head vigorously, indicating it had no desire for this so-called thunderous power. You don't want it, Lu Yi exclaimed in astonishment. This is your blessing. Other pets would kill for such a chance. Yet Wang Kai remained resolute, shaking its head in refusal. It had no interest in endlessly swiping a phone screen, especially when the living room curtains offered far better texture. Being a conscientious owner, Lu Yi wouldn't force his cat, so he proposed a compromise. How about this? 3 cans of wet food. Wang Kai hesitated, then licked its lips. You want cat treats too? Lu Yi frowned. Fine, I'll throw in 3 sticks of cat treats. With these terms, Wang Kai reluctantly agreed. Meow. All right, sit still and don't move. Lu Yi instructed, then thought to himself, system apply the thunder manipulation talent to the orange cat Wang Kai. Application initiated. Thunder manipulation talent trait consumed. As the words faded, a faint current of electricity coursed through Wang Sai's body. Its eyes flew wide open, and every strand of its orange fur bristled upright, as if jolted by an unprecedented surge of stimulation. Yet the current caused no harm. Instead, it delivered a soothing sensation, prompting a smooth, resonant purr. Application complete. Orange cat Wang Kai has acquired talent thunder manipulation. Level 3. Skill acquired Thunderflame Shield. Thunderflame Shield unleashes the power of flame and lightning, coalescing them on the body's surface to form a potent barrier, greatly enhancing resistance to fire and lightning attributes. So many bonuses. Lu Yi was taken aback. He had expected only the thunder manipulation talent, not an increase in level and a new skill. Levels were the foundation of every pet's strength. A rise in level meant a surge in power. Thus Wang Kai felt an unprecedented force churning within. It cautiously extended a paw, only to discover faint currents and sparks flickering across it. Its mouth fell open in sheer disbelief. Look at you, so easily amazed. Lu Yi found the sight of Wang Kai amusing. Wang Kai was a stray cat he had adopted back in his hometown during high school, and its breed made it exceptionally lazy and averse to movement. Even in the era of taming beasts, it had never trained. Now 5 or 6 years old, it remained at level 3. With the system's aid, it experienced the thrill of growing stronger for the first time. Try out your new skill, Lu Yi commanded. Wang Sai used Thunderflame Shield. Meow. Wang Kai responded lazily, but its body remained motionless. Lu Yi sighed in exasperation, rubbing his forehead. Find 3 more cat treats. Only then did Wang Kai nod in satisfaction and begin to unleash the Thunderflame Shield. Closing its eyes, a faint glow gathered over its entire form, and a shield interwoven with lightning and flames slowly expanded, enveloping it completely. Perhaps due to lack of practice, its fur bristled, once more resembling a hedgehog's quills, charged with static, making it look exceptionally fluffy. You look so chubby, Lu Yi remarked with disdain. Wang Sai's eyes widened, nearly charging at Lu Yi with a savage tackle. All right, I'll stop bothering you. Go eat your wet food, but remember, only 1 can. Lu Yi waved his hand, as if to console it. Wang Kai let out a soft snort, then let the matter drop, padding heavily toward the living room. Once Wang Kai had left, Lu Yi rubbed his chin and murmured to himself, it seems that even with pets of different attributes, talent traits can still be applied. Tisk, this system is quite extraordinary. In the pet encyclopedia, no such precedent existed. Wang Kai must be the first of its kind. With this, Lu Yi grew even more curious about the system. Opening the system panel, he examined another feature, streaming points. In the panel, the system described them as currency. But after searching, Lu Yi found no system shop function. System, where do I use the streaming points? At the current stage, streaming points can be used to enhance the host's soul rank, pet level, and pet bloodline quality. More usage pathways will unlock upon completing additional tasks. Curious, Lu Yi opened the panel and indeed noticed changes. Soul rank 1 Wang Sai's panel. Pet level 6, pet quality grade. He tentatively tapped the sign next to soul rank. Streaming points, 10000. Host soul rank has been upgraded from a rented room to an ordinary commercial apartment grade. With the system's prompt, a lightness washed over him, and in a daze he found himself in a pure white room. The space was a mere 20 or 30 square meters, quite cramped. Is this the soul space? He murmured. In the next instant, the four walls began to extend outward, and the ceiling rose higher. After more than 10 seconds, the room transformed into a space of over 100 square meters, 3 or 4 times larger than before. But what's with the upgraded from a rented room to a low-grade commercial apartment comparison? Lu Yi asked the system. This is a self-defined term by the system, please disregard it. Yet upon reflection, the analogy was rather intriguing. After all, soul rank determined the size of the soul space. 100 square meters was indeed akin to an apartment's area, minus the shared public spaces, of course. Exiting the soul space, Lu Yi felt an invigorating refreshment. Not only had his mental strength increased, but even his physique had undergone subtle changes. Meanwhile, in the living room, Wang Tsai, who was opening a can of wet food by itself, suddenly shuddered, without reason, then glared irritably toward Lu Ye's room. As Lu Ye's pet, it clearly sensed that this commotion was his doing. On Lu Ye's end, he still had 12,000 streaming points remaining. The signs next to soul rank and Wang Tsai's bloodline quality had vanished. Only the level could still be raised. Lu Yi looked up toward the door where Wang Kai was still head down devouring its meal. Logically, raising its level wouldn't affect it much. He tentatively tapped the upgrade. Pet level 6-7, and the streaming points decreased by only 350. Meowed. In the living room, Wang Kai shuddered violently again, and the meat sauce it had just eaten accidentally spilled onto the floor. Yet the elated Lu Yi noticed nothing amiss, marveling at how simple leveling up had become. Thus he began frantically tapping the sign for the pet level. Each tap made Wang Tsai's body jerk. The reason was simple: the system's upgrades were instantaneous, leaving its body struggling to adapt. Each jerk helped its body recover and adjust better. Let no one misunderstand. Pet level 7-10, meanwhile, Wang Kai twitched sporadically, flinging meat sauce everywhere and staining its fur. As everyone knows, cats are fastidious creatures, and Wang Kai was no exception. The sight made its eyes twitch and its heart bleed, prompting it to roar in fury. Meow. That cry pierced the heavens. Xiao Lu, you still remember what the contract says, don't you? A slightly gray-haired elderly man stood at Lu Yi's doorstep, patting his shoulder and speaking with earnest sincerity. I know, Uncle Zhang. Lu Yi smiled wryly. Then tell me. After 8 in the evening, all pets must not emit sounds exceeding 70 decibels, and after 10, no sounds above 45 decibels. Exactly. Uncle Zhang clapped his hands. I was just rolling out noodles when it gave me a fright. The dough turned into mush. Look, isn't this a problem? You see, normally those 2 young folks on the 2nd floor working can't even disturb me. Sorry about that, Uncle Zhang. My cat accidentally stepped on its paw and let out a yelp. I apologize. Lu Yi forced a smile as he explained. He rented the 3rd floor of a self-built house on the 3rd ring road of Changqing City, the owner being the man before him, named Zhang Shou. That clause in the contract was usually just a formality. But Wang Kai's upgraded roar was too prolonged, like a loudspeaker hawking on the street. No wonder Zhang Shou came knocking. Hearing this somewhat reasonable excuse, Zhang Shou could accept it. But just as he was about to caution Lu Yi further, a flash of orange caught his peripheral vision. Zhang Shou frowned slightly, pointing at Wang Kai, who appeared behind Lu Yi. Are you sure it was your cat's paw that got stepped on, and not my brain? Startled, Lu Yi quickly turned to look. There in the living room, Wang Tsai, with all 4 limbs intact, was darting around frantically, showing no signs of injury. Damn it, didn't I lock you in the room? Lu Yi roared, rushing over to grab Wang Kai. But after leveling up 7 times in a row, Wang Kai's speed and strength had greatly increased. Its once bulky body was no longer a hindrance. It actually moved with agility, dashing toward Lu Yi and slipping between his legs. Not stopping there after passing through Lu Yi, it seemed addicted to the act, then darted between the bewildered Zhang Shou's legs and bolted downstairs. What the hell? Lu Yi had no time to explain to Zhang Shou. He hurriedly closed the door and went downstairs. Zhang Shou had no choice but to follow. Otherwise, if the cat got lost, he would bear some responsibility. As he rushed downstairs, Lu Yi cursed Wang Kai in his mind. I was so foolish. I knew its level increased, but its bloodline didn't, and its brain remained as dim and disobedient as ever. If it gets caught, and they find out it can control lightning, it'll end up on the dissection table. Lu Yi quickened his pace, swiftly reaching the courtyard outside. When he saw the iron gate with wide gaps in it, Lu Yi's heart sank halfway. With such gaps, the fat cat could easily escape. With that thought, he summoned the system panel and fiercely leveled Wang Kai up by 1. Congratulations, host. Your pet orange cat Wonkai has broken through to Tier 2 and gained a new skill, Super Big Mouth Eating. Super Big Mouth Eating the mouth can open to a 90-degree angle without any negative effects. Then from inside the house came Wankai's roar. Roar. Inside my house, Zhang Shou turned his head. Damn, I left my door open. Uncle Zhang will compensate you for any losses. The two rushed back into the house and entered Zhang Shou's home. As soon as they stepped in, they saw Wonkai lying on the living room floor, biting a rat as big as an adult's palm. Compared to Wankai's head, it was nearly the same size. The rat held in Wankai's jaws was incredibly tenacious, struggling incessantly and emitting piercing squeaks. A rat. Zhang Shou was astonished. Since when do we have rats this big around here? Songqing wasn't a southern region. Aside from those pet beasts, he had never seen such a large rat. Lu Yi wore the same expression. In his eyes, the rat's panel appeared. Type brown rat, level 6 bloodline, a grade mental state, despair, physical state, severe injury, extreme, hunger trait, talent none. It was actually level 6. No wonder even level 11 Wonkai couldn't kill it with one bite. Without hesitation, he grabbed a rolling pin nearby and charged forward. Wonkai spit it out, I'll finish it. Seeing Lu Yi charge, Wonkai opened its mouth and spat out the rat. Lu Yi swiftly swung the rolling pin, smashing it squarely on the rat's head. Smack. Struck hard, the rat died instantly. Wankai's face lit up with joy. It licked its lips and moved to grab the rat again. Haven't you eaten enough at home? Lu Yi irritably grabbed Wonkai by the neck and lifted it with one hand. This fat cat had already eaten 2 cans and 3 tubes of cat treats at home, yet it still wasn't full. While Lu Yi scolded, Wonkai, Zhang Shou frowned and examined the rat. Xiaolu, you graduated from Songqing University, right? What breed is this big rat? Lu Yi put down the rolling pin, pressed the displeased Wonkai to the floor, and crouched beside Zhang Shou. From my observation, this is a common northern brown rat. Brown rat? Zhang Shou looked puzzled. Can it grow this big? Generally no, said Lu Yi. Although most creatures on Blue Star have mutated, a species as populous as the brown rat couldn't possibly have the conditions to grow this large. In the era of beast taming, the source of mutations and level-ups was the special energy from secret realms. Without being near a secret realm, it was nearly impossible for a creature to reach level 5 or above through instinct alone. But their location had no secret realm within 10 li. The most likely reason is that it ate something that caused it to grow so large. Lu Yi thought of another explanation. But I haven't bought any petrolated medicines or such. Zhang Shou was bewildered. Suddenly Wonkai struggled in Lu Yi's grip, and with an unexpected burst of strength, Lu Yi accidentally let go. Wonkai shot out like an arrow, dashing into Zhang Shou's kitchen. The two followed into the kitchen and saw Wonkai standing on the kneading board, another rat in its mouth. This one was even larger. This rat was level 7. Its panel was similar to the previous ones, but bizarrely its talent included lightning control. As it struggled, faint electric currents coursed through its body, as if it were activating a hidden backup energy source. Just as Lu Yi grew worried, Wankai's mouth suddenly erupted with electric light, giving the rat a painless electroshock. Dropping the rat's corpse, Wonkai had learned its lesson and didn't pick it up. Then it walked to Lu Yi's feet, rubbing against his pant leg as if seeking praise. Alright, I misjudged you. They'll give you extra food when we get back, okay? Lu Yi patted Wankai's head. Meow, Xiao Lu. Zhang Shou's voice trembled slightly. If that rat bit someone, would it leave bruises, eh? He had just witnessed the rat generating electricity. It was clearly no ordinary rodent. A solitary man like him, without a pet beast, found it quite terrifying. Probably, Lu Yi said with a solemn look. Even an ordinary brown rat posed a threat to an average person. Let alone a massive level 7 one. It could even kill someone. If Wonkai hadn't discovered it, Zhang Shou might have suffered tonight. Zhang Shou swallowed hard, still shaken. Then should I call the police? Call the Beast Taming Association. It's better to leave these matters to them. Lu Yi said helplessly. Alright. Zhang Shou pulled out his phone and dialed the Beast Taming Association. After reporting the situation to the staff, Zhang Shou suggested to Lu Yi, Xiaolu, how about letting Wonkai check if there are more big rats in my house? Any more? Lu Yi asked Wonkai. Meow. It says no. Are you sure you don't want to take another look? Zhang Shou was still worried. Lu Yi thought for a moment and looked at Wonkai. Go check again. Reluctantly, Wonkai started to head out. At that moment, Zhang Shou grabbed Lu Yi's hand with relief. Xiaolu, if it weren't for you tonight, I don't know what would have happened. Thank you so much, you and your cat. It's nothing, Uncle Zhang. We help each other out. Lu Yi discreetly withdrew his hand and smiled. Tell you what, Zhang Shou proposed, you don't have to pay rent or utilities for this month, and next as a token of my gratitude. Then I'll take you up on that, Uncle Zhang. Lu Yi accepted the offer graciously. Unlike his past life, this Lu Yi had been streaming for a year with only a few thousand in savings. Rent here was steep, 3 to 4,000 a month, so waiving 2 months was quite a boon. After watching Wang Kai patrol the house once more ensuring no rat had escaped his notice, Zhang Shou finally felt at ease. As they waited, Wang Kai rubbed against Lu Ye's pant leg. Hungry already? Wang Kai nodded pitifully. It had leveled up 8 times in a row, mostly fueled by the system's energy. But its own stored energy had been significantly depleted. Lu Yi wanted to take Wang Kai home for some cat food, but Zhang Shou, still worried, held him back. Having accepted the other's favor, Lu Yi couldn't refuse. So he left Wang Kai there and went back to get the cat food. After all, Wang Kai was the most powerful one around. Soon Lu Yi dragged the half-empty bag of cat food to Zhang Shou's place. The moment Wang Kai saw the bag, its eyes gleamed, and it dove straight in, devouring the food without restraint. Hearing the crunching sounds from the bag, Zhang Shou's eyes flickered with nostalgia. He looked at Lu Yi. Shall Lu Yi do live streaming, right? Making any money? In my past life, I earned 70 to 80,000 a month, but now. Lu Yi shrugged. It's okay, barely enough to get by. Barely getting by, huh? Zhang Shou shook his head lightly. That won't do. Life moves fast these days. In a few years, you'll need to buy a house, a car, and find a wife. If your income isn't high, it'll be tough. Lu Yi instinctively wanted to argue, but remembering that Zhang Shou owned over a dozen properties and spent his days collecting rent, he quickly suppressed the thought. Seeing Lu Yi's conflicted expression, Zhang Shou sighed softly and pulled a key from his pocket. How about this, Xiaolu? These are keys to a few of my rental properties. Help me collect the rent at the end of each month, and you can keep 20% as your salary. What do you think? Huh. These were all self-built houses with monthly rents of at least 40 to 50,000. 20%. That was far too generous. Lu Yi could accept free rent, but this arrangement made him suspicious. Zhang Shou's gaze lingered on the cat food bag as he explained. I used to have a cat beast companion. It was with me for 30 years. After it passed, I never adopted another. But from your Wang Kai, I see a shadow of my cat. Maybe it's just my imagination. Since Wang Kai saved my life, I owe you both my gratitude. Use that 20% to buy some treats for Wang Kai, how about that? As if catching a keyword, the crunching from the cat food bag abruptly stopped. Then a bizarre head poked out. Wang Kai's head had swollen to twice its normal size. Its upper jaw had stretched back to its ears, forming a perfect 90-degree angle with its lower jaw, which was stuffed full of cat food. Its ears had extended to the back of its skull, standing stiffly. Its eyes were squeezed into thin slits, with its pupils peering through, staring fixedly at Zhang Shou. Such a grotesque sight created an extreme contrast with its earlier cute demeanor. Zhang Shou's eyes widened, as if he had witnessed something unbelievable. Suddenly, he clutched his chest, his head lolled to the side, and he collapsed backward. Hey, Uncle Zhang. Lu Yi reacted quickly, catching the fainting Zhang Shou. Wang Kai noticed the commotion, forced down the cat food in its mouth, and let out a puzzled meow. Meow my ass, you scared him, you know that. Lu Yi said irritably. That was Wang Kai's skill, super big mouth chomp. According to the encyclopedia, such a skill was only possessed by large creatures like hippos and was rarely seen. Lu Yi admitted he had been startled himself when he first saw it. But thankfully, as a young person, his mental resilience was a bit stronger. Wang Kai looked at the unconscious Zhang Shou, then gave Lu Yi an innocent glance as if it had nothing to do with it, and buried its head back in the food. Lu Yi sighed helplessly and checked on Zhang Shou. Finding that he had merely fainted, Lu Yi patted his face. Uncle Zhang, wake up. After 2 pats, Zhang Shou's face twitched, his eyes fluttered open, and he mumbled, how did I pass out? Probably low blood sugar, Uncle Zhang. You need to get more sugar in your system. Lu Yi said without changing his expression. Zhang Shou rubbed his head. Is that so? Didn't know you had some medical knowledge, Xiaolu. From his demeanor, he seemed not to remember what had just happened. It was best he forgot. After a moment, Zhang Shou's phone rang. It was the Beast Taming Association. Yes, right here. You can come straight in. The two walked out of the room and into the yard. A special vehicle from the Beast Taming Association was parked outside. A young man and woman stepped out, both wearing the association's uniform. Accompanying them was a canine beast companion with dark gray fur, lively eyes, and a vigilant gaze. This was a scent hound possessing an extremely keen sense of smell, the standard working dog of the association. The four met, and the 2 staff members presented their badges. Hello, we are beast taming specialists from the Changqing Beast Taming Association. I am Luo Qingyu, and she is Lu Xiyu. These are our credentials. Zhang Shou nodded repeatedly. All right, please come in. In the current beast taming era, the association was an official body on par with the Federation. They were generally responsible for handling special biological incidents and held significant power. Lu Yi observed the scent hound from the side, not interrupting. Type scent hound, level 24, bloodline grade, attribute wind, mental state, vigilant, physical state, early shadow sickness, pre-disease stage, talents moderate, super speed, Wind control, super olfaction, etc. Skills deterrent, roar, wind step. A flicker of surprise passed through Liu Ye's eyes. Shadow sickness. Shadow sickness was a rare condition in beast companions similar to Parkinson's disease in humans. Logically, beast companions from the association underwent at least 2 comprehensive checkups annually. This wasn't a disease it should have contracted. I should mention it to them later. After all, a scent hound was equivalent to a high-ranking police dog with considerable training costs. As a Federation citizen, Liu Yi felt obliged to speak up. Of course, it had absolutely nothing to do with the fact that his copy-and-paste skill could be activated. Nor was it because he coveted the hound's talents and skills. The 2 specialists entered Zhang Shou's house, examined the dead rats, bagged them, and took notes. They questioned the 2 men and the cat. Fortunately, they didn't find it strange that Wang Kai had discovered the rats, merely giving it a brief glance. Then the scent hound patrolled both inside and outside the house. Thankfully, as Wang Kai had confirmed, there were no other issues. Specialist Luo Qingyu explained the cause to Zhang Shou. Recently, the association has received many similar cases. It's due to the influence of the Tsangqing No. 47 secret realm causing biological mutations across the city. A secret realm? Zhang Shou was puzzled. Can a secret realm affect the entire city? Secret realms weren't a lofty concept. Even Zhang Shou, who didn't keep beast companions, had visited one. The reason was simple. Some secret realms, due to their extremely low danger, had been developed into tourist attractions. I'm afraid so. Luo Qingyu said with a bitter smile. The association's detection suggests this might be a highly dangerous, ultra-large secret realm that could descend anywhere in the city at any time within the next 6 months. Zhang Shou was deeply worried after hearing this. So if the secret realm doesn't descend, these giant rats could appear at any time. Yes. Luo Qingyu nodded. But don't worry. Since we know you don't have a registered beast companion, the association will provide you with a second-tier guardian-type beast companion until the secret realm descends. During that time, we will provide its food. You only need to give it shelter. Zhang Shou finally relaxed and shook Luo Qingji's hand with both of his. Thank you. He'll treat that guardian beast companion well. It's our duty. Luo Qingyu smiled. The beast companion will be delivered tomorrow morning. Excellent. With that done, the 2 specialists packed up and began spraying various special chemicals. According to them, this would prevent harmful creatures like rats from approaching the house. Liu Yi had no further business there, but he still crouched beside the scent hound looking curious. Specialist Liu, may I pet it? Liu Yi raised his right hand. Go ahead, but don't use force. Liu Xiu cautioned. Every time they went on a mission, people would ask to pet the scent hound. They were used to it. Besides, Liu Yi looked quite slender, and the scent hound was a 3rd-tier beast companion, so he couldn't hurt it. Okay, thanks. Liu Yi chuckled and reached his hand toward the hound's hind leg. Arf! Suddenly the scent hound let out a sharp yelp and collapsed in pain. Luo Qingyu, who was nearby, changed his expression, pushed Liu Yi away, and demanded sternly, "What are you doing?" He stared at Liu Yi warily, while Liu Xiu hurriedly checked on the scent hound. Zhang Shou, hearing the commotion, came over unsure of what had happened. Liu Yi stumbled back, but didn't get angry, raising his hands. Specialist Luo, I didn't do anything. I just touched its hind leg. Are you sure just touching its hind leg caused this? Luo Qingyu squinted, completely disbelieving Liu Yi. As he spoke, a small bird resembling a sparrow appeared on his shoulder. But its feathers were fuller with a garish punk-like coloration. A single glance at the little bird made Liu Yi feel as if an invisible thread had bound him, slowing his movements. Really? Liu Yi stood still, confident. If you don't believe me, ask Specialist Liu to touch it again. Luo Qingyu remained skeptical, asking without turning his head, "Xiu, what's the situation?" 12 is fine. It says its hind legs suddenly hurt. Liu Xiu looked puzzled. The scent hound codenamed 12 was her beast companion, so she knew its condition well. Curious, she reached out and gently stroked 12's hind leg. Hiss! Why the hell did you touch it? 12 gasped in pain, grimacing. My. Liu Xiu frowned. What's wrong with your hind leg? Arf! 12 whimpered pitifully. It didn't know what was wrong either. Let me see. Luo Qingyu approached, reaching for 12's hind leg. But 12 was in too much pain and absolutely refused to let Luo Qingyu touch it. If he touched it again, it would be crying from the pain. You? Seeing 12 flinch, Luo Qingji's expression soured. They had fought side by side for half a year, and now it wouldn't even let him touch it. Liu Yi interjected at the right moment. Specialist Liu, this scent hound might have shadow sickness. Shadow sickness. Liu Xiu and Luo Qingyu were both taken aback. Shadow sickness is a special latent disease. Unless a genetic test is done, it's hard to detect in its early stages. Liu Yi said calmly. But as it approaches the middle stage, some of the beast companions' fur will gradually turn grayish-white. However, since scent hounds naturally have grayish-white fur, it's difficult to spot. From what I can tell, its last checkup was at least 2 months ago, wasn't it? Zhang Shou quickly chimed in. That's right. Xiao Lu graduated from Songqing University's Beast Companion Research Program. He's very knowledgeable. You should trust him. Though he didn't understand why the big dog was in pain, Zhang Shou still believed Lu Yi wouldn't harm someone else's beast companion without reason. Luo Qingyu glanced at Zhang Shou, then at the composed Lu Yi. Lu Yi had hit the mark. 2.5 months ago, 12 had a checkup. It was perfectly healthy at the time, so the genetic test wasn't performed. Could the shadow sickness have been latent even then? Wait. Lu Xiyu finally took a proper look at Lu Yi, finding him oddly familiar. Couldn't you be Master Yi? Lu Yi's pupils contracted slightly, and his calm facade cracked. Being called by his online name in real life brought a sudden, inexplicable sense of social embarrassment. Seeing Lu Yi fall silent, Lu Xiyu seemed to understand. Master Yi. A shiver ran down Lu Yi's spine, and he quickly stopped her. All right, just call me Lu Yi. Don't use that online name. Master Yi. Zhang Shou was baffled. Was that about Xiao Lu? He could be called a master. Luo Qingyu also gave Lu Yi a few more glances, then it dawned on him. It really is him. I almost didn't recognize him without the beauty filter. I don't fucking use a beauty filter. Do you think I'm a female streamer? Lu Yi grumbled inwardly, but didn't dare to show it, asking curiously instead, You know me. Lu Xiyu replied with a smile. We do. You're the streamer who discovered the grade cherry fox. The entire Songqing Beast Taming Association has been busy with that. Everyone knows who you are. Lu Yi was confused. Why? Right after your stream ended, our vice president issued a notice confirming the grade cherry fox's status and ordered a citywide re-examination of all cherry foxes. There are also some things I can't disclose. The whole association was up late working overtime because of your stream. Don't you think that makes you famous? Lu Xiyu said with a mischievous grin. She and Luo Qingyu were on the night shift, so they had dodged the overtime. All this. A chill ran down Lu Yi's spine. What kind of fame was this? Haha, don't worry. No one's going to get back at you, Lu Xiyu said. But someone will come to see you later. You should be prepared. Saying that just makes me more worried. Lu Yi stared at Lu Xiyu darkly. I hope you're right. After this incident, the two specialists had established trust in Lu Yi and released him from the binding. Lu Yi, you said 12 has shadow sickness. Is it serious? Lu Xiyu asked, stroking 12's head. It's still in the early stages, so it won't affect normal health. The chances of a cure are high. Lu Yi said, but you'll still need to take it back for a full checkup and genetic test. I'm not a professional beast companion vet after all. Got it. Thank you. Lu Xiyu expressed her gratitude, and Luo Qingyu also shot him a thankful look. 12's next checkup was a month away. By then, who knew how advanced the shadow sickness would be? You're welcome. After seeing the two specialists off, Lu Yi noticed Zhang Shou looking at him suspiciously. What's up, Uncle Zhang? Zhang Shou pulled out his phone. Xiao Lu, which streaming platform are you on? Let me follow you. Lu Yi scratched his fingers awkwardly. Well, he had known Zhang Shou for a while, and it would be embarrassing to actually say his real online name. Zhang Shou, nearly 60, but a savvy internet user, fiddled with his phone. Master Yi, right? Let me search. After a moment of loading, several related search results popped up. Whoa, you're even on the trending list, he exclaimed in surprise. On the trending list. Lu Yi came over to Zhang Shou and looked at the trending hashtags. Shock. A B-grade bloodline cherry fox actually exists. This post firmly held the 20th spot on the trending list, with a trend suggesting it would climb higher. Zhang Shou clicked on it curiously, and the first thing he saw was a clip from Lu Yi's stream. That's you, right? Zhang Shou cheerfully followed Lu Yi. Lu Yi glanced at his follower count. It had already reached 4000. That meant in less than an hour-long stream, he had gained 1500 followers. Was he getting famous? In the development of the internet, if there are no explosive moments in the early stages, progress is extremely slow. Even in his past life, Lu Yi spent a year barely reaching 100,000 fans. In a year, only one video received over 100,000 likes. Because of that video, he suddenly gained 2,000 fans, marking the highest increase in followers. However, now it has only been a little over 2 hours since the live broadcast. He directly gained 1,500 followers. The increase is a bit hard to believe. Looking at the videos related to trending searches, the one with the most likes has already reached 20,000 likes, with even over 40,000 shares. The one that skyrocketed was released by the Songqing Beast Association's official account. The Beast Association has confirmed the situation regarding the Blevel Sakura Fox is real. Opening the comments is the owner of the Blevel Sakura Fox here. I will pay 1 million to buy this Sakura Fox. I am from the Southwestern Beast Association and can offer 2 million. Damn, when did Sakura Fox become this expensive? Whether it's bidding or just expressing astonishment, someone even posted a picture of a blue glow Sakura fox asking if anyone would accept it. In any case, the comments are a mixed bag, leaving one unsure of their authenticity. But with the official push, the heat of the trending search will continue to rise. Who knows, by tomorrow his followers might reach 10,000. Zhang Shou looked at the thumbnails of videos featuring Lu Ye's face and exclaimed, "Little Lu, you are surprisingly popular. Did he not just say he could only maintain a basic living? Now it seems there's an illusion that his income is catching up." Just got popular, Lu Yi replied vaguely, not wanting to elaborate. After saying that, he turned and picked up the bag of cat food for Wang Kai. But as he lifted the bag, Lu Yi waited and suddenly realized something was off. He opened the bag and saw that only a fat cat remained inside, with the cat food completely gone. "Did you finish the remaining half of the cat food?" "Damn it, this is a 10-pound bag." Zhang Shou's expression became serious, as if he remembered something. Without waiting for him to speak, Lu Yi hurriedly took Wang Kai home. Ignoring Wang Kai's pitiful gaze, Lu Yi locked it in the cage and said sternly, "The cat food at home has been finished by you, so you need to eat less for the next couple of days." Wang Kai made an incredulous expression, continuously "ow ow" in protest, seemingly very regretful. Lu Yi sighed helplessly. "Looks like I need to gather some points to upgrade your bloodline. Otherwise, if it stays this dim-witted, I won't be able to take it out in the future. Besides, this cat is only tier 2 level 11, why is it eating so much?" In the past, 10 pounds of cat food was enough for it to eat for 2 months, but now it finishes half in one go. This bag costs 150 yuan. Eating a bag every 2 days adds up to over 2,000 yuan a month. Can it handle that? Most cats don't eat this much. Is there something wrong with its body? Lu Yi opened the system to check Wang Kai's panel. Type orange cat, level 11, bloodline level, attribute fire, mental state slightly depressed, physical state healthy, full talent gluttony, basic agility, thunder manipulation skill, huge appetite. Indeed, a lot has changed. Mental depression. While that's not worth mentioning, how can it be depressed after eating so much? And there's an additional talent now. Gluttony possesses 10 times the food capacity and digestion speed. The energy from digested food will be converted into upgrade energy, and appetite will become even stronger. Just seeing this name, one can tell it carries a high status. After reading the description, Lu Yi was greatly surprised. The ranking of pet beasts consists of 10 tiers, which is merely a grading standard set by humans. It doesn't mean that every tier has constraints that require breakthroughs. The true differences between pet beasts arise when from tier 1 to tier 2 the pet beast will randomly awaken a talent or skill, depending on the quality of the bloodline. From tier 3 to tier 4, there's a high probability of evolution. From tier 7 to tier 8, it's the most crucial stage where the pet beast will most likely evolve and awaken domain skills. As for ascending to tier 10, the current materials do not record anything. However, the system encyclopedia mentions that tier 10 pet beasts will awaken divinity and possess a unique small world secret realm. So when Wang Kai was promoted to tier 2, it awakened the gluttony talent. Are you joking? Lu Yi naturally did not believe it. The gluttony talent is extremely rare and recognized as T0 level. The reason is simple: the gluttony talent can break the constraints of bloodlines and ignore the soul tier of the contractor. As long as enough food is provided, the level will increase faster. There was a legendary beast master whose family was the richest in the southwestern region, and their pet beast possessed the gluttony talent. According to the encyclopedia, the gluttony talent only appears in S-level and above pet beasts. Why would it appear in level Wang Kai? This is like drooling over a breeding pig. Ooh, do you even deserve it? Besides, Wang Kai only weighs 18 pounds, so it cannot be a matter of size compatibility. After thinking for a long time, Lu Yi could only suspect that the Tsanqing No. 47 secret realm had something to do with it, causing a mutation in Wang Kai. But at least now he knew why Wang Kai could eat so much, which slightly relieved him. Thinking this way, it was indeed correct to put Wang Kai in the cage. Otherwise, with its gluttonous appetite, all the snacks at home would not survive its onslaught. But after a moment's thought, Lu Yi still went to the living room and brought back all the canned cat food and treats. This was all that was left at home, otherwise there would be nothing for it to eat tomorrow. Lying on the bed, Lu Yi opened his phone and began to select cat food for Wang Kai. Now that it had reached tier 2, ordinary cat food would definitely not meet its needs. He had to choose high-tier cat food. The so-called high-tier cat food is actually a type of nutrient product developed by the Beast Association in collaboration with certain pet beast companies. It is specifically designed for cat-type pet beasts of tier 2 and above and is expensive. Casually entering an online store, the prices shocked Lu Yi. The same 10 pounds of ordinary cat food only costs 150, while high-tier ones shockingly cost 1,500. It's a full 10 times more. Searching further, other cat foods were basically at this price. It's really damn expensive, he sighed. Even in his past life, he wouldn't have glanced at such prices. But now he had no choice but to buy. Just as he was about to place the order, a call interface suddenly popped up. Looking closely, the caller was Teacher Wenming. Lu Yi sat up straight, his mind racing. He was a history teacher from his university, teaching modern cultural history, but that identity was limited to his past life. Now Wenming had become a professor in the field of pet beast research. Before graduation, Lu Yi and Wenming could be considered friends of different generations, and their relationship was very good. However, after graduation, because Lu Yi was unwilling to pursue further studies, a thick wall formed between them. Lu Yi felt that Wenming did not understand him, while Wenming was disappointed. Moreover, this relationship has continued to this day. It seems that the two have not had a phone call for almost 3 months. Although he was unsure of what the other wanted, Lu Yi still pressed the answer button. Professor Wen, what do you call me? Wenming's voice was quite rich, and upon hearing Lu Yi's address, his tone was slightly dissatisfied. Professor Wen, of course, Lu Yi replied without thinking there was a problem. It's only been half a year since we last met, and you've started calling me that. Wenming sounded a bit helpless. Didn't you say that outside I should call you by your title? Lu Yi responded with a hint of grievance. Well, I'm still the vice president of the Beast Association, but I haven't seen you call me president. What? Lu Yi froze for a moment, and only then did he remember that Wenming had also become the vice president of the Beast Association. This position is much more prestigious than that of a professor. Ahem. Lu Yi cleared his throat. Didn't you say before that positions of power are just fleeting clouds, and teaching and nurturing talents is what truly matters? Did I ever say that? Wenming's expression was somewhat strange, but that statement resonated with him, causing him to laugh. After being out for a year, your words have become quite sweet. Let's skip the pleasantries and get to the point. I heard you discovered a level Sakura fox during your live broadcast tonight. As expected, he came for this. Thinking of Wenming's position, Lu Yi knew he was there for the level Sakura fox. This also reminded Lu Yi of the words from the two agents, saying that the notice issued by their vice president confirmed the situation regarding the level Sakura fox. Teacher, you wouldn't be the vice president who issued the notice, would you? It seems Xiao Lu and the others have talked to you. Wenming said yes, because the owner of the level Sakura fox is my daughter. Your daughter? Lu Yi exclaimed in surprise. He thought it was the Beast Association that had extensive resources and could quickly find Yao's information. It turned out to be a simple familial relationship. No wonder she's so wealthy. Lu Yi muttered. Stop talking nonsense and get to the point. All right. Lu Yi shrugged. That level Sakura fox was indeed discovered by me. Why? Wenming had watched the entire segment of the Beast Appraisal livestream multiple times, but with his knowledge combined with the questions Lu Yi had asked, he could see that the Sakura fox exhibited signs of affection, but could not discern any bloodline mutation. Unable to figure it out, he could only turn to Lu Yi for help. I explained it before. Lu Yi said the bloodline affects intelligence. The higher the quality of the bloodline, the higher the intelligence, and the faster the growth rate. At that time, I observed the Sakura fox. Its fur was much smoother than that of an ordinary Sakura fox, and its eyes were lively, almost comparable to that of the Sun fox. However, there is actually a hidden condition. Lu Yi spoke, slightly slowing down his pace. What is it? Wenming listened, intently puzzled, as he had no idea what the hidden condition of the Sakura fox was. Lu Yi smiled mysteriously. Generally, a 3-month-old Sakura fox cannot understand human language. Upon hearing this, Wenming's eyes narrowed and his thoughts flashed like lightning. As level and a level pet beast, Sakura foxes are similar to ordinary animals. They must be trained to understand human commands. But note, they understand commands, not human language. To learn human language, at least a level bloodline intelligence is required. This also reminded Wenming that when at home, this Sakura fox often accompanied the Sun fox to watch early education videos suitable for teaching pet beast language. At that time, everyone thought it was just keeping company, but unexpectedly, it was also learning. So that's how it is. Wenming's tightly knitted brows relaxed. What you said makes a lot of sense. It could even be written into a paper. You can write the paper. I've been out of school for so long and don't want to deal with that stuff anymore. Lu Yi said, seriously recalling the thesis he wrote in the archaeology major that nearly drove him to exhaustion. From then on, he vowed never to touch such things again. I didn't expect that after being out of school for more than a year, you've become even better than me. Wenming sighed. And not really. Lu Yi humbly replied, I just earned some money through live streaming and sometimes learn some side knowledge, not as good as you, teacher. So how is your income now? Wenming suddenly asked. Are all the older generations this impolite? Without waiting for Lu Yi to respond, he changed his tone. Why are you asking about this? Now that the level Sakura fox has made you popular, making money should be quite easy. However, if you can't continue with live streaming in the future, come to the Beast Association to find me. There are many positions suitable for you here. Lu Yi was slightly surprised and accepted. Okay. Well, it's getting late. You should rest early. The Beast Association won't disturb you anymore. Wait, teacher, actually, I have another question for you. Lu Yi said somewhat shyly. Just say it and no need to be polite. With that said, Lu Yi asked directly, is there high-tier cat food available at the Beast Association? What's the price? I want to buy some for my cat. Though Wen Ming found it somewhat exasperating out of consideration for their 4-year teacher-student bond, he still agreed to Lu Yi's request to purchase 50 gene of high-grade cat food from the Pet Beast Association. Compared to the market price of 150 yuan per gene, Wen Ming could procure it for merely 70 yuan per gene. Still, the total amounted to 3,500 yuan. Subsequently, the two ended the call. Alas, cat food has become so exorbitant these days. With considerable reluctance, Lu Yi transferred 3,500 yuan side and lay back on his bed. It was still early for sleep, so he opened the system. Ever since upgrading Wang Sai, his livestream points had dwindled to 7,726. That meant ascending from level 3 to level 11 cost over 5,000 livestream points. Quite tolerable, he thought. As he perused a system, prompt suddenly materialized. Given that the host has garnered 5,000 followers on a single video platform, the Novice Mission 2 will now commence. Mission name: Novice Mission 2. Mission description: initiate a second Beast Appraisal livestream and acquire over 20,000 influence points during the broadcast. Mission rewards: 10,000 livestream points, 1 low-tier Pet Beast blind box, and unlock the Pet Beast blind box purchase page. Oh, 5,000 followers already. Lu Yi raised an eyebrow, surprised by the swift progress. The mission requirements were straightforward, especially since he still rode a wave of popularity, ensuring even with fewer fans the outcome would surpass tonight's. The mission rewards were precisely what Lu Yi cared about most. Low-tier Pet Beast blind box upon use grants a Pet Beast of level 1 with varying qualities. Probability table: SS grade 0. 001 S grade 0. 01 grade 0. 1 a grade 1, grade 5, grade 15, grade 25, a grade 53. 889. Seriously, this is ridiculous. Lu Yi couldn't help but complain. And a grade alone accounted for over half, truly befitting a low-tier blind box. Nevertheless, Lu Yi found this Gaka-style mechanic immensely intriguing and was eager to start a live stream to accumulate points. Yet the peak of attention wouldn't arrive until tomorrow, so he resolved to wait until tomorrow evening. Having finalized his plan, Lu Yi went straight to sleep. The next morning at 8 o'clock, he awoke naturally. After washing up, he made his way to the living room. Wang Kai lay sprawled in its cage, limbs splayed, wearing an utterly despairing expression. Oh, you were this well-behaved last night. Lu Yi approached and examined Wang Kai's status panel. Level 12. Psychological state: terrified. Physical state: healthy, satiated. Level 12. Sensing something amiss, Lu Yi turned toward the kitchen, catching a faint fishy odor. He strode over to the refrigerator and yanked it open. His face instantly flooded with astonishment. Wang Kai, where's the meat and braised dishes I bought yesterday? And did you eat my broccoli and greens too? Damn it, even the leftovers are gone. Are you a refrigerator cleaning master? Down in the first-floor courtyard, Zhang Shou beamed at Luo Qingyu before carefully taking the cage from his hands. Specialist Luo, rest assured, leaving the heaven-melting rat with me is absolutely fine. They'll treat it like my own son. He smiled affectionately at the small rodent in the cage. That's unnecessary, Luo Qingyu advised. The heaven-melting rat is a second-tier pet beast. Just keep it in its cage normally, and it will come and go as it pleases. In case of danger, it will protect you with remarkable speed. As for food, just feed it 1 gene of this daily. With that, Luo Qingyu set a 30-gene bag of feed against the wall. All right, Zhang Shou nodded eagerly like a chick pecking at rice. His attention was then drawn to another bag labeled cat food. Curious, he asked, who's this 50-gene bag for? It's the high-grade cat food, Lu Yi ordered. I'm delivering it to him along with yours. At that moment, both of them heard several roars from Lu Yi, followed by a series of clattering noises mingled with a cat's yowls. I think you might want to wait a bit before going up, Zhang Shou suggested, as if accustomed to such commotion. All right. Luo Qingyu nodded, seeing nothing amiss. 2 minutes later, the sound of a chain dragging along the corridor echoed, and 2 figures, one tall and lean, the other stout, came into view. Lu Yi wore an expressionless face, holding a chain as thick as a finger. At the other end, attached to its collar, was a plump orange cat. The scene was strikingly incongruous, yet the cat's mischievous expression betrayed that behind its pitiable guise lurked a detestable nature. The moment Wang Kai appeared, the cage in Zhang Shou's hands suddenly rattled, emitting urgent squeaks. Then a fiery red figure shot out from the cage like an arrow loosed from a bowstring, hurtling toward Lu Yi, or rather toward Wang Kai at his feet. The speed was so blinding that even Luo Qingyu, a soul rank Tier 3 practitioner, had no time to react. Watch out! Luo Qingyu shouted to Lu Yi while summoning his own pet beast. Lu Yi turned his head oblivious to what was happening, but Wang Cai beside him brightened and leaped up with surprising agility. Thus two figures, one large, one small, met unexpectedly in midair, colliding as if by fate. Thud! Wang Cai landed gracefully on its short limbs, shaking its head with flair. Hey, you can't eat that. Luo Qingyu rushed over to stop it. Zhang Shou trailed behind, utterly bewildered. Only then did Lu Yi snap back to reality, his gaze falling on Wang Kai's mouth. There, clamped between its jaws, was a creature with fiery red fur resembling a hamster. Type Heaven-Melting Rat. Level 11. Bloodline Crate. Attribute Fire. Psychological state bewildered, terrified. Physical state healthy. Talent Primary Agility, Fire Control. Skills Extreme Speed, Combustion. The Heaven-Melting Rat thought Sigmund, who am I? Where am I? Damn, why am I inside a cat's mouth? It immediately began struggling frantically. Wang Cai spit it out now. Having apparently been disciplined before, Wang Cai reluctantly opened its mouth and let the Heaven-Melting Rat drop out. Luo Qingyu caught it, letting it tremble in his hands. This, Lu Yi was perplexed. Luo Qingyu gave a wry smile. This Heaven-Melting Rat is a second-tier pet beast from the Pet Beast Association for Grandpa Zhang's protection. It has a degree of danger premonition. When it saw Wang Cai on a chain, it instinctively mistook it for a monster, leading to what just happened. Lu Yi glanced at Wang Cai. Aside from being overweight, what about it resembled a monster? He then looked at the Heaven-Melting Rat. Psychological state, psychological shadow, psychological trauma. Well, it truly had mistaken Wang Cai for a monster to be so terrified. Regrettably, the Heaven-Melting Rat couldn't speak human language. In its own terms, the moment Wang Kai's mouth enveloped it, it felt as if it had glimpsed a terrifying black void within which even its great-grandmother resided. It was truly horrifying. Luo Qingyu placed the Heaven-Melting Rat back in its cage, covered it with a black cloth, and had Zhang Shou take it home. After giving a few more instructions, he returned. I'm truly sorry for this incident, Luo Qingyu apologized. No worries, I understand. Seeing that Lu Yi held no grudge, Luo Qingyu breathed a sigh of relief and pointed to the large bag of cat food. Lu Yi, this is the high-grade cat food you ordered yesterday. I've brought it over. So fast. As he spoke, Lu Yi shot a glare at the eager Wang Cai. Sit still. If you don't behave, you'll never get to eat. Wang Cai froze, then sat on the ground with hollow eyes, not daring to move. Do you need help carrying it up? Luo Qingyu asked. No need. He'll take the cat out for a walk and buy some groceries. He'll pick it up later. Alright, I'll head back then. Take care. After spending 2 hours exercising Wang Cai and taking a couple of laps around the vegetable market, Lu Yi returned home just before noon. On the way, he dragged the cat along with an iron chain, drawing sidelong glances from passers-by. Fortunately, his live-streaming days had forged a thick skin, so Lu Yi felt no unease. Wang Cai, however, was like a shootin' who hadn't seen sunlight in a month. After running for a bit, it feigned death. If not for his golden eyes, Lu Yi might have actually been fooled. He tore open the bag of premium cat food, scooped out a handful with his hand, and placed it into Wang Cai's bowl. Wang Cai's eyes gleamed, and just as it opened its mouth, Lu Yi said, Hey, behave yourself. Don't use that skill. No one's competing with you. Meow. Wang Cai responded and used the gobble down skill. It was a habit. It always used that skill to eat. Still, it looked normal enough. After the first mouthful of cat food, the light in Wang Cai's eyes grew even brighter, as if it were tasting the most delicious food in the world. Then its eating speed suddenly accelerated, leaving afterimages as it devoured the cat food in just a few bites. Meow. Its fluffy tail wagged back and forth, signaling Lu Yi to get more. But Lu Yi just smiled faintly and said, That's all for today. You can only have one handful a day. Crack. Wang Cai froze as if it had heard something unbelievable, its body turning to stone. And if I catch you sneaking food again, you'll fast for 3 days and your portions will be half from now on. Got it. Wang Cai's pupils quaked, but faced with Lu Yi's iron fist, it nodded reluctantly. Lu Yi crouched down, stroked its head, and began painting a rosy picture. You have to understand me. Money's tight at home now. This cat food cost me several thousand, and I can't afford to have you waste it. When we're richer, I promise you can eat your fill every day. Wang Cai stared blankly at Lu Yi. With its gluttonous talent, it could understand what he meant. Meow, Wang Cai replied in a soft voice. Of course, when have I ever lied to you? As long as you're obedient. Meow. After painting that rosy picture, Lu Yi started making his own lunch. While eating, he took out his phone to check his follower count. Followers 8125. It wasn't as high as had hoped last night, but Lu Yi was still satisfied. He then clicked on the trending list. The original Brank Sakura Fox topic had vanished, replaced by check what bloodline your Sakura Fox really has, and reporter exposes pet certification fraud at Sakura Fox Breeding Center. This wasn't surprising. The Beast Tamer Association had likely stepped in to suppress the news about the prank Sakura Fox. Even his livestream recordings had mostly disappeared. He glanced at his inbox. Nearly 1,000 private messages, all marked with red dots. In his past life, his inbox was the same, but most were just unsolicited suggestive videos very inappropriate. He scrolled through and noticed someone he followed back with a garbled name and a solid black profile picture had sent several messages. Opening it, he found it was Yao Yao. Master Yi, it's me Yao Yao. I changed my name and avatar. I took Xiaohu for a checkup today. They said it has severe endocrine imbalance and needs to stay at the pet center for a few days. My dad said it can understand human speech. I tried it. It even knows curse words. So ridiculous. Lu Yi smiled and replied, Lang Yi, beast appraiser, your dad is really amazing. He knew it could understand human speech. He must be a master. Yao Yao quickly responded, my dad is right beside me. He said you told him. Reading this, Lu Yi froze. Damn, he miscalculated. How was Wen Ming beside when Yao Yao? He felt a bit awkward, but at least the internet hid his expression. Master Yi, are you streaming tonight? Lang Yi, beast appraiser, looks like teacher when mentioned me. That was just a joke earlier. Got it. Master Yi, are you streaming tonight? Lang Yi, beast appraiser, same time, 8 p.m. Okay, my dad's calling me. He'll head off. Closing the private message page, Lu Yi's expression turned slightly odd. Was this considered exposing his identity in front of a fan? Yao Yao was Wen Ming's daughter, his teacher's daughter, so it probably didn't count. Time passed slowly, and it was just before 8 p.m. After tidying up his appearance, Lu Yi started his livestream. When he went live, a notification would be pushed to all 8500 followers. Within a minute, 400 people had flooded into the stream, and the number kept climbing. Hello, good evening, everyone. Lu Yi greeted them. Heard there's a prank Sakura Fox here, came to check it out. I've already requested a connection. Help me check on my pet watch video. Banned. After waiting 3 or 4 more minutes, the viewer count hit 2500, and the comments were flying fast. Lu Yi cleared his throat and began, for today's stream, let's stop asking about the Sakura Fox. The authorities have already issued a notice, and I don't know the specifics. And there are too many people requesting connections today, so let me lay out the rules for connecting. From now on, connections won't be based on rankings. First, 1 free connection, then 1 paid one. So don't think about cutting in line by sending gifts. Such a principled streamer, love it. So my $50 was wasted. I came for the Sakura Fox. If you're not streaming about it, why should I watch? Lu Yi couldn't be bothered to respond further. Seeing the viewer count break 3000, he clicked on the connection list. The list clearly showed each person's payment amount. Those who hadn't paid were marked as free to make it easier for the streamer to distinguish. After a moment's thought, he chose a free connection first. The screen switched, and on the left appeared an Alaskan Malamute with black and white fur. Its fur looked a bit coarse, and it was sitting in a cage, its slightly cloudy brown eyes staring at the phone camera in terror. In the beast taming era, the Alaskan breed had been renamed to sled-pulling dog along with the sled husky dog and sled Samoyed dog. Is that a sled-pulling dog? So ugly. Looks abused. Poor little thing. Master Yi, hello. It was a young woman speaking. Hello. Lu Yi replied while scanning the sled-pulling dog's stats panel. What's wrong with your sled-pulling dog? Type sled-pulling dog, level 1 bloodline or rank, attribute none, mental state, despair, physical state, malnutrition, illness, extremely hungry. Looking at the panel, Lu Yi's brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. Hey, race the thing, the woman explained. My dog is extremely food aggressive. It's bitten me before. I've tried online solutions, but nothing works. I wanted to ask if you have any advice. Huh. Isn't this a pet appraisal stream? Can regular pets come too? Food aggression. Go see a dog trainer. What are you doing here? I feel like the sled-pulling dog just isn't getting enough to eat. Lu Yi glanced at the comments and let out a slow breath. Everyone listen. My name is Lang Yi, beast appraiser, which means as long as it's a beast, I can help appraise it. Even if it's not a battle pet. So please don't look down on them. Thanks for your cooperation. In the beast taming era, the 3 sled dog breeds hadn't undergone much mutation or evolution. Instead, they had stagnated, with most having a rank or drank bloodlines. Thus, few people treated them as battle pets. However, some ordinary folks still kept them as pets, much like in the past life. After saying that, Lu Yi asked the woman on the call, "Can you show me how it guards its food?" The woman hesitated for a moment, then leaned and picked up a dog bowl with a thin layer of kibble and placed it inside the cage. The sled-pulling dog immediately dove into the bowl. Then the woman took a small stick and tentatively poked it. Grr. Woof, woof, woof. Just a glimpse of the stick in its peripheral vision made the dog's face contort, and it let out an impatient, threatening growl, as if it wanted to tear the stick to shreds. Damn, that's fierce. That food aggression is insane. One kick to the chest to stomp, and a couple of beatings will fix it. Lu Yi, however, remained calm. Let it finish eating. Okay. The woman put down the stick. Half a minute later, the kibble was completely gone. Now pour some more kibble into the bowl. This time more. Huh. The woman suddenly hesitated. But the pet seller told me it should only eat 100 grams a day. Eating more would be unhealthy. Oh. Lu Yi tilted his head with a faint smile. How old is it? Just 6 months. How much does it weigh? Yesterday, it was 34 pounds. The woman looked puzzled. Master Yi, why are you asking? No wonder its physical state was so poor. Lu Yi thought to himself. A normal sled-pulling dog at 6 months should weigh over 20 kilograms. Yours is quite underweight. Lu Yi sighed. Tell me, since you brought it home, have you been feeding it 100 grams of kibble every day, eh? The woman saw nothing wrong and replied confidently, isn't that how it's done? 6666, case solved. Terrible owner. The dog is just hungry. Damn, if you only fed me 100 grams a day, I'd bite you too. The comments scrolled by, all defending the sled-pulling dog. Seeing that the owner still didn't get it, Lu Yi said, Friend, my cat weighs 18 pounds. Guess how much I feed it every day? The woman thought for a moment. 50 grams. Lu Yi replied helplessly, if I fed it 50 grams it would end up just like your dog. Finally, the light bulb went off in her head. So you're saying I've been underfeeding it? Bingo. Lu Yi shrugged. The pet seller told you 100 grams a day to protect its stomach at first, but as it grows, its appetite increases. Do you still think 100 grams is reasonable? The woman was stunned into silence for a moment, then said, even if I underfed it, isn't biting people still its problem? I'm dying of laughter. What kind of logic is that? If you only get 100 grams a day, you'd guard your food too, or starve? I don't know how this dog grew to 34 pounds. So tragic. I can't tell which one is actually food aggressive anymore. Lu Yi was a bit shocked by her response, but still reasoned with her. Look, a sled-pulling dog at this age is like a 13 or 14-year-old kid in a rapid growth spurt. Don't you think it needs to eat more? A dog's greatest joy is eating. If you take that away, don't you think it'll bite you? If you don't believe me, hold some kibble in your hand and put it near its mouth. If it bites you, will pay you 10 times the medical costs. 10 times. The woman's interest was piqued. You're a big streamer. You can't be lying. Of course not, Lu Yi said. But if it doesn't bite you and just eats the kibble, then you have to promise me you'll take it to a pet center tomorrow and strictly follow the vet's instructions. Deal. The woman agreed readily. The dog had bitten her several times before, so she knew its temper. Besides, she hadn't even gotten her rabies shot yet. If the payout was tenfold, that would be over $1,000. Only a fool would turn that down. With that, she set her phone aside, cupped a pile of kibble in both hands, and extended it toward the cage. At that moment, in Lu Yi's eyes, the sled-pulling dog's mental state instantly changed. Mental state redemption. As the woman reached her hand toward the cage, the livestream audience could clearly see her trembling slightly. Meanwhile, the husky's murky eyes gleamed with a glimmer of hope. That handful of dog food must have been enough to fill 2 bowls. Am I in heaven? The husky then excitedly rose, poked its head out of the cage, opened its wide mouth, and moved toward the woman's hands. A sharp gasp escaped the woman, as if she were frightened, instinctively drawing in a cold breath. The viewers in the live stream also watched this perilous scene unfold. I bet a penny the dog will bite her. I bet $1 it'll eat the food. Bite her to death. Lu Yi watched calmly without uttering a word. Just as the woman tightly shut her eyes, bracing for the pain, something unexpected happened. A wet sensation spread across her hands. Opening her eyes, she saw the husky eagerly licking the dog food from her palms. Despite its urgency, the dog harbored no intention of harming its owner, not even grazing her with its teeth. It even licked over the spots it had already eaten, savoring the taste. Half a minute later, the husky finished the dog food in the woman's hands, looking utterly delighted. Haha, it's all gone. It must have been starving. Even I want to eat that dog food now. Can you drop a link? You. The woman stared in astonishment at the dog, meeting its innocent gaze. That look was one she hadn't seen since the day she first brought it home. Had I really been feeding it too little? The husky let out a soft bark and licked the woman's palm once more. Friend, see that? Lu Yi interjected at the right moment. You need to be more mindful from now on. The woman snapped back to reality, somewhat flustered. I'm so sorry, Master Yi. I never imagined it would be like this. I'll take it for a checkup tomorrow. Good, but make sure to post a video tomorrow, or I won't believe you, Lu Yi said with a smile. I've already followed you. Absolutely. The woman affirmed. Alright, it's never too late to correct your mistakes. They'll hang up now, Lu Yi said. Remember, don't overfeed it for now. Wait until after the vet visit tomorrow. Got it. Thank you, Master Yi. Lu Yi ended the call and began his summary. See everyone. Raising a pet is just like raising a spirit beast. It requires dedication. If there's a problem, speak up early so we can find the right solution. Our friend here has a good heart, if she just doesn't know how to feed her pet properly. Let's not be too harsh. Alright, I won't ramble on. Let's welcome the next Beast Tamer. The system chimed in with a timely reminder copy-paste skill activation probability failed. No talent or skill traits were copied this session. Louis didn't dwell on it. He randomly selected a caller from the paid connection list. The screen changed, revealing the face of a middle-aged man with a simple name. Just 2 words, old phone. After connecting with the streamer, the man chuckled sheepishly and quickly flipped the camera. The audience was then greeted by another husky, head down, devouring its food. Louis, Barat, another husky. Louis was taken aback. Might as well rename this channel to Yes Dog Show. I think the host is better at judging dogs. Interested in joining my kennel? Haha, another husky, hilarious. Though of the same breed, this one had much thicker fur and was larger in size, clearly well cared for. Hey, can you hear me? The man asked with an accent. Master Yi. Yes, I can hear you, Louis replied with a complicated expression. Does your dog guard its food too? Not at all, the man said, reaching over to gently nudge the husky's snout with his free hand. The husky showed no reaction, only letting out a soft whimper. So cute. Stable temperament, ID dated. This one is worlds apart from the last. Oh. Good mood, Louis praised. This husky is very open. Yeah, I think so too, the man laughed heartily. Master Yi, just call me Old Phone, no need to be so formal. Alright, Old Phone, Louis said. What's the issue? Yes, Old Phone hurriedly replied, turning the phone camera to another angle. It seemed to be a corner of the room stacked with several bags of dog food. My dog ate nearly 30 gene of food today, but it didn't seem full, so I kept feeding it. Is there something wrong? What? Louis thought he misheard. 30 gene. Yeah, a bag is 5 gene, and it's eaten almost 6 bags. 30 gene. The neighbor's dog would be crying with envy. I calculated, at 100 grams a day, the neighbor's dog would take over 100 days to eat that much. Haha, one's in heaven, the other in hell, right? Isn't this dog a glutton? How can it eat so much? Louis's expression twisted as he checked the dog's stats. Type husky. Level 10 about to break through. Bloodline crate. Attribute metal. Mental state satisfied. Physical state overnourished obese. Talent gluttony iron teeth. Skills speed eating savage charge. Louis rubbed his eyes, doubting them once more. Bro, is the gluttony talent really this common? The system had said only a grade and above spirit beasts could have the gluttony talent. Was that false? Master Yi, what's going on with my husky? Old Feng asked again. If it keeps eating like this, my wallet will be empty. Have you tested its bloodline? Louis inquired. You tested it from the start. It's crate, Old Feng replied. He casually picked up a bloodline stone and placed it on the dog's head. A green light appeared. Still crate. Crate. That's pretty rare. Could it be the gluttony talent? Damn, a glutton dog. Are you kidding me? Is that a talent a husky can have? Crate. Louis pretended to ponder, changing the subject. Old Feng, what do you do? I work in construction, Old Feng said. I found this dog at the site. It was nearly starving, so I took it home. It ate normally for the first 2 months, but lately it's been eating more and more. Today it finished all the dog food at home at once. When did it start? About how many days ago? Old Feng thought for a moment. 5 days ago. That day it ate a 5 gene bag. 5 days ago. Earlier than Wonkai. Louis asked the crucial question. Old Feng, are you in Song City? If he was in Song City, it might be related to the secret realm. Know him from Nanyu, working locally. After the Federation was established, the world was divided into 6 major regions, each with only direct administered municipalities. People usually identified themselves by East Region XX City. Nanyu being near Song City could be affected. I see. Louis nodded knowingly, then flashed a mysterious smile. Old Feng, are you interested in becoming a beast tamer? A beast tamer. Old Feng blinked, clearly surprised by the question. He immediately denied it. Beast tamers are all rich folks. I've got no money and no spirit beasts. Don't tease me, Master Yi. Not necessarily, Louis shrugged. Isn't your husky your spirit beast? Old Feng looked puzzled. It can't do anything besides eat. Eating is a blessing, Louis said slowly. What if I told you this dog might be about to advance to the 2nd tier? 2nd tier? Old Feng was even more confused. I don't sense it. Yeah, me neither. If this dog is 2nd tier, it'll eat a ton of dog shit on the spot. I agree. Louis frowned, skeptical of Old Feng's words. There was a clear difference between a level 1 and level 10 husky. Though its size hadn't changed much, its strength was like the difference between a mouse and a cat. Out of curiosity, he asked Old Feng, haven't you noticed it's gotten much stronger in the past few days? Does it pull hard on walks? Has it? Old Feng thought. Not really. He chuckled sheepishly. Maybe it's because I'm a 2nd tier martial artist. I can't really tell how strong it is. The barrage erupted. Holy crap, a wild martial artist. So they really exist. Fake, right? A martial artist working construction. Martial artists were an extremely rare profession in the Beast Tamer era, a type of human variant. They could enhance their physical strength through prolonged training with massive gains. An average martial artist could physically contend with a spirit beast of the same tier. But the downside was that their soul rank could never advance, remaining at the first tier, leaving them vulnerable to mental attacks. Though there were fewer than 1,000 martial artists worldwide, the Beast Tamer Association had thoughtfully ranked them. However, due to their limitations, the highest rank was only the 5th tier. That's why the barrage was so astonished. Liu Yi rubbed his forehead in exasperation. So you're a martial artist. No wonder you didn't notice. A 2nd-tier martial artist would completely overpower a 1st-tier spirit beast in strength, which explained why the husky was so obedient. It didn't dare guard its food. Indeed, only a wise dog knows when to submit. Yeah, I'm a martial artist, so I've got no hope of becoming a beast tamer. Old Phone continued. Even an intermediate beast tamer needed at least 2 spirit beasts. With just 1 husky it was impossible. Normally there's no hope, Liu Yi said flatly. But your husky is a glutton dog. Meanwhile, at the Chongqing Beast Taming Association, the high-ranking officials from Chongqing and its surrounding cities gathered within a sizable conference room. A monthly preparatory meeting was being held for the No. 47 secret realm in Chongqing. Although the host was the Chongqing Association, it had little to do with Wenming. His expertise lay in pet beast research, while this meeting primarily discussed the possible locations of the secret realm and countermeasures, with everyone reporting their progress. If he weren't the vice president, he would have been home lounging comfortably by now. He sat on the right side of the long table, a Bluetooth earpiece in his ear, watching Liu Yi's livestream on his phone beneath the table. Seeing the husky that was guarding its food because it hadn't been fed enough, he couldn't help but smile, finding it quite amusing. But when the second husky appeared and he heard it had eaten 30 gene, at once his brow furrowed as his thoughts churned. He didn't even hear the association president calling his name. All the high-ranking officials present looked at him, noticing his deeply furrowed brows. Just as the president was about to ask someone to nudge him, he suddenly slammed the table. Quick, put his live stream on the screen. There's a Taotai dog here. Taotai? Dog? What kind of strange term was that? The people in the meeting room were bewildered. How could this usually gentle and refined vice president suddenly utter such words? The atmosphere instantly turned awkward. Seeing everyone staring at him with odd expressions, Wenming couldn't be bothered to explain. He simply used his phone to wirelessly project the screen. The projector in the meeting room flickered to life, casting Liu Yi's live stream onto the screen. President 1. The Chongqing Association president raised a hand, attempting to get Wenming's attention. But Wenming merely shot him a glare. Don't talk, just watch. This is unprecedented. A crank bloodline husky with the Taotai talent. Startled by the shout, the president stiffly turned his head to look at the projection. Having just been transferred from headquarters, his position was unstable, and he dared not provoke Wenming. The rest also turned their attention to the screen. They were curious about what had gotten Wenming so worked up. They started watching from the part where Old Feng took out the bloodline stone. After watching for only a short while, Mengshan, the president of the Non-Yu Association, sitting opposite, Wenming grew impatient. President, when I understand you're eager to share, but this is a high-level meeting. If you want to watch a live stream, you can do it at home. Isn't this disrespectful to everyone here? He was a typical combat pet tamer with a fiery temper and often clashed with Wenming. Besides, he had been in the middle of his report when Wenming interrupted him, which really irked him. What's the rush? You'll see in a moment, Wenming retorted firmly. Mengshan wanted to argue, but seeing no one else backing him, he swallowed his anger and shut his mouth. Then they heard Liu Yi's words, but your husky is a Taotai dog. Everyone suddenly fixed their gazes on the projection. Taotai dog? What's that? Old Feng's voice rang out. As the name suggests, it's a dog with the Taotai talent. What kind of thing is that? Old Feng still didn't understand. Liu Yi explained the meaning of the Taotai bloodline to Old Feng once more, and only then did it dawn on him. So you're saying my dog doesn't need to care about our soul rank, it just needs to eat? That's right. Liu Yi nodded. Try touching it. Isn't its body warm? Old Feng curiously reached out and touched the dog again, then exclaimed in surprise, it really is. No sooner had he spoken than a blinding white light burst forth from the husky's body. I suspect this is staged. How could it break through right as the live stream starts? Not fair. Why is its breakthrough so easy? My brank pet needed an advancement pill to reach the 2nd tier. Holy shit, Old Feng blurted out instinctively. Why did it suddenly start glowing? In the meeting room, the high-ranking officials of the Beast Taming Association were all wide-eyed. Then the white light faded, and the original husky was gone. In its place stood a large dog covered in fur as hard as steel, as if clad in armor forged from metallic hide. A thin layer of silvery white metal encased its eyes, looking extremely tough. The only thing that remained unchanged was its simple bewildered expression, though it now seemed slightly more alert. Type Husky Level 11 Bloodline Brank Attribute Metal Mental State Content Confused Physical State Healthy Talents Tout Yellow Iron Teeth and Copper Jaws Titanium Alloy Dog Eye Skills Speed Eating Savage Charge Armor Up Lu Yi gasped sharply as he read the Husky's new stats. Old phone. Lu Yi called out, snapping him out of his shock. Do you have a bloodline stone at home? Test it again. Okay. Old Feng's voice trembled slightly as he picked up another bloodline stone and held it out to the dog. A terrifying blue light emerged. It was as astonishing as when they had tested the Cherry Fox's bloodline the previous night. Holy moly, this live stream is spawning mythical beasts. Mom asked me why I was kneeling to watch the live stream. She took one look and knelt too. I saw a crank dog evolve to Brank with my own eyes. Turns out what my teacher taught me about bloodline evolution was right. The barrage of comments exploded, with some sharing the live stream, creating a lively scene. At that moment, the live stream's viewer count hit an astonishing 7,000, double that of the previous day's broadcast. All were drawn in by the Tautai dog. This. Old Feng's hand trembled, nearly dropping the bloodline stone. Master Yi, what's going on? Lu Yi took a deep breath and smiled wryly. Isn't it obvious? Your dog got lucky and broke through just by eating. Not only did it gain a new talent and skill, but its bloodline also evolved. He wouldn't have believed bloodline evolution was possible if he hadn't seen the stats panel. After all, his own unlucky dog Wankai had gained the Tautai talent without its bloodline evolving. Aye. Old Feng grew excited and tried to pet the dog, but was deterred by its steel-like fur. Seeing this, the dog quickly retracted its steel fur, reverting to its original form, except for the silvery metal layer around its eyes, which wouldn't come off. Only then did Old Feng happily reach out and stroke it. Old Feng, this is why your dog eats so much. Lu Yi chuckled. Now you see, it's reached the second tier, largely independent of your soul rank, even if you're a martial artist. Got it, Old Feng said. So even a rough guy like me can become a beast tamer. Exactly. I suggest you check out the Beast Taming Association later. The pay there is pretty good. Lu Yi suggested. If that's too much trouble, you could just start a live stream and have the dog do an eating show. That'll definitely make money. Honestly, I'd be interested in watching a Tautai dog's eating show. Does anyone have Old Feng's contact info? Which construction site is he at? I want to buy his dog. 666,666. Got it. Thank you so much, Master Yi. Old Feng kept expressing his gratitude. Alright, you paid to connect with me. This is just my job, Lu Yi said with a smile. Inwardly, he was praying that the copy-paste ability would grant him something good this time. The copy-paste ability has been activated. It will copy the talent or skill of the pet beast being appraised in the live stream. Copying in progress. Copy successful. Rewards as follows: talent Tautai in the meeting room. In stark contrast to the lively live stream, a deathly silence had fallen. Every official wore a frown or gaped in shock at the live stream footage. Even with their extensive knowledge, none dared to assert that Lu Yi was wrong. They had never seen a Tautai dog before, nor a husky that evolved its bloodline upon breaking through. Well, Wen Ming adjusted his glasses. Do you think this is real, A fellow Tsangqing vice president asked curiously. Isn't this the streamer who discovered the Brank Cherry Fox yesterday? It is. Wen Ming shot an appreciative glance at his colleague, a perfect straight man. He added, he's also my student. The Cherry Fox. At those words, most of those present recalled the matter. The Brank Cherry Fox from yesterday had been huge news, discussed by almost every beast taming association. But they hadn't expected that the streamer speaking so confidently before them was the one who had discovered it. And now he had found a Tautai dog as well. Several officials who also held university positions like Wen Ming looked over with envy. Students who could help them with their professional evaluations were rare. Back to the point. Do you agree with him? Does this dog truly possess the Tautai talent? Wen Ming pressed on. Showing off was one thing, but they still needed to discuss the serious matter. With him initiating the discussion, the professionals present began voicing their opinions. After about 5 or 6 minutes of conversation, the vast majority agreed with Lu Yi that it was indeed a Tautai dog. Of course, there were dissenters, such as Nanya's president Meng Shan. All we've seen so far is that the dog eats a lot. It hasn't actually demonstrated eating 30 gene on the spot. Why should we believe it? Moreover, it's not unheard of for a pet to evolve its bloodline during a breakthrough. Why must we attribute it solely to the Tautai talent? Also, this guy claims to be a martial artist. I'm from Nanyu, so how come I've never heard of him? Wen Ming looked at him and suggested with a smile, since President Meng is unwilling to invest time in this matter, that Tsangqing Association can handle it. Well, invite this Old Feng over and share the research findings with everyone later. What do you think? The people around looked at Wen Ming in astonishment. Was he really poaching so blatantly? If the husky truly possessed the Taotai talent, it would hold immense research value. Coupled with old phone being a martial artist, the potential was maximized. However, there were regulations between associations. Each had autonomous research rights over their own territory. Even higher-level regional associations couldn't interfere, unless the research rights were transferred. Fine, you can research it. I can't be bothered, Meng Shan said dismissively. Wait, no, his vice president urged urgently, whispering, President, we should definitely do this research ourselves. He had been secretly thrilled at the prospect of being the first to study the Taotai dog, but now his president had just handed it away. This was infuriating. What's there to fear? They said they'd share the results with us. Isn't it great to just sit back and reap the benefits? Meng Shan whispered back. This was hardly reaping benefits. This was a surefire publication in the Beast Taming journal slipping through their fingers. The vice president was on the verge of tears. The people around were stunned again, bitterly regretting not making the proposal first, allowing Sanqing to snatch the opportunity. Very well, then I'll humbly accept, Wen Ming said with satisfaction as he sat down and swiped a few times on his phone in front of everyone. On the projector screen, a notification for 10 sports cars worth of gifts appeared. At the same time, several Sanqing officials simultaneously clicked into Lu Yi's livestream. Another gluttony talent. Lu Yi raised an eyebrow and asked inwardly, System, can I paste this talent to my dog Wang Kai? The system prompted, only 3 identical talents can be synthesized into a 2-star talent. 3 into 1. Lu Yi thought of a certain auto chess game. Oh well, since I can't give it away, I'll keep it for now. After disconnecting from old phone, the livestream audience surged to 8,000 viewers. He didn't rush to connect again, but glanced at the long list of gifts on the right, ready to thank his benefactors. Thank you, Wu Bo, president of the Tsang City Beast Taming Association, for the Dole No. 1. Thank you, Wen Ming, vice president of the Tsang City Beast Taming Association, for 10 sports cars. Thank you, Tsang City Beast Taming Association, for 2 sports cars. Generous boss. As he chanted, his expression turned odd. Why is it all from our Beast Taming Association? Am I broadcasting from the heart of their lair? All these big shots are sending gifts. The top 10 on the contribution list were all from the Tsang City Beast Taming Association. Wow, I checked. They're all official accounts. Each gift costs over $1,000. These officials are loaded. All official accounts, damn, that's insane. Looking at Wen Ming's gifts, he understood instantly. Perhaps teacher Wen asked the Beast Taming Association leaders to show support and boost the livestream's popularity. With this wave of gifts, his share alone was at least tens of thousands. Gotta give credit to my teacher. It was worth telling him about the hidden trait of the Branksakura fox. After thanking for a minute or two, the audience dropped slightly, but stayed around 7,000. The bottom right of the streaming software kept flashing with connection requests. He checked the time, less than an hour had passed. Alright brothers, let's continue beast appraisal. Remember, no more sled dogs this time. Lu Yi composed himself and clicked the next connection. The screen shifted, revealing the side of a young woman's face on the right. Even from this angle, her delicate skin, graceful brows, and refined features were evident. Master Yi picked me, she exclaimed in surprise. Her voice was soft and gentle without being affected and sounded very pleasant. So I know time this one's it. Such a gentle sister. Yes, friend, what should I call you? Lu Yi, unfazed by her voice, asked directly. Just call me Xiao Du, she said softly. Hello, Master Yi. Hello, what's wrong with your pet beast? Xiao Du flipped the camera, and before the lens appeared a peculiar, 2-headed green snake. It was covered in green scales that shimmered with a metallic luster under the light. From the neck, its body branched uniquely into 2 independent triangular heads. These heads were close together, but each possessed its own consciousness and movements. Why does such a beautiful sister raise such a terrifying pet beast? I feel a bit physically uncomfortable seeing this thing for some reason. Whoa, Lu Yi's eyes lit up. Seeing this 2-headed snake was like discovering a rare antique during appraisal. The previous ones were all crank or drank. Finally, a heavyweight had arrived. Type 2-headed would spirit snake, level 38, bloodline or rank. Attribute would mental state content left depressed right, physical state subhealth, talents dual resonance independent serpent personality nature perception etc. Skills vine bind corrosion arrow coil strangle etc. This stat sheet seemed stronger than yesterday's Tsanshuan fox. Master Yi, have you noticed that the moods of my snake's 2 heads are off? Xiao Du asked, reaching out to tap the right head. I see it, Lu Yi admitted candidly. Even without the system's clarification, a bare-eyed look would show that while both heads had half-closed eyes, the left one was clearly sleepy, nodding off, as if about to fall asleep. The right one, however, looked skyward with no trace of drowsiness. Although it's called a 2-headed wood spirit snake, most have unified thoughts. Yours with 2 heads thinking differently is quite rare. Lu Yi explained. I've checked the data, So far the probability is about 1 in 10,000, Xiaodu said. Roughly. Lu Yi hummed in acknowledgement. She seemed quite knowledgeable. But the problem is even if the two heads think differently, their main goals and emotions are usually the same. But mine, Xiaodu said helplessly, has two completely different personalities. Every time I command it to fight, they inexplicably start attacking each other. I saw a vet a few days ago, and he said it has schizophrenia. Question: if two schizophrenic two-headed snakes mate, would that be a four-way love affair? The guy above is a genius. LOL, what kind of weird pet beasts does this livestream have? Attack each other. Lu Yi raised an eyebrow. Why? Because the right head is lazy and doesn't like to move while the left one is very obedient, Xiaodu replied. Every time in battle the left head controls the body to use skills, and the right head gets woken up, blames the left head, and bites it. That's serious? Lu Yi was slightly surprised. Even if two-headed snakes have different personalities, their relationship is like twins. They understand familial bonds. If one actively attacks the other, the problem is severe. Yeah, the vet said the right head has some depressive psychology, but he doesn't know why it's depressed. Even when I ask it, it looks like it's given up on life and won't answer me. Xiaodu was very troubled. My advisor advised me to give up on it, but it's my first pet beast. I don't want to abandon its treatment. Such a responsible sister, would you date me? Poor snake, it's depressed. I get it, depressed means quitting the internet. Sorry, wrong channel. Just sprinkle some Realgar powder on this snake, and ITLL, calm down. Dude above this snake is a rank at least 3rd tier, what are you thinking? This might be its talent. Independent serpent personality. Lu Yi pretended to ponder while opening the detailed panel of the two-headed wood spirit snake to find the cause of its depression. After scrolling through the data for a while, he found no cause for the depression. He only discovered a complication: appearance obsessive-compulsive disorder. So this is the reason for its depression. Looking at this somewhat abstract condition, Lu Yi fell silent. In 2 days of streaming, this was the first time he didn't know how to broach the subject. This is a snake. How does appearance factor in? Moreover, it was only one condition, not a specific cause of depression. But at least it gave some hints, so he wasn't completely lost. I understand your dilemma. The first pet beast always holds special significance. Lu Yi rested his chin on his hand, thinking of an entry point. Just then something happened. The right snake head suddenly opened its eyes. Its slit-like, dark green pupils stared intensely at the camera, its gaze so sharp it seemed to pierce through the screen and gaze into the viewer's soul. The triangular snake head lifted slightly, flicking its tongue rapidly with a threatening hiss. Ah, Xiaodu exclaimed, startled by its sudden aggressive move. The camera shook as she stepped back a few paces. Such a fierce snake, what did it see? Damn, that look gave me a fright. Rank pet beasts have such strong presence. Once a safe distance was maintained, the snake head quickly calmed down and resumed looking skyward. The left snake head jolted awake, briefly found nothing amiss, and went back to sleep peacefully. Xiaodu was very confused. Why would it suddenly try to attack me? Lu Yi's eyes narrowed slightly, and a smile curled at his lips. I know what's going on. What? Xiaodu asked curiously. Let me ask you first. Is it particularly sensitive to mirrors? Xiaodu pondered, looked around her home, and said uncertainly, there are no mirrors except in the bathroom, so I'm not sure. Do you have a mirror at hand? We could test it, Lu Yi suggested. Yes. Xiaodu fished out a small mirror and held it. Shine it on it so it can see itself in the mirror. Shine it. Xiaodu was puzzled but complied. She tilted the mirror, reflecting light onto the snake head, catching its attention. The next moment the head shot up, displaying its terrifying demeanor again. As soon as Xiaodu put the mirror away, it instantly returned to normal, as if it had a disorder. 6666, here I think I get it too. Is it angry because it sees another snake head in the mirror? Its mood swings are even faster than my XDD. Now, without Lu Yi spelling it out, Xiaodu had her own guess. Is it angry because it sees its own face? Lu Yi leaned back and shook his head. Not just that. Try a different angle. Following his instructions, she adjusted the mirror, moving it left and right. After about a minute or two, Xiaodu found the pattern. When the mirror was on the left, the snake head became angry and agitated. But at a tricky angle on the right, the head remained mostly still. Seeing this, Lu Yi said, in nature, when ordinary creatures see themselves in a mirror, they instinctively think it's a rival and attack the mirror. Two-headed wood spirit snakes are a rank pet beasts with high intelligence. They know it's themselves in the mirror. Knowing that, why would it get angry at the mirror for no reason? Xiaodu hummed thoughtfully, then excitedly guessed, could it have appearance anxiety? When the mirror is on the left, it's dissatisfied with its side profile, causing anxiety. But on the right, it doesn't happen. Hearing her guess, the chat was stunned. Unbelievable, the snake has appearance anxiety. So that's why it's depressed. Is that plausible? I've heard of this condition, but doesn't it usually affect beautiful pet beasts? Lu Yi listened to Xiao Du's earnest explanation and gave a helpless smile. That's not it. Though it was related to appearance, it wasn't anxiety. Huh. Xiao Du blinked. It isn't. Of course not. Lu Yi shook his head. Snakes like humans have symmetrical faces. There's no issue with being dissatisfied with one side. The real reason is that when the mirror is on the left, both snake heads appear in the same frame. Due to the angle, the mirror on the right doesn't show both heads together. Same frame. Xiao Du pondered for a moment. I think I understand. She set down her phone, fetched a photo, and showed it. This is a group photo I took of them. Then she turned the photo around to show the right snake head. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The head reacted even more violently, as if wanting to lunge and tear the photo apart. But since the left head was asleep, it could only rage impotently. Huh. Xiao Du laughed heartily. So it thinks the two heads look different. Huh. OCD. No, they really don't look alike. Show off. No wonder she's a top student, as she caught on instantly. Lu Yi chuckled inwardly. That's right. The vet once said it had OCD, but I observed for a long time and couldn't find what it was obsessive about, Xiao Du said with a smile. Now I see it's appearance OCD. Lu Yi nodded slightly. It is appearance OCD. The solution is simple. Get it cosmetic surgery, so both sides look the same and ITLL have no worries. Well, I thought so too, Xiao Du agreed. In the age of beast taming, besides basic battle pet competitions, there were various beauty contests, daily contests, and more. Thus, the pet grooming industry had developed rapidly, and no one considered cosmetic surgery for pets a dishonorable thing. All right, best of luck to you. Thank you, Master Yi. After ending the call, Lu Yi connected with 3 or 4 more people, but they were all minor cases of pets seeking medical advice. During this time, the viewership remained steady at around 5000. This was inevitable. Most people were just there for the spectacle. Once the pets being appraised were relatively ordinary, the audience lost interest. Even if Lu Yi tried to liven things up, it couldn't match the popularity of an A-rank pet. And those pets were hardly genuine battle beasts, nor did they replicate any abilities. After broadcasting for about another half hour, he finally ended the stream. The moment it ended, his phone rang and a system notification chimed simultaneously. Lu Yi picked up his phone first, seeing it was Wenming. Hello, teacher. Lu Yi, can you get in touch with that old phone? Old phone. The one with the glutton dog. Lu Yi asked. Yes, he's from Nanyu City. We can't reach him by phone. Can you contact him through Dole? Why are you looking for him? Lu Yi was puzzled. Do you want to study his glutton dog? More than that. He's the first martial artist to possess a pet with the glutton talent. He might become a 6th or even 7th rank martial artist in the future. Wenming's tone was slightly excited. Hold on. Lu Yi was a bit slow to process. Isn't he from Nanyu City? What does that have to do with us in Songqing? Of course it does. Wenming chuckled. The Nanyu Beast Taming Association has decreed that the research rights belong to us. Huh. Lu Yi said incredulously. How much money did you give them? But then he reconsidered, sensing something off. No, that's not right. My stream ended less than half an hour ago. How did you all already know? Well, I was in a meeting at the time and the higher-ups from several nearby associations were there. I just projected your stream. Wenming explained. Lu Yi now understood why the Songqing Beast Taming Association had sent him gifts. Damn, all that gratitude was wasted. Don't worry, old Feng will be absolutely safe with us. If he grows, he'll be a tremendous asset. And regarding the paper on the glutton dog, I'll list you as the 3rd author. 3rd author? Lu Yi was dissatisfied. You haven't even written the paper on the Brank Sakura Fox yet. Fine, I'll make you the 2nd author on the Sakura Fox paper. That's more like it. Lu Yi grinned. They'll try to contact him after the stream. Good. After hanging up, Lu Yi opened the Dole backend, found Old Feng among his followers, and followed him back. In truth, for someone like Old Feng, having a glutton dog wasn't really a blessing. Although he was a martial artist, he was essentially no different from an ordinary person. Given that he worked at a construction site, he was probably engaged in manual labor. His living conditions were poor too, likely all his earnings went to feeding the dog. Now that the dog was at the 2nd rank, its appetite would only grow, increasing the burden on him. That's why Lu Yi had suggested he make money by streaming with his dog. If he joined the Beast Taming Association, his life would improve, at least compared to before. Lu Yi sent a private message. Lang Yi, Beast Appraiser. Old Feng, are you there? Old Feng, ILL too. How? Why a voice message? Lu Yi converted it to text. Old Feng, I'm here. What do you need, Master Yi? Truly the enthusiastic Old Feng. Even the text conversion brimmed with warmth. Lang Yi, Beast Appraiser, it's like this. My teacher is the vice president of the Songqing Beast Taming Association and wants to invite you to work here. Old Feng, huh? You're saying that too. Lang Yi, Beast Appraiser. Old Feng, I just got several calls from the Songqing Beast Taming Association, but I was afraid they were scammers, so I didn't answer. No wonder teacher couldn't get through. Lang Yi, Beast Appraiser, don't worry, it's real. If you come work here, the salary will be more than enough and your dog will have great opportunities for growth. Old phone, alright, I'll call them right away. Thank you, Master Yi. Lang Yi, Beast Appraiser, if you ever face any unfair treatment in the association, feel free to come to me. Imin Sungching too. Old phone, alright. Lu Yi added that last sentence out of concern that the Beast Taming Association might not act with integrity and stoop to underhanded methods. However, knowing Wen Ming's character, that scenario was unlikely. After ending the conversation, he sent a quick message to Wen Ming, and this interlude was concluded. Next came the system's stream summary. Stream ended. Duration 175 minutes. Peak viewers 8302. Gift revenue 13521 Federation credits. Influence 37386. Novice task 2 completed. Rewards low rank pet blind box 1 stream points. New feature unlocked. Current stream points 55112. Over 50,000. Lu Yi licked his lips. Earning nearly 400 stream points in one go was truly worthwhile. Then he opened the system's new feature. It was also a pet blind box purchase page, but with only 3 items. Low-rank pet blind box 100 stream points. Mid-rank pet blind box 100 stream points. High-rank pet blind box 100 stream points. Although the prices increased 10-fold and 100-fold, the probabilities within were much higher. The mid-rank box couldn't yield drank or A-rank pets. The worst was crank. The high-rank box couldn't yield anything below crank. The worst was brank, and the probability of srank was a full 10. But with only a little over 50,000 points, Lu Yi couldn't afford the mid-rank or high-rank boxes. He still had the low-rank blind box the system had just given him. Open the low-rank pet blind box now. Yes. In the next moment, Lu Yi felt the scene before him transform into a brilliant starry backdrop. Suspended within the starry sky was an exquisite gacha interface filled with silhouettes of countless pets in various colors surrounded by halos that gave it an air of profound mystery. Below were 2 golden buttons: draw and draw 10 times. Wait, a gacha interface. Lu Yi's eyes widened in disbelief. This interface has been converted to suit the host's preferences, the system replied coldly. Lu Yi looked at the upper right corner where a line of small text read, guaranteed crank pet within 10 draws. Guaranteed brank pet within 100 draws. Greatly increased probability of obtaining the brank pet, hanging water moth. Don't you think the cost-performance ratio is too low? Lu Yi was particularly exasperated. 10 draws cost 100 points, and 100 draws cost 100. If I had that kind of resources, why wouldn't I just draw from the high-rank box? Despite his complaints, Lu Yi still clicked the draw button. Then the gacha interface vanished, and a golden beam drifted through the starry sky like a golden arrow. Congratulations, host. You have obtained an Shrank Pet Necromancer. Please choose to extract it directly into the soul space or convert it into a pet egg. Lu Yi was thrilled. Shrank Pet. Extract it directly into the soul space. Extraction complete. As the words faded, Lu Yi's mind stirred, and he vaguely saw a small skeleton about a meter tall appear in his 100 square meter soul space. It was draped in a tattered black robe, clutching a staff adorned with a skull, its hollow eye sockets flickering with an eerie green light as it curiously surveyed its surroundings. Type Necromancer. Level 1. Bloodlines rank. Attribute undead. Mental state curious. Physical state healthy bony. Talents knowledge is power high intelligence. Skill spectral servant. Look at this. This is what Ensrank is all about. Compare that to Wonkaiya. What was that thing? At level 11, it still only had 1 skill. And this Necromancer at level 1 already had 2 talents and 1 skill. Truly impressive. Necromancer attribute necromancy, Shrank, bloodline spirit beast. This is the information provided by the official website of the Spirit Beast Association regarding the Necromancer. The entire introduction page contained only a few sparse sentences. There wasn't even a proper illustration. The reason was simple: this spirit beast, the Necromancer, had only been glimpsed by people in secret realms. At that time, it was a large-scale secret realm in the Northwest region. Explorers who entered discovered that it was entirely filled with necromancy-type spirit beasts. Skeletons, zombies, ghosts, nether creatures, countless in number. Moreover, all necromancy-type spirit beasts currently on the market originated from this realm. Even after humanity had thoroughly explored this secret realm, no one had ever seen a necromancer again. In other words, according to current records, no one possessed a necromancer. But now Lu Yi had one. Overjoyed, he summoned the necromancer from his soul space. After a ripple of spatial fluctuation, the necromancer appeared before him. It was about a meter tall, only reaching his waist. In its hollow eye sockets, green flames flickered, eventually fixing their gaze upon Lu Yi. Clearly, it sensed a different aura emanating from Lu Yi. Click, click, click. It turned its head, producing a crisp sound, then bowed its head slightly, as if greeting Lu Yi. As its contracted spirit beast, Lu Yi could clearly perceive the necromancer's respect. Not bad, not bad. You're quite intelligent. Lu Yi suddenly thought of the fat cat Wang Kai in the living room. Also his contracted spirit beast, yet he couldn't clearly sense Wang Kai's emotions, he always had to guess. Although Wang Kai's emotions were very simple, either eating or sleeping. Alright, I still need to give you a name. It feels strange to keep calling you necromancer. Lu Yi rubbed his chin, staring at the expressionless necromancer. Alright, I'll call you Xiao Fa. It sounds quite similar to your name. Lu Yi clapped his hands, immediately deciding on the necromancer's name. Xiao Fa easily understood Lu Yi's intention and nodded gently. From now on, he would be called Xiao Fa, a very smooth name. Come, I'll introduce you to Wang Kai. Lu Yi waved his hand, patted Xiao Fa's skull, and led him toward the living room. Arriving at the living room, he saw Wang Kai lying like a corpse on the sofa. Wang Kai had been sleeping, but upon hearing a noise, he thought Lu Yi had come to feed him. But when he opened his eyes, he saw a skull with green glowing eyes staring directly at him. Hiss! Instantly his body sprang up, leaping to the floor 3 or 4 meters away, arching his back, and glaring at Xiao Fa with hostility. Lu Yi had anticipated this reaction. Sitting leisurely on the sofa, he said, Wang Tsai, this is your future companion. His name is Xiao Fa. Aren't you happy? Happy, my foot. Wang Kai was naturally unwilling. His thinking was simple originally. He was the only spirit beast in the house, enjoying exclusive access to food and Lu Yi's affection. But now there was another one which would inevitably affect his status. More importantly, this newcomer might even steal his cat food. Absolutely intolerable. However, after sizing up Xiao Fa's rather skeletal figure, this doubt quickly dissipated. This thing didn't even have a digestive system. How could it possibly eat cat food? Meow. Wang Kai gradually relaxed, no longer so vigilant. With heavy steps, he approached Xiao Fa and called out to him. Click, click. Xiao Fa's jawbone moved, showing friendliness to Wang Kai. Meow. Wang Kai lay down, using his short right paw to point at his back. The green flames in Xiao Fa's eyes brightened a little. Then he crouched down, slowly extending his hand composed of pale bones to touch Wang Kai. When the cold fingers touched Wang Kai's back, he felt as if a chill had swept across it, making him shiver involuntarily. Although the fingers had no warmth, Xiao Fa's movements were inexplicably skilled and gentle. He covered the area with both hands and began to pet him all over. This feeling was extremely soothing to Wang Tsai, like an icy back scratcher gently brushing over him. He closed his eyes, lying on the floor, reveling in the sensation. This cat-petting technique. Lu Yi looked at Xiao Fa curiously. How is it even more skilled than mine? While petting the cat, Xiao Fa scanned the living room. Finally, his gaze landed on the bookshelf near the balcony. Those were various postgraduate exam books Lu Yi had bought when he graduated from university. He felt it was a waste to sell them, so he kept them. As he looked, Xiao Fa stood up and walked towards the bookshelf. Lu Yi didn't stop him, but watched curiously. Meanwhile, Wang Kai had fallen asleep directly on the floor, completely unaware. The bookshelf was a composite type. The lower section stored materials, while the upper section was a glass display case. Xiao Fa was relatively short. He stood on tiptoe and tried to reach, but couldn't. Just as Lu Yi was about to help him get it, a staff suddenly materialized in Xiao Fa's hand. He waved it twice, and a strange magical array appeared beneath his feet. From it emerged a wisp-like spirit resembling a cloud. The cloud slowly rose, lifting Xiao Fa upon it, finally reaching a height where he could reach. Xiao Fa instinctively wanted to open the bookcase, but just as he extended his hand, he thought of something and turned his head to look at the stunned Lu Yi. He was asking Lu Yi if he could look at these books. You can look at whatever you like. Lu Yi then asked, this cloud, is it one of your skills? Xiao Fa nodded. When he had first checked the panel, Xiao Fa only had one skill. It must be that spectral servant. It seemed quite useful. Opening the bookcase, Xiao Fa took out a book titled Linear Algebra. Seeing the title, Lu Yi suddenly worried whether Xiao Fa could understand such material. But his worry was entirely unnecessary. When Xiao Fa opened the book, the green flames in his eyes abruptly turned into a bloodthirsty red. Instantly, flames engulfed his entire body, as if he had completely red-hot berserked, shrouding him within. The linear algebra book was not spared either, consumed by the flames. That's damn cool, Lu Yi commented. Although it looked somewhat dangerous, as the master, he clearly knew this was Xiao Fa's talent activating. Knowledge is power. Knowledge is power, a special intelligence talent. The knowledge mastered will be converted into one's own spiritual strength. The more knowledge, the higher the spiritual power, and the more skills one can learn. It also increases absolute resistance to mental attacks. Passive learning ability is doubled. This was the first time Lu Yi had seen this talent. There were no records of it in the official Spirit Beast Association documents. It could be said that this talent was roughly on par with the gluttony talent. One became stronger by eating, the other by learning. However, the gluttony talent had no threshold while knowledge's power had a rather high one. At the very least, Wankai was only suited for the former, the latter would be completely useless for him. After waiting about 15 minutes, the flames around Xiao Fa gradually dissipated, returning him to his original form. The book in his hand had turned into a pile of ashes shaped like a book. Xiao Fa stared at the ashes, seeming stunned for a moment, then looked up at Lu Yi innocently, as if to say he didn't know why this happened either. Lu Yi held his forehead. It's fine, burned is burned. It doesn't matter. So he thought it was just reading it once, but it turned out to be burning it once. Linear algebra never imagined it would become a disposable item. Xiao Fa nodded, no longer so worried. Then the ashes transformed into wisps of black silk, drifting in the air and clinging to Xiao Fa's bones. Overall, there was no change in his appearance. But in his data panel, one value had changed. Evolution progress 0. 16. So the more books you read, the more it can promote evolution. Lu Yi rubbed his chin, speculating. Other spirit beasts evolved upon reaching a certain level, but for Xiao Fa, it was simply a matter of reading more books. Xiao Fa took another book from the shelf. Probability Theory and Mathematical Statistics. Feel free to look at anything, just don't cause any trouble, Lu Yi said. Xiao Fa nodded again. He was generally very quiet when reading. He didn't even wake the fat cat sleeping soundly. After watching Xiao Fa read 2 more books, Lu Yi's expression suddenly changed. Xiao Fa's reading speed generally correlated with the thickness of the book. The thicker the book, the more time it took. But the total time spent was always between 15 to 30 minutes. At this rate, it could finish at least 2 books per hour. Counting the books on the shelf, there were fewer than 60, barely enough for 3 days. A year, another expense to support, Lu Yi sighed softly. The prices now were roughly the same as in his past life, with new books costing around 50 yuan each. 1 book for 50 yuan, 100 books would be 5,000. More costly than Wankai. But after a moment of thought, Lu Yi felt he had spotted a loophole. Why not give Xiao Fa pirated books instead? With this in mind, he opened the Pinduoduo app to check the prices of pirated books. What the heck, only 6 yuan each? Lu Yi was astonished. How could it be so cheap? Clicking on the cheapest store, he suddenly noticed a label marking him as a returning customer. After a moment's recollection, he remembered that in his past life, due to financial hardship, he had bought several books on pet beast research from this store. Though most were lost, a few still lay in his room. He hurried back to his room and found those pirated books in a drawer. Despite their poor paper quality, blurred text, and unclear illustrations, Lu Yi believed Xiao Fa would accept them. After all, knowledge was knowledge. Why distinguish between good and bad, cheap or expensive? Returning to the living room, he handed the books to Xiao Fa. Xiao Fa was delighted at first, but as it reached out, its hand froze midair. The green flames in its eyes flickered, and it showed a look of disdain, quickly withdrawing its hand. Huh? Lu Yi blinked. You don't want this. Xiao Fa shook its head vigorously, waving its hand in front of its face to indicate the books smelled terrible and it found them repulsive. Lu Yi felt a bit disheartened, but still said, never mind, pirated books aren't great anyway. Let's support the official versions. With that, he gathered the pirated books and tossed them into the trash. He'll go to the library tomorrow and buy you some books. Lu Yi felt he should support his child. What kind do you want? The green flames in Xiao Fa's eyes flickered for a moment, and it unhesitatingly picked up a book. Advanced Mathematics. Good. Truly worthy of the Lu family. I admire you. Lu Yi gave a thumbs up in praise. Tomorrow he would pick math books at the library. Leaving Xiao Fa to read in the living room, Lu Yi carried Wankai back to the sofa and returned to his room. Just then a system notification sounded. As the host has reached 1000 followers on a single video platform, the Final Novice Quest will be unlocked. Quest name: Final Novice Quest. Quest description: host a 3rd Beast Appraisal livestream and gain over 300 influence points during the stream. Quest rewards: 500 livestream points. Host ability feedback. Already 10,000 followers. Lu Yi was not particularly surprised. He had over 8,000 before the stream, and with the help of the gluttonous dog, gaining followers was naturally fast. The quest reward was simple: it was an ability. But after reading the skill description, he was somewhat stunned. Feedback host ability. Grants the host a percentage of the beast's power equal to twice the host's soul rank. Current feedback ratio. 4. Feedback was not a concept invented by the system. When a beast tamer's soul rank reached the 5th tier, they would awaken a fixed ability called power sharing. Its description was similar to feedback, but the sharing ratio was around 5. Lu Yi could reach up to 20. Moreover, he only needed to complete the quest to obtain this ability, whereas others had to reach soul rank 5. Truly broken and buggy. He closed the panel, and someone called him. It was his teacher Wen Ming. Hello teacher, still awake? Lu Yi answered with a smile. You think I can sleep? Wen Ming pretended to complain, then said calmly, I've arranged things with old phone. He agreed to our plan. What plan, eh? We looked into his background. He lives alone with only a dog in a rather dilapidated house. Wen Ming cleared his throat. So we arranged a job for him at the association plus a 60 square meter apartment. He'll get the property deed once the contract is signed. That's decent. Lu Yi nodded slightly. This was indeed a good deal. Joining the association meant job security, and with the gluttonous dog's value old phone, could probably live off it for life. After discussing this, Wen Ming suddenly suggested, Are you free tomorrow? Come to my place for a meal. We haven't seen each other in a while. Tomorrow. Lu Yi thought for a moment. Should be fine, but I have a live stream in the evening. Is daytime okay? Then noon it is, said Wen Ming. If you can't make it, I can send someone to pick you up. I have to go to the library in the morning. They'll send you the address then. Lu Yi didn't stand on ceremony. He didn't have a car, and carrying so many books would be difficult. The two happily agreed. Lu Yi knew that Wen Ming's invitation was mainly about the cherry fox and the gluttonous dog. Even though only a day had passed, the former had already caused a massive stir in the academic world. Many cherry fox breeding centers had begun large-scale testing of cherry fox bloodlines to study grade bloodline specimens. As for the latter, it was needless to say, it had excited Wen Ming beyond words, forcing dozens of bigwigs from the Beast Tamer Association to watch Lu Yi's livestream together. If he could write a paper on these two subjects, it would at least be published in the Beast Taming journal. That journal was the top-tier periodical in the beast taming world, published monthly with extremely rigorous review. Even Wen Ming, who had been in the industry for 20 or 30 years, had only been published there once, and not even as the first author. Yet even so, that paper had earned him the title of associate professor, the youngest at Songqing University. As the vice president of the Beast Tamer Association and a professor at Songqing University, he urgently needed a paper worthy of the Beast Taming journal to further his career. Without Lu Yi, he might have had to wait another decade for such an opportunity. Not that Wen Ming was a mercenary person. At the root of human interaction, mutual benefit was the foundation. Besides, Lu Yi had already agreed with Wen Ming that once any paper was produced, he would at least be the second author. For someone who hated writing papers, this was absolutely perfect. Some might wonder why Lu Yi, a graduate, needed a paper. In the appraisal industry, the more followers one accumulated, the more scrutiny they faced. While one could ignore it, there would always be troublemakers who might cause backlash. At such times, a second author paper in the Beast Taming journal would silence most critics. Two such papers could certify one as an authoritative appraiser. Of course, it all depended on Wen Ming's efforts. Hoping for the teacher to succeed, that was the idea. If I go tomorrow morning, I should make it in time. Lu Yi calculated, finding the schedule manageable. After planning his day, Lu Yi lay down and scrolled through the news. As expected, the gluttonous dog had shot up the trending list again. Shock. This sled dog eats 30 gene in one meal. Is it a lack of humanity or a loss of morality? Besides that, clips from his live stream were being uploaded rapidly. There was even an account called Lang Yi Appraisal Recording Group that posted all his appraisal clips. Such accounts brought more organic traffic, so he had no reason to stop them. Seeing that it was getting late, Lu Yi yawned and prepared to sleep. At 6 o'clock the next morning, Lu Yi woke up earlier than ever. Despite having slept only 6 hours, he felt full of energy. Such were the benefits of an elevated soul rank. After washing up, he went to the living room, where Xiao Fa was still diligently reading. The books on the shelf had already diminished by about a dozen volumes. Evolution value 2.02 inch only 2.02. Lu Yi was somewhat surprised. Based on each copy of linear algebra providing 0.16, a dozen or so books should have yielded at least 2.5. Yet it was only 2. Unfortunately, the system offered no explanation. Lu Yi speculated that perhaps each book contained a different amount of knowledge, thus providing varying values. Some books felt thick to the touch, but after reading and learning, the substantive content was only a tenth. So much was just fluff. He then checked Xiao Fa's level, which had already reached 5. It had also learned a new skill, Sword of Knowledge. Sword of Knowledge condenses one's vast knowledge into an invisible blade, dealing spiritual damage. Damage is based on the user's knowledge reserves. If the target possesses similar knowledge, they gain some resistance. Isn't this just a knowledge-based information overload? Not only does it deal damage, but it can also stun the enemy's mind. Very useful. After reading the skill description, Lu Yi decided to buy more books of various types to prevent future encounters with math professors rendering the damage ineffective. Just then a meow sounded at his feet. Miao Wang Kai stared at Lu Yi with pitiful eyes, looking utterly forlorn. Lu Yi glanced at it, scooped a handful of cat food from the bag, and poured it into the bowl. Thinking he had a busy day ahead, he decided to add another handful. Wang Kai was instantly overwhelmed with gratitude, meowing several times at Lu Yi, appearing quite joyful. Ever since learning last night that food was rationed, Wang Kai no longer dared to gobble down huge mouthfuls. Each time it would barely open its mouth, lick a few kibbles with its tongue, and then chew them slowly. Then it smacked its lips a few times and let out a long meow. Lu Yi couldn't be bothered to watch its foolishness and went to prepare his own breakfast. His breakfast was never elaborate, either boiled dumplings, noodles, or at best leftovers from the night before. He casually boiled some dried noodles, added a packet of instant noodles sprinkled in the seasoning, stirred it all together, tossed in a few slices of greens, fried an egg, and served it up. Carrying the bowl of noodles to the table, he saw Wang Kai still counting out its kibbles, a sight that was somewhat amusing. As he ate, Lu Yi looked at Xiao Fa in the living room, and a question arose. As an undead-type battle pet, what should it eat? For a creature that lacked even a digestive system, ordinary food was certainly out of the question. Slurping a mouthful of noodles, Lu Yi asked Xiao Fa, what do you usually eat? Searching online was futile, so it was better to ask directly. Hearing Lu Yi's question, both Wang Kai and Xiao Fa in the living room lifted their heads. However, Xiao Fa looked confused while Wang Kai was highly alert. Xiao Fa tilted its head, seemingly trying to grasp the meaning of food. Once it understood, it pointed at the book in its hands. So you only need to eat books? Xiao Fa nodded slowly. Assured that Xiao Fa wouldn't compete for its food, Wang Kai lowered its head and continued eating. That's good, Lu Yi said. He no longer had to worry about Xiao Fa going hungry. After finishing his meal, he tidied up the room and instructed Wang Kai, I might not be back until evening. Stay put and don't sneak any food, got it? Without waiting for Wang Kai's response, he said to Xiao Fa, keep an eye on it. If it dares to steal food, give it a slash. Nothing too heavy, just enough to teach it a lesson. Wang Kai rolled its eyes. Saying it like that clearly meant you didn't trust me, didn't it? Although it had indeed been planning to sneak a few bites once Lu Yi left. Xiao Fa glanced at the disgruntled Wang Kai and nodded lightly. To be safe, Lu Yi opened Xiao Fa's status panel and leveled it up several times. With 500 livestream points on hand, Lu Yi directly raised Xiao Fa to level 15. The total cost was 13250 points, leaving over 4000. Unlike Wang Kai, Xiao Fa felt almost no change from leveling up and continued reading quietly. Meanwhile, its status panel shifted. The evolution value surged to 13, and it gained a new talent and skill. Shadow Affinity Talent. Moves faster and takes reduced damage in shadows. Undead Summoning Skill. Gathers undead essence to summon skeletal warriors and other undead creatures to fight. The number summoned depends on mental strength. The talent was a standard undead-type talent, nothing particularly powerful. However, the undead summoning skill caught Lu Yi by surprise. Given Xiao Fa's talents and behavior, it seemed more like a knowledge-based mage wielding various exotic magics to strike enemies. But after seeing this skill, he realized it was a summoner-type mage. Of course, one couldn't judge its type solely by a single skill. With Shrank Bloodline, Xiao Fa had strong learning and growth capabilities. It was likely a versatile mage proficient in a bit of everything. Mental strength was also a crucial attribute for battle pets, serving as the mana bar for magic-type creatures. He opened the panel to check Xiao Fa's mental strength. Mental strength, 254, that high. Most pets at Xiao Fa's level had mental strength below 120, yet Xiao Fa had more than double that, nearly matching a third-tier pet. Xiao Fa seemed to sense Lu Yi's gaze and looked back, a staff appearing in its hand. It wanted to try out this new skill. Go ahead, try it. Let me see how many you can summon. With that, Lu Yi moved Wang Kai and its bowl aside, leaving space for Xiao Fa to cast. Upon Lu Yi's confirmation, Xiao Fa raised its staff high and murmured something. As the incantation echoed, a complex black pentagram began to form on the ground, radiating a dim, eerie light like a terrifying, sinister black hole. After a few seconds, the black hole began to crack layer by layer, emitting a black mist. Amid the clatter of bones, the smoke dissipated, revealing two skeletal warriors. They stood much taller than Xiao Fa, nearly touching the ceiling, with larger frames clad in tattered armor. Dim green flames burned in their eye sockets, exuding an oppressive presence. Lu Yi stared in astonishment at the two skeletal warriors. Do you have status panels too? Type Summoned Creature, Skeletal Warrior, Level 15, Bloodline, a rank, Attribute, Undead, Physical State, Bony Talents, Shadow Walk, Skeletal Fusion, Low Tier, Physical Combat, Mastery Skills, Boneblade, / Undead Roar. Since they were controlled by Xiao Fa, they had no independent thoughts, and thus no psychological state attribute. This is too absurd, Lu Yi murmured to himself. These were two rank level 15 skeletal warriors that had become Xiao Fa's minions. Its combat power was truly outrageous. Xiao Fa didn't let them linger. With a wave of its staff they dissolved into a wisp of smoke and vanished. The reason was simple. Xiao Fa saw that Wang Kai was on the verge of fainting from fear. Unlike Xiao Fa, these skeletal warriors couldn't easily conceal their aura, and their high bloodline and level exerted immense pressure on Wang Kai. Only then did Lu Yi notice Wang Kai eyes rolling back and swaying unsteadily. He quickly scooped it up. Psychological state, fear, astonishment, increased appetite. Damn, even scared to death and still with an increased appetite. That's so you. Once the skeletal warrior's aura dissipated, Wang Kai finally recovered, panting heavily and glaring at Xiao Fa, as if to say, "You're impressive." Lu Yi patted Wang Kai's head and said earnestly, "See that? You can't beat those skeletal warriors. Make sure you listen to Xiao Fa." Wang Kai let out a resigned meow. "I accept my fate, I accept my fate." Before leaving, Lu Yi took pity on Wang Kai and gave it 2 more handfuls of cat food, whispering, "Today you and Xiao Fa will watch the house together. Consider this in advance on your reward." Wang Kai's eyes lit up and it immediately became eager, nodding its little head like a rattle drum. After reminding Xiao Fa once more to guard the house, while Lu Yi prepared to head out, he strolled downstairs, leisurely humming a tune as he reached the first floor. There he saw Zhang Shou basking in the sunlight in the courtyard. Zhang Shou reclined in a rocking chair, a small table beside him holding a cage with a sky-melting rat. He looked utterly at ease, wearing sunglasses and a relaxed expression, occasionally tossing unknown nut pellets into the cage. It had to be said, in July, only elderly folks with ample pensions would be out enjoying the morning sun. Lu Yi cast a curious glance at the sky-melting rat, then narrowed his eyes slightly. Its psychological state displayed fear, confusion, unease. Could it have sensed the skeleton warrior's aura? Judging by the description, it hadn't reached the point of fainting like Wang Sai, so it likely hadn't identified what it was. "Hey Xiaolu, heading out so early?" Zhang Shou lifted his sunglasses and asked with a chuckle. "I'm going to the library to buy some books to read," Lu Yi replied honestly. "Buying books?" Zhang Shou nodded, praising. "No wonder you're so good at appraising beasts. You're always studying. I watched your entire livestream last night. It was truly impressive." Lu Yi was about to wave his hand in modesty when Zhang Shou sat up and pulled a few 100 yuan bills from his pocket, offering them to Lu Yi. "Xiaolu, I wanted to tip you during the stream, but I heard the platform takes half. Since we live close by, I figured I'd just give it to you directly. Hey, race 500, the cost of a sports car and tips. Don't be shy, consider it my donation." "Wait, that sounds a bit odd. Cutting out the middleman, huh?" Lu Yi's expression twisted awkwardly as he quickly refused. "Uncle Zhang, there's no need. You already waived 2 months' rent for me. Just enjoy the stream. No need to pay me." After Lu Yi's firm refusal, Zhang Shou reluctantly pocketed the money with regret. Lu Yi chuckled wryly, didn't linger, and headed out to the ride head booked, making his way to Songqing Library. The journey was short, about 20 minutes. Songqing Library covered a vast area housing not only regular books, but also a larger section on pet beast knowledge. Given the current emphasis on the age of beast taming, one could even freely access and copy pet beast research papers at the library. There were no subscription or purchase fees. However, that wasn't where Lu Yi was headed. Instead, he turned toward the advanced mathematics section. The books there were bewildering just by their titles: Thomas Calculus, Calculus on Manifolds, and so on. Without much thought, Lu Yi grabbed whatever caught his eye and headed straight to the checkout counter. "Sir, are you sure you want to buy all these?" The librarian hesitated, estimating the stack at 30 or 40 books. "It's fine. Ring me up first. I have more books to get," Lu Yi said, nonchalantly pointing to a nearby cart. "Just put them on that cart." "Huh." Then Lu Yi dashed to the chemistry and physics sections, grabbing another 30 or 40 books until the cart was piled high. Though the shopping spree was satisfying, Lu Yi couldn't help but gasp at the total. These 80-plus books cost nearly 5,000 yuan. Knowledge was not only power, but also cold hard cash. Despite the sting, he paid and prepared to leave, pulling the cart. The kind librarian, seeing his massive purchase, offered him the cart for free. But he wasn't pushing it home. What did he need a cart for? As he pushed the cart through the library's main hall, ignoring the curious stares, Lu Yi called Wenming. "Teacher, can you pick me up now?" "Sure, where are you?" Wenming replied readily. "Songqing Library, North Exit. Bring a big car. I'm not sure my books will fit." "What? All right." After waiting about 10 minutes at the entrance, an SUV pulled up. The driver's window rolled down, revealing Wenming's smiling face. Before Wenming could speak, he noticed the cart beside Lu Yi and a flicker of shock crossed his eyes. "Why did you suddenly buy so many books?" Lu Yi shrugged. "You once told me that life is short and one should never stop learning. Even after graduation, I've kept that in mind." He added a flattering remark, but Wenming just rolled his eyes, unimpressed. "I never said anything like that." With that, he fixed his gaze on one of the book titles, A Course in Quantum Mechanics. You're venturing into physics now? Even quantum mechanics? He asked curiously. Just browsing out of curiosity, Lu Yi said, waving his hand as he pushed the cart to the trunk. Teacher, open up. Wen Ming, not bothering to press further, popped the trunk. Lu Yi stuffed the books inside, returned the cart, and slid into the passenger seat. As the car started smoothly, Wen Ming stared ahead and said, Do you remember the twin-headed wood spirit snake you encountered last night? Lu Yi immediately recalled the snake keeper Xiaodu. What about her? She's your junior, starting her sophomore year after summer break. Only a sophomore. Lu Yi thought for a moment. Is she in the Battle Pet Club? The Battle Pet Club was a society at Songqing University comprising gifted Beast Tamer students. As Lu Yi recalled, when he first enrolled, the entry requirement was owning a pet beast of at least level 25, a threshold most federal universities couldn't meet. Thus, the Battle Pet Club became the university's flagship society, with dedicated enterprises and pet beast institutions serving its members. Lu Yi had always envied the perks, but as a researcher, he only had a fat cat back then. Exactly, Wen Ming said. What's more, shall represent Songqing University at the Federal University Pet Beast Tournament by year's end. The twin-headed wood spirit snake is her ace. Her mentor says it could break through to the 5th tier within a year. Unfortunately, half a month ago, it was diagnosed with schizophrenia and depression, severely impairing its combat abilities. Just 2 days ago, the school held a meeting on whether to revoke her eligibility. Huh. Lu Yi was taken aback. That's serious. Didn't the school's experts examine the wood spirit snake? He asked, frowning. If not, he'd suspect some underhanded dealings. Of course they did, Wen Ming shrugged. Professors from our department and the cultivation department took turns for half a month, but no one could pinpoint the illness. What? Lu Yi was stunned for a moment. Wen Ming continued. She was about to give up, but before that she opened her phone and saw your live stream. Then, following your diagnosis, she rushed to the Pet Beast Center for a checkup. Guess what? He paused for effect like a comedian. Sure enough, it was appearance OCD. All the wood spirit snake needs is cosmetic surgery. This? Lu Yi felt a bit embarrassed. A condition that eluded the department's top experts was diagnosed by him during a live stream. Head thought Xiaodu was just asking out of curiosity, but it turned out she'd been desperate after failing to find a cure. Now some professors were probably studying his live stream recording. Now not only the professors in our university's pet specialty, but even some high-ranking members of the association are studying your live stream recordings. Wen Ming remarked softly. Well, he really hit the mark. Lu Yi thought to himself. I was just guessing, just lucky to get it right. Lu Yi replied, rubbing his nose. Lucky? Wen Ming chuckled. I watched last night's stream in its entirety, not a single issue. You call that luck? As the traffic light turned green, Wen Ming turned to look at Lu Yi, a glint of shrewdness flickering in his eyes. Lu Yi met his gaze calmly, though inwardly, he felt a twinge of nervousness. Could Wen Ming have figured something out? But Wen Ming soon said, This is clearly a testament to your own abilities. Huh. Lu Yi blinked. Was that what I was thinking? What? Did I say something wrong? Wen Ming chuckled again. In front of me, don't even think about being modest, kid. Lu Yi smiled wryly. I really wasn't. See? Wen Ming sighed with slight exasperation. Actually, bringing this up, there's something you need to be mindful of. What? Those people I mentioned. They've all taken some notice of you, but they're cunning old foxes. Be careful not to let them trick you. Wen Ming cautioned. I know you have to sign contracts for your streams. Many streamers have ended up owing billions due to contracts, and even had to stop streaming forever. You need to be wary. Lu Yi felt a surge of gratitude and nodded. I understand. He recalled that during his university days when his family was struggling financially, half of his tuition and living expenses had been funded by Wen Ming. The reason was simple, sheer appreciation. Over 4 years it amounted to nearly 100,000 yuan. Yet there was never any IOU between them, and even after graduation, when their relationship grew, strained, Wen Ming never asked Lu Yi to repay it. Thus, deep down, Lu Yi held great respect for this mentor. They chatted in the car for a while before the vehicle drove into a villa district on the southern edge of Songqing, stopping in front of a villa. Lu Yi had been here a few times before, and the impressions were vivid. Following Wen Ming inside, the interior decor was less ostentatious than the exterior, not particularly luxurious. Nevertheless, its 400 square meter expanse still gave it a radiant feel. Upon entering, Wen Ming's wife Lao Qingdai, also a professor at Songqing University, greeted Lu Yi warmly. Shall Lu come in and sit? I recall it's been a long time since you last visited. Sure, Mu, Lu Yi said with a slight bow. Behind Lao Qingdai stood a slender girl with soft, slightly chubby cheeks, staring at Lu Yi with curiosity. Master Yi, is that you? Are you? Lu Yi studied her, finding her voice familiar. Yao Yao. Wen Yao Yao grinned sheepishly. Got it right, it's me. Lao Qingdai, clearly aware of the interaction between Lu Yi and Wen Yaoyao, didn't intervene. You two chat. He'll go check on the ribs in the kitchen. Wen Ming asked Wen Yaoyao, where's your sister? She hasn't come back yet, Wen Yaoyao replied, shaking her head. She said there's still some business at the pet center, so she'll be late. Wen Ming nodded and turned to Lu Yi. You know my eldest daughter. She was a year ahead of you when Ishi. Her, Lu Yi exclaimed in surprise. Wen Ishi was a year older than Lu Yi and had been a senior in the same major during his university days. Despite the connection through Wen Ming, they had never exchanged a single word. If there had been any interaction, she would have recognized him while watching his stream. But Lu Yi didn't mind. There was no real connection between them anyway. They moved to the living room where Wen Ming went to help in the kitchen, leaving Wen Yaoyao and Lu Yi alone. Before Lu Yi could ask anything, Wen Yaoyao waved towards somewhere. Little fox, come here quick. As she spoke, a round, fluffy little Sakura fox trotted down from the second floor, its plump, bushy tail swaying happily behind it. It scampered into Wen Yaoyao's arms, nuzzling affectionately against her cheek. Its demeanor was a stark contrast to the fierce expression it had worn during the live stream 2 nights ago. It was almost unrecognizable as the same fox. Though puzzled, Lu Yi remained calm on the surface and asked, is this the great Sakura fox? Yes, Wen Yaoyao replied, gently stroking its back. It's so well-behaved now. Lu Yi was slightly surprised. It recovered that quickly. Yep. After the pet center found the cause, they prescribed a few doses of medicine. After just 1 day, it improved significantly. Lu Yi looked at the Sakura fox, and as he did, an inexplicable urge to snatch it away welled up inside him. Fortunately, the impulse wasn't strong, and he easily suppressed it, then furrowed his brow as he examined its panel. Type Sakura Fox Level 7 Bloodline Grade Attribute Psychic Mental State In Love Physical State Suboptimal Talents Expensive Very expensive Cute Skill Psychological Soothing Not much different from what had seen before. The mental state only showed in love, and the 2 ailments in the physical state were gone. What puzzled Lu Yi most was why there was an extra very expensive in the talent column. What distinguished it from expensive? He then opened the description for the very expensive talent. Very expensive, a talent, a reality-derived exclusive talent. When a pet's exclusive market price is driven far above its intrinsic value, it gains this talent. Effect induces an inexplicable possessiveness in nearby humans, which gradually fades the longer they interact. Why does this great Sakura fox keep awakening such bizarre talents? Lu Yi no longer felt any desire to copy or paste from it. Wen Yaoyao noticed his odd expression and looked at him curiously. What's wrong? Nothing, Lu Yi waved dismissively. Just surprised at how quickly it recovered. Is that so? Wen Yaoyao looked skeptical, but out of respect for Lu Yi's status, decided to believe him. Lu Yi chose not to tell Wen Yaoyao the truth, planning instead to discuss it with Wen Ming later. This strange talent wasn't even recorded in any pet encyclopedia. Well, there goes another research paper. Lu Yi and Wen Yaoyao chatted idly in the living room about the Sakura fox. During this time, Lu Yi managed to get Wen Yaoyao to stop calling him Master Yi. It was like being addressed by your online alias in real life. If it were something ordinary like blooming wealth or vast skies, it might be fine. But for someone like Lu Yi, it was downright mortifying. Even if Wen Ming and his wife didn't mind if Wen Yaoyao started using it with them. He didn't even want to think about it. Leaving Wen Yaoyao to play in the living room, Lu Yi found Wen Ming in the kitchen and gestured for him to come out. They arrived at Wen Ming's study, and Wen Ming asked in confusion, "What's the matter?" Lu Yi shook his head and said with a serious look, "Didn't you notice that this cherry fox seems a bit different? I felt a strange possessiveness the first time I saw it, as if I had the impulse to snatch it away." Wen Ming was first taken aback and then looked at him peculiarly. "Are you sure this is a problem with the cherry fox?" Lu Yi shrugged. "I wouldn't have any thoughts about a fox." Wen Ming's skepticism was not unfounded. Back when Lu Yi was in school, there was a senior who kept a cherry fox. He even wanted to hold a wedding at the school. Don't be surprised, such things were quite common during the Beastmaster era. Wen Ming joked. "So is there an extra trait in the cherry fox that makes others have thoughts about it? Could it have awakened a charm-type skill or talent?" Lu Yi replied, "I don't think so." Lu Yi shrugged. "You'll have to check it out yourself, teacher." Wen Ming didn't doubt it. After all, this cherry fox was one of his research subjects and would be studied eventually. The two discussed the situation of the cherry fox and concluded that it should not appear in public for the time being, or it would cause a commotion. After their discussion, Lu Yi was about to leave when Wen Ming called him back. Turning around, he saw Wen Ming handing him a few books from the bookshelf. "I see you like reading. These books are advanced works in the field of pet research. I think they will be helpful to you." Lu Yi took the books, feeling their exquisite texture and beautiful appearance. They were more like collectibles. "Thank you, teacher." He quickly expressed his gratitude. At noon, Wen Yaoyao received a call from Wen Ishi. Her message was brief, saying that the pet center was busy and she couldn't return for lunch. Wen Yao Yao and the others didn't find this surprising. They said that even when Wen Yi she worked a few kilometers away from home, she rarely had time to come back for meals. Lu Yi, upon hearing this, also did not find it strange. In his impression, Wen Yi she had always been a super workaholic. Thus the four of them sat down at the dining table and began to eat. Aunt Lao Qing Day's cooking was excellent, and Lu Yi remembered it well at tasting it again. Now he couldn't help but praise it. The group chatted while eating, but they didn't discuss anything of great importance. Suddenly Wen Yao Yao asked Wen Ming, "Dad, when are we going to the pet center? Didn't you promise to help me pick a pet yesterday?" Wen Ming slapped his forehead as if remembering something. "I've been so busy these past few days that I almost forgot." Seeing Wen Yao Yao's eyes gradually turning forlorn, he quickly added, "No worries, I still have a bit of free time, we can go soon. By the way, let's see what your sister has been busy with at the pet center." Wen Yao Yao smiled sweetly. "Okay." Lu Yi then curiously asked, "What topic is senior when currently researching?" In the major category of pet studies, there are generally three main types: pet research, pet breeding, and pet training. During the graduate stage, it's not about delving deeply into one area, but rather about choosing a topic for further study. After all, the Beastmaster era has only lasted about 50 years, and it has suffered a major invasion, leaving much knowledge still unstudied. "Her topic is pet eggs," Wen Ming said calmly. "Pet eggs?" Lu Yi was slightly surprised. Here, pet eggs do not refer to eggs that hatch in a shelled young, but rather a special type of pet embryo. They are all produced in secret realms similar in size to ostrich eggs. Their exterior resembles a haphazard mixture of paint colors with no two exactly alike regardless of the patterns they display. The pets they nurture are just as uncertain as their appearance. Before the embryo inside takes shape, people cannot detect what kind of pet is being developed within. One can only make rough estimates based on the accompanying attribute types. The principle is similar to the blind box of pets in the system. However, tests have shown that only half of them yield normal pets. About half of the remaining pets are born with various diseases. For instance, 3 years ago, a lucky individual hatched in a rank bloodline Tong Song Yuan from a pet egg, thinking they had hit the jackpot. However, when Tong Song Yuan broke through to the second tier, it unexpectedly punched the lucky person in the head. Subsequent tests revealed that Tong Song Yuan had been born with super male syndrome. Additionally, about 1 are hybrid chimeras, but thankfully these can be detected. Once identified, they will be destroyed. In the memories of his previous life, Lu Yi had seen a picture of a hybrid pet embryo. It resembled a yak in body, but its limbs were adorned with several heads of other pets, and it had 4 tails. Its head was of different types, and its facial features belonged to various pets. Statistics show that this one creature was a hybrid of at least 20 different pets. According to the Beastmaster Association, this is still considered a small number. It is evident that pet eggs are an extremely complex research project, one that even some professors hesitate to touch. Yet when she as a graduate student is indeed quite bold. "Yes, I didn't want her to choose this at first, but she insisted," Wen Ming said somewhat helplessly. "She chose it herself. As parents, we naturally have to support her even if you sigh about it every day." Lao Qing Dai shot a glance at Wen Ming from the side. "Where have I not supported her?" Wen Ming retorted, "I just don't want her to be too tired." Listening to their bickering, Lu Yi fell into thought. He wondered if the skill of the golden eye could discern the quality of the pet eggs. If so, it might open up new avenues in the future. At that moment, Wen Ming suddenly received a phone call, murmured a few times, and then hung up. His expression turned slightly serious as he looked at Lu Yi. "What's wrong?" Lu Yi sensed it might be related to him. Wen Ming cleared his throat and took a deep breath. "Old Feng is at the association. His dog has been eating too much and has consumed food meant for other pets in the association, leading to a conflict between both parties." "Huh?" Lu Yi asked with a strange expression. "How much did it eat?" Wen Ming put down his utensils, stood up, and smiled wryly. "The association prepares food in advance for the assigned staff and pets, but for some reason that sled dog got inside. When the staff returned, they found that it had devoured all 70 pounds of food." "Wait, how much did you say?" Lu Yi was incredibly shocked. "Didn't they say during the live stream yesterday that it ate 30 pounds in one meal? 70 pounds is even heavier than it, right?" When Ming continued to explain, those staff members and pets had stayed up all night without rest. They were planning to eat and rest, but instead found a complete mess. The lead staff member is a senior figure in the association with a bad temper. He immediately wanted to capture the sled dog. "I have to go to the association now." "What the hell? Why does this sound so strange?" Lu Yi thought to himself, feeling like the Beastmaster Association was a ragtag troupe. Having explained the situation, Wen Ming looked at Wen Yao Yao with an apologetic expression. "Yao Yao, there's an unexpected incident at the association, so I might not have time to accompany you this afternoon." but I'll finish up soon and try to return as early as I can. When Yao Yao said nothing more, nodding with understanding, it's fine. Everyone in the family was always busy and she had grown accustomed to it. When Ming, unwilling to disappoint his youngest daughter, glanced at the seemingly idle Lu Yi and proposed, "Lu Yi, your master's wife has a flight to catch this afternoon. Why don't you take Yao Yao to the pet center? Consider it a favor to me, and he'll compensate you afterward." Lu Yi tilted his head slightly, as he had been meaning to visit the pet center anyway. "I'm free this afternoon, but it depends on whether Yao Yao agrees." Before he could finish, when Yao Yao's eyes sparkled as she said, "I agree." It wasn't that she didn't want to go with Wen Ming, but his choice of pets always prioritized combat strength, and he loved to lecture, making the gentle Lu Yi a preferable companion. Seeing Yao Yao's swift agreement, Wen Ming felt a pang of inexplicable discomfort, yet he calmly tossed over the car keys. Lu Yi caught the keys. "What about you?" "I have another car in the garage," Wen Ming replied as he walked away. Well, no wonder the wealthy had cars to alternate driving. Lu Yi harbored a slight envy, then heard Lao Qingdai say, "Xiao Lu, no one will be home this afternoon. If you need to leave, just drop Yao Yao off at her sister's place." All right. After helping Lao Qingdai clear the dishes, Lu Yi and when Yao Yao headed to the garage. "Yao Yao, you should put away Sakura Fox." Lu Yi glanced at the Sakura Fox cradled in Wen Yao Yao's arms. "Why, oi? Do you know how valuable your Sakura Fox is now, eh? Many people have seen its appearance. If you flaunt it openly, it might cause unnecessary trouble," Lu Yi explained. Wen Yao Yao nodded lightly, without further doubt, stroked the Sakura Fox, and retracted it into her soul space. Then the two drove to the pet center. Upon getting into the car, Wen Yao Yao noticed a pile of books in the trunk, and asked Lu Yi curiously, "Did my dad buy these?" "No," Lu Yi shook his head. "I bought them. I recall you're about to enter high school, right? This is a great time to study. Want to take a few to read?" Wen Yao Yao didn't refuse outright, but asked with curiosity, "What kind of books are they, eh?" "Math, physics, and chemistry. As the saying goes, master these, and you can conquer the world. Which subject do you like? They'll find it for you." Wen Yao Yao's face immediately twisted with disdain upon hearing this. "Forget it, I'd rather not." "What a pity," Lu Yi said with some regret, though it was unclear what he was lamenting. "By the way, do you only have Sakura Fox as your pet so far?" Lu Yi changed the subject. Given Wen Yao Yao's family background, she shouldn't have just one. "Yes," Wen Yao Yao nodded, and explained the reason to Lu Yi. Lu Yi nodded in understanding. "The requirements for pet cultivation are quite high. Why did you choose this major?" "Because the others are even higher," Wen Yao Yao said matter-of-factly. "For instance, the pet research major. I heard from Dad that it requires a contracted pet at level 25. That's way too hard." "What the heck?" Lu Yi thought he misheard. "Am I attending a fake Songqing University? I didn't even have a pet when I got in, so how did I manage?" "What?" Wen Yao Yao was bewildered, and a look of shock gradually spread across her face. Her tone was incredulous. "But my sister was in the same major, and she got in with a level 26 phantom spirit cat." "Well?" Lu Yi stared wide-eyed at a loss for words. If what Wen Yao Yao said was true, he might not even have a university to attend. On second thought, Wen Ming and Wen Ishi were both in this major, so perhaps the family didn't want a third one and used this as an excuse. Alternatively, it might have been to motivate Wen Yao Yao, but she seemed rather laid back and chose the supposedly easier pet cultivation major. He pondered for a moment and said, "Maybe your sister and I aren't in the same category, how every major has its subdivisions. After all, she pursued graduate studies while I didn't. That might be the difference." Fortunately, Wen Yao Yao didn't seem particularly sharp, and she nodded with a mix of doubt and belief. The Wen residence was only 7 kilometers from the pet center, so they arrived quickly. The pet center was under the jurisdiction of the Beast Taming Association, functioning as a comprehensive large-scale institution that integrated services like pet medical care, pet cultivation, and sales. After parking the car, the two headed to the pet sales area. The pet sales area comprised 5 floors, but each floor was over 10 meters high, with a total height of 60 meters. The pets sold were all at levels 1 to 3 in their juvenile forms. The first 2 floors featured pets with lower bloodline quality, each shop representing a specific attribute, all under the Beast Taming Association. The third floor housed pets with a grade and grade bloodline quality, but only a few shops for common attributes were open, yet they occupied an entire floor. The 4th and 5th floors were their destination, the pet egg sales area. These 2 floors also drew the largest crowds. The reason was simple: low bloodline quality pets at the pet center were generally about 20 more expensive than those from private enterprises, with the only advantage being better after-sales service. Meanwhile, the A-grade and grade pets on the 3rd floor were too costly, starting at 6 figures, so people only went to take a look. As for pet eggs, due to their high risk, no private enterprise could sell them, only the pet center could offer them. The prices weren't too steep, ranging from a few thousand to around 10,000 per egg. As everyone knew, humans loved gambling on the unknown, and this was no exception. Pet eggs were always the best-selling item in the sales area. One Yao Yao skillfully guided Lu Yi through the crowded streams of people to the leftmost entrance on the 4th floor, greeted the guard, and walked in. Because pet eggs were exclusive, those transported from the association were usually tested in the back first, and only if they passed inspection were they put on display. Thanks to the pet center's comprehensive equipment and Wen Ming's connections, Wen Ishi conducted her research here. Upon entering, they saw a moderately sized laboratory with several researchers in white coats moving about. Lu Yi recognized most of the instruments, all related to pet eggs. Hearing the commotion, one of the researchers came out. Yao Yao. Sis, when Yao Yao greeted. I'm here to choose a pet. When Ishi nodded upon hearing this. Do you need me to come with you? Are you done with your work? When Yao Yao asked considerately. Not yet, I still have some left. When Ishi said, twisting her stiff neck. That's fine. I'll have Master Yi accompany me, when Yao Yao said with a chuckle. Master Yi. When Yix's expression under her mask shifted oddly as she glanced at Lu Yi. At that moment, Lu Yi was staring at the pet eggs in the lab, and sure enough, their panels appeared before his eyes. Type pet egg. Attributes 25 wood, 25 earth, 10 fire, 5 metal, 5 dark, only top 5 attributes shown. Produced pet, jade spirit, deer normal. Upon seeing the last line, Lu Yi's pupils contracted slightly. Overjoyed, Lu Yi's gaze fell upon another pure white pet egg. Type pet egg. Attributes 50 water, 20 ice, 10 wind, 5 soul, 5 spirit. Produces sea snail warrior, congenital claustrophobia. Sea snail warriors are enlarged hermit crabs, their shells incredibly hard and completely fused with their bodies. They are born with a home. But isn't this claustrophobia a bit? This is worse than an eagle afraid of heights. After all, every time it retreats into its shell, its body and mind suffer a heavy blow. Who could endure that? Actually, that's not too bad. It could just avoid sleeping in its shell, not a serious condition. The other egg was more absurd. It contained a ripple dolphin, but its affliction was a fear of water. Truly, pet eggs were a realm of endless oddities. Seeing Lu Yi frozen in place when Yao Yao gently waved her hand before his eyes. What's wrong? Lu Yi snapped back to reality and smiled apologetically. Seeing these brings back memories of my university days. When Yao Yao paid it no mind and introduced Wen Ishi. Here, this is my sister Wen Ishi. Sis, this is the Master Yi we watched the other day, the student our dad invited to dinner. When Ishi extended her hand to Lu Yi. Thank you for helping our 2 foxes. Without you, we might never have discovered what was wrong with Sakura Fox. Lu Yi shook her hand symbolically. It's nothing, just what I should do. As a streamer, serving the top donor was his duty, otherwise could he still call himself a streamer? When Ishi nodded. I still have a batch of pet eggs to inspect, so I can't join you to pick pets just yet. They'll leave it to you for now. Having watched Lu Yi's stream yesterday, she had some trust in his abilities. Alright. They headed straight to the 3rd floor where the crowd was slightly thinner, though still considerable. As they walked browsing the shop names, they chatted. Have you decided what attribute of pet you want? Lu Yi asked. Yes. When Yao Yao answered quickly. I want one that smells soft and sweet, feels soft and sweet, and sounds soft and sweet. Lu Yi quickly interrupted. How about I just pick another A-grade Sakura Fox for you? Soft and sweet indeed. Where would he find so many pets that were soft and sweet? When Yao Yao, however, didn't catch the sarcasm and even pondered for a moment. That wouldn't be bad either. Lu Yi was speechless and said with some irritation, there are no A-grade Sakura Foxes now, and even if there were, we couldn't afford one. When Yao Yao shook her head gloomily. Lu Yi, you really don't understand a maiden's heart. What the hell was a maiden's heart? Was being soft and sweet a maiden's heart? Lu Yi finally understood why when Yao Yao was reluctant to go out with Wen Ming. If she mentioned anything about soft and sweet in front of Wen Ming, he would definitely scold her. Alright. Let's go check out the water element pet shop. But I'll say this first, I'll do my best to meet your requirements. Though Lu Yi had all the pet data in his mind, finding a pet that fit this soft and sweet criteria on short notice was a bit challenging. Let's go. Lu Dao explores shops, truth or falsehood he'll tell. A rotund, beaming man stood at the entrance of a wood element pet shop, holding a selfie stick aimed at himself, clearly live streaming. His name was Lu Dao, a blogger on the Duel platform. His videos mostly featured pet shop explorations, reviewing prices, and purchasing pets to see if they met the standards. With his charmingly naive appearance and occasional comedic skits, he had amassed millions of followers. Today he arrived at the Chongqing Pet Center to investigate the pet prices there. To showcase his wealth and his commitment to his fans during this livestream, he deliberately came to the 3rd floor. I've heard that Chongqing Pet Center has an excellent reputation with top-notch after-sales service. Today let's see if that's really true. He spoke cheerfully, then gave a subtle signal to his assistant, who was off camera. The assistant understood and slipped into the shop as the camera angle shifted. Meanwhile, Lu Dao continued bantering with the audience. He was now one of the more popular bloggers. Even on a weekday afternoon, his live stream had over 30,000 viewers. Get in and explore the shop already. What are you dawdling for? I bet he sent his assistant in to negotiate a discount. Don't you agree? As a Chongqing local, I can confirm the after-sales service is great. Last time I bought a crate pet, and they found it had a genetic disease. They compensated me triple the price. When Lu Dao saw the last comment, his eyes lit up. Is that true, brother from Chongqing? They actually compensated triple. Perhaps feeling his reaction was too intense, he earnestly gave a thumbs up. That service is really good. After a bit more chatter, the assistant hurried out and whispered something in Lu Dao's ear. After listening, Lu Dao's brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. He muted his microphone and asked the assistant, "You're saying they wouldn't even give a 50% discount?" "Yeah, I mentioned we could help promote them, but the person in charge was unyielding," the assistant said, somewhat troubled. "You didn't say anything provocative, did you?" Lu Dao asked. No, the assistant waved his hand. "I said we were committed to fairness and that giving a discount would show their shop's approachability and attract more customers." They had pulled this stunt too many times. They knew better than to let on that they were threatening anyone. They had to phrase it differently. "How ungrateful," Lu Dao snorted. "Perfect timing. Someone just said that if a pet has any illness, they'll pay triple the price. Let's pick an expensive one later." The assistant nodded repeatedly. Their voices were low and no one nearby overheard them. It wasn't that Lu Dao was particularly greedy for half the price. He felt that as a blogger with millions of followers, his status was inherently higher than others. These pet shops not giving him a discount was a sign of disrespect. He subtly touched his pocket, and several tiny spiders fell to the ground, quickly crawling into the wood element pet shop. Then the two adjusted their direction and headed to the adjacent water element pet shop. Lu Dao unmuted his microphone and showed the audience the shop's decor. "Look folks, the shop names here are so simple, they just use an element as the name. I see many people commenting about water element pets. Let's go buy a grade water element pet today." With that, he strode into the water element pet shop. This pet shop was simply named Water. It featured a fresh blue color scheme, and upon entering, one's eyes were greeted by rows of meticulously arranged aquariums housing various pets. Further inside was the display area for terrestrial water element pets, fully equipped. There were few customers inside, and most were just strolling around, as if in an aquarium, with few actually selecting pets. In the same water-type pet shop, Lu Yi swept his gaze over the A and B bloodline pets, their status panels popping up one after another, making him feel a pang of envy. These pets were truly the flagship offerings from the pet center, each possessing at least one innate skill. If only he could replicate them. How satisfying that would be. Moreover, as the shop assistant explained, they operated on a rotating display system. All the pets in the store were exhibited and sold in turns, each staying here for at most a week before returning to their place of origin, their habitat. After about half a month, they would come back to the store. This, they claimed, ensured their psychological well-being. Lu Yi agreed with this approach. Both categories of pets were in excellent condition, and their prices were slightly below market value. Quite reasonable. After browsing for 3 or 4 minutes, Lu Yi and Wen Yaoyao still hadn't found a pet that matched the fragrant and soft description. As they looked around, Wen Yaoyao suddenly nudged him with her elbow. "Lu Yi, I think I recognize that person." "Who?" Lu Yi followed her gaze and saw a fat man holding a selfie stick accompanied by a skinny man with a sharp face and monkey-like features. "That's Lu Dao. He's been very popular lately," Wen Yaoyao whispered. "Are you his fan?" Lu Yi asked, as if she retorted, her eyes wide with indignation. "He's a review blogger with a shady past. I've only seen him once." "Tell me more," Lu Yi asked curiously. Wen Yaoyao pulled Lu Yi a little farther away and explained he often clashes with shop owners because of his status, demanding discounts and freebies. If a store refuses, he posts videos to slander them, leading his followers to cyberbully the owners. He's already driven several pet shops out of business. "That disgusting." Lu Yi raised an eyebrow. "He's got quite a few tricks up his sleeve." Given that private pet shops usually have corporate backing, the fact that Lu Dao could still smear them suggested he had other methods. It was clear that this guy was a petty and malicious scoundrel. Exactly when Yaoyao tugged at Lu Yi's sleeve. "I've met the manager here. He doesn't even respect my father, so he won't give Lu Dao any leeway. He might even badmouth our pet center." Though Lu Yi hadn't bought anything here, he was a local of Chongqing and had seen the quality of the pets. He wouldn't allow anyone to spread false rumors. Just as he turned to confront Lu Dao, a stout figure appeared in his peripheral vision. Come, let's interview some customers and hear what they have to say." Lu Dao's voice dripped with mockery, as if he were sneering at them. Wen Yaoyao grew nervous and tightened her grip on Lu Yi's shirt. Knowing she was still a minor, and shouldn't be on camera. Lu Yi shielded her behind him and whispered, "Go find the manager and explain the situation. He'll handle Lu Dao." She nodded and scurried off without a second thought. Lu Dao's gaze had been lingering on Wen Yao Yao. Seeing her leave displeased him, but he said nothing. Lu Yi stepped forward to meet Lu Dao, glancing at his livestream information. It showed over 40,000 viewers, a number that would have made him envious even in his past life. Suddenly, a system live streaming assistant panel appeared before his eyes. Influence 0. Lu Yi was baffled. Did appearing in someone else's stream count as his own broadcast? Well, this just got interesting. Lu Dao asked cheerfully, "Bro, are you a local?" "Yes." Lu Yi moved closer to Lu Dao, revealing half his face in the camera. "What's up?" Influence 11. "I'm a review blogger, just wanted to ask about this store's reputation," Lu Dao said with a grin. "Have you shopped here?" "I'm just here with a friend thinking of picking out a pet," Lu Yi replied. Lu Dao's eyes curved into a smile as he patted his chest. "Bro, I happen to know a thing or two about selecting pets. Need my help." He singled out Lu Yi because he thought Lu Yi looked a bit dim-witted. Before Lu Yi could accept, Lu Dao pointed at a cyanea jellyfish in the aquarium and asked, "Bro, do you know what this light bulb-like jellyfish is called?" The label clearly read cyanea jellyfish. Did he think Lu Yi was blind? Lu Yi grumbled inwardly. If he said he didn't know, he'd be a fool. He stared at it for a moment, then shook his head with a grave expression. "I don't know what a light bulb jellyfish is. I only see a juvenile cyanea jellyfish about 20 centimeters in diameter with tentacles 15 centimeters long. The tentacle tips have some luminous spots roughly 1 millimeter across, and it can already release toxins. Just 1 milligram would be enough to kill everyone here." Such a detailed explanation stunned the live stream audience. Holy crap, this guy knows his stuff. Uho, they've run into a tough nut. Wait, doesn't anyone think his voice sounds familiar? I bet Lu Dao didn't hire actors this time to save costs, lol. The last comment was deleted and blocked. Lu Dao was left speechless for a moment, a look of shock on his face. It reminded him of an old joke. A helicopter crashed in the mountains, and the person in charge asked an old village woman if she'd seen a big iron bird fall from the sky. The old woman shook her head, saying she hadn't seen a big bird, only an Apache HM modified with an RTM-22 turbine engine that had fallen over the hill. This filled him with an inexplicable rage. Was an ordinary man, a mere nobody, making a fool of him? A million-follower blogger. But Lu Yi smiled amiably and explained, "I just looked that up on the encyclopedia. I really don't know how to choose pets. Maybe you can help me after all." Lu Dao eyed him skeptically. "Are you sure?" Of course. Lu Yi took out his phone, searched for Lu Dao's Douyin account, and exclaimed in surprise, "You're a million-follower blogger. Having you help me pick a pet would be perfect." Seeing Lu Yi's trusting expression, a malicious idea formed in Lu Dao's mind. "Alright, bro, what kind of pet are you looking for? I can help you check." As he spoke, he casually brushed his hand against the pocket of his shirt. Lu Yi noticed this subtle movement, but only glanced at it before quickly looking away. "Preferably something suitable for a girl," he replied. "That's easy," Lu Dao chuckled. "Let's head over to the terrestrial water-type pets up front." With that, he strode forward, his assistant following behind. Lu Yi squinted and let out a soft laugh. He really does have tricks. In that brief glance, he had seen a panel popping up from Lu Dao's pocket-type poison arrow spider, level 48 bloodline. Attribute: poison mental state, irritable suppressed physical state, healthy weak talents, high-level toxin, concealed breath toxin, mimicry none, etc. Skills: concealed toxin, shrink, in use, spider shadow clone, etc. At the Tsangqing Pet Beast Center, there was a rule: pets could only be released in the breeding and medical areas. In the sales area, even with a pet social permit, releasing them was forbidden. Before entering the pet sales area, everyone had to sign an agreement not to release their pets. Violators would face lawsuits from the Beast Tamer Association. Furthermore, the sales area was patrolled by numerous fourth-tier and above spirit-sniffing hounds to prevent any unauthorized releases. However, the arrow venom spider possessed the talent of concealed breath and the skill of shrinking, so the spirit-sniffing hounds failed to detect it. The area was also equipped with expensive pet suppressors akin to electronic jammers, which could greatly weaken the abilities of most pets. This was the source of the arrow venom spider's abnormal state. Even under a weakening debuff, the abilities of a level 48 arrow venom spider were not to be underestimated. Moreover, its talent of toxin mimicry allowed it to replicate the toxins of other venomous creatures, making it nearly impossible to trace back to it. This was the perfect tool for sabotage, perhaps the only one of its kind in the world. Lu Yi had already figured out how Lu Dao had shut down those pet stores. Simply bring the arrow venom spider and mimic a toxin and inject it into the pets for sale. Even if Lu Dao didn't buy them, others would. In the end, he'd post a video claiming the pets were diseased, and even without paid trolls, customers would echo him. This put immense pressure on the store owners, leaving them defenseless. Lu Yi couldn't help but think how twisted this guy's mind was. Without making a sound, he followed Lu Dao, pulled out his phone, and messaged Wen Yao Yao to bring more security to prevent any incidents. He also gave her a few instructions on how to play along with him later. Unaware that he had been seen through, Lu Dao cheerfully led Lu Yi to another part of the pet store. This was the area for terrestrial water-type pets, which was relatively larger. Each cub was kept in an ecological cage for customers to choose from. Lu Dao walked and stopped, occasionally explaining things to Lu Yi and the livestream audience, finally halting before a certain ecological cage. Inside was a crystal flow beast, its body covered in rough blue-green scales with a clumsy frame, thick limbs, a large head, and uneven sharp teeth in its mouth. Even as a cub only the size of a human head, it still gave off an ugly impression. As if discovering a treasure, Lu Dao exclaimed excitedly, "Brother, look at this crystal flow beast. Isn't the glow of its scales quite bright? Maybe it's just the bright lighting inside." Lu Yi thought to himself, but nodded thoughtfully on the surface a bit. "Yeah. The brighter the scales of a crystal flow beast, the stronger its potential," Lu Dao declared confidently, patting his chest. "Why don't you take it out, and I'll take a closer look for you." Some harmless young pets could be taken out to ensure customer satisfaction. Lu Yi stared at the sleeping crystal flow beast, pondered for a moment, and casually glanced at the pocket holding the arrow venom spider. The arrow venom spider's status panel had changed slightly. Talent: toxin, mimicry, tumor atrophy, salamander skill, concealed toxin ready. The tumor atrophy salamander was a notable venomous pet, rare in number. Its toxin could affect a pet's brain, nerves, distorting cognition, and in later stages making the pet submit to the tumor atrophy salamander's will. Most terrifyingly, this toxin could spread through tears. Concealed toxin made the poison colorless and odorless, infecting pets without any direct contact. "TCH, can't wait, huh?" Lu Yi sneered inwardly. The reason Lu Dao wanted him to take out the crystal flow beast was that the ecological cage had some barrier preventing the toxin from entering. Once it was out, Lu Dao would act. Since Lu Yi handled it, Lu Dao would have no physical contact and could even frame Lu Yi. What a well-played scheme. But the devil may be cunning, yet the Dao is higher. Lu Yi had an edge and had already planned his countermove. He nodded, followed Lu Dao's suggestion, and called a staff member to open the ecological cage. Lu Yi carefully held the beast in his arms, thinking, "Sorry, little one, I'll have to put you through this." "Brother, I can't hold it, just let me have a look," Lu Dao said, squinting as he aimed his phone at the crystal flow beast and snapped several photos, muttering nonsense like "looks good" and "nice potential." Lu Yi paid no attention to his ramblings, focusing instead on the crystal flow beast status panel. Within just 2 or 3 seconds, a new entry appeared under its physical condition: tumor atrophy, salamander toxin infection. The tumor atrophy salamander's toxin wasn't lethal, and its immediate harm was minimal, not affecting the beast's foundation. After explaining on his own for a while, Lu Dao suddenly sighed and shook his head. "Brother, this crystal flow beast still isn't great. Despite its decent appearance, its limbs are too short, and its eyes are too small, which will hinder its growth. Also, I forgot you're looking for one suitable for a girl. This one is both ugly and clumsy, definitely not a good fit. Put it back, and let's look some more. Look some more, just so you can keep poisoning." Lu Yi curled his lip, suppressing the urge to mock him, and refused Lu Dao's suggestion. "To be honest, big streamer, my sister likes ugly ones like this. ITLL, make her look even prettier in comparison. I'll take this one." "Huh?" Lu Dao was taken aback. "Didn't you just say you'd listen to me? And your sister is so pure and cute. How could she possibly like something so ugly? And what's that about making her look prettier? Isn't that supposed to be compared to people? Why are you comparing her to a pet?" Growing anxious, he added, "Brother, look closely. This crystal flow beast isn't even top tier among brank bloodlines, and its intelligence is low. Buying it would just be a hassle." Lu Yi remained unmoved. "No problem. My sister loves challenging pets. I'm getting this crystal flow beast no matter what." "Damn it, you're not playing by the rules." Lu Dao cursed inwardly, his smile barely holding. "Brother, I get it, but there are better options later. Why don't we take another look and choose again?" But Lu Yi narrowed his eyes, stepping back cautiously while holding the crystal flow beast. "Big streamer, you're not eyeing this beast yourself, are you? Trying to trick me into picking something else so you can secretly buy it? Why the hell would I want this ugly thing?" Lu Dao was so furious, he almost cursed. If not for the livestream head have taught Lu Yi a lesson as a million-follower blogger, the livestream audience was in hysterics. Finally, someone who's not an actor. Deleted and banned. LOL, where's this store? I want to grab that crystal flow beast too. Doesn't this guy look like Master Yi? The streamer really wants that ugly thing scary. Unfortunately, Lu Yi wasn't very famous yet, and most in the live stream didn't know him. The last comment was lost in the sea of scrolling messages. Lu Yi stepped back a few paces and called out, "Sis, come here." Soon Wen Yao Yao, her face flushed, ran over. "What's up?" Lu Yi blocked the camera's view, keeping her out of the livestream. Only her shadow was visible. Lu Yi cheerfully showed Wen Yaoyao the crystal flow beast in his arms, winking at her, as he said, "Sis, this is the pet I picked for you. Happy." Seeing Wen Yaoyao arrive, Lu Dao's eyes lit up, thinking the real target was here and couldn't share her brother's taste. But Wen Yaoyao's reaction completely surprised him. "Wow, this is so adorable. It's totally my dream pet." Hey, you're overdoing it." Lu Yi almost lost his composure. Wen Yaoyao had a girly image, but that didn't sound like something a girl would say. But Lu Yi's worry was unfounded. Lu Dao stared blankly at Wen Yaoyao, feeling his worldview crumble. He had deliberately chosen this ugly thing which 99 of girls would hate. Why was she that rare one? Damn, just damn. Lu Yi checked his influence points. They had risen to over 6,000. Since this wasn't his live stream, and most weren't there for him, this was decent. Then he shouted, "Server, check please." His loud voice drew surprised looks from nearby customers. A staff member, hearing someone wanted to buy a pet, quickly approached Lu Yi with a fake smile. "Sir, are you ready to check out?" "Yes, I want this crystal flow beast." "How much?" "It's priced at 1666666 federal coins. As a new customer, we'll give you a 20 discount." "Fine, no problem. Pack it up for me." Lu Yi casually placed the crystal flow beast into the staff member's arms. "Pack it up." The staff member was speechless. "You mean a carrying case?" "Yeah, that's what I meant." "All right, I'll arrange it right away." The staff member's smile widened. After waiting all day, finally a real buyer. Lu Dao gritted his teeth in frustration. But he couldn't drown in the same river. He could always target someone else. Thinking this, he was about to bid farewell to Lu Yi when Lu Yi stopped the staff member again, grinning. "Before buying, ID like a full checkup on the crystal flow beast to see if it has any diseases." Hearing this, Lu Dao's heart tightened, as if gripped by an invisible hand, a flicker of disbelief flashing in his eyes. If they did a full checkup, the toxin would eventually be detected. "Disease." The staff member said, "We checked this crystal flow beast yesterday. All indicators were normal, and we have a certificate from the Beast Tamer Association guaranteeing no illness. Moreover, we have a professional after-sales process. If it gets sick after purchase and the cause is identified, we'll compensate triple the price. What, you have a hospital and equipment here? Is it that hard to do another check?" Lu Yi tilted his head, adopting a confrontational tone. "If you won't do it, I won't buy it." The staff member knew the commission mattered more and the checkup wouldn't cost much. Though in his years here, almost no one had asked for a recheck. "All right, please wait here a moment. He'll take it for the checkup. It should take about 20 minutes. Just 20 minutes. He'll browse around." The staff member then took the crystal flow beast to the medical center in the back. Seeing the staff member leave, Lu Dao stepped forward and said to Lu Yi, "Brother, since you've got the pet you want, I have some urgent matters. I can't stay with you." Lu Yi looked at him curiously. "What urgent matters?" My car got locked." Lu Dao was anxious and made up an excuse. Wen Yaoyao heard this and looked at Lu Dao in surprise, then whispered to Lu Yi, "How does he know his car got locked?" Just a moment ago, she had spoken to the store manager. As Wen Ming's daughter, the manager took her words seriously. You didn't have to give the Wen family a discount on pet purchases, but you had to listen to what they said. Flexibility was key. After hearing her out, the manager quickly issued orders to have Lu Dao monitored and even had their car locked in the parking lot to prevent escape. Moreover, over a dozen security guards and 6 spirit-sniffing hounds had gathered outside. If the accusation proved true, the manager's position would be at stake. Lu Yi rubbed his chin, feigning understanding. "So that's how it is." Lu Dao forced a smile. "Then I won't bother you. They'll be off now." As soon as he turned before Lu Dao and his assistant could take a few steps, 2 large hands landed on their shoulders, stopping them. Turning around, it was Lu Yi again. "Big streamer, what's the rush? The checkup results aren't out yet. Why not wait until they come?" A sinister smile hung on his face, his tone laced with provocation. "Or are you scared?" Lu Dao's eyes twitched, a bad feeling rising within him, his palms sweating with tension. But he maintained his composure. "Scared of what? I just helped you pick a pet. It's just that my car is expensive and I need to check on it." "Expensive?" Lu Yi laughed out loud. "No matter how expensive, it can't be more than the total value of those few pet stores you drove out of business, right?" The words hit Lu Dao and his assistant like a thunderbolt, shocking them as they stared at Lu Yi. "You, don't spout nonsense. They brought it on themselves. What does it have to do with me?" Lu Dao glared at Lu Yi, stammering. His voice was even louder than Lu Yi's earlier call for the check, drawing the attention of everyone around. People naturally loved a spectacle, and a crowd began to gather. Meanwhile, the assistant, who had been watching the live stream on his phone, finally noticed something and tremblingly said to Lu Dao, "Boss, he seems to be Master Yi." The name rang in Lu Dao's ears like a tolling bell, leaving him dizzy. As a fellow streamer, he naturally knew the name that had gained fame in the pet appraisal circle, but since the guy only had 10,000 followers, he hadn't paid much attention. But if he was a pet appraiser, Maybe the guy had already seen through his tricks. At the thought, a chill crept up Lu Dao's spine and spread through his entire body. In the live stream, the comments erupted into a frenzy. Woo, the streamer's dead, let's set off firecrackers. Deleted and banned him setting off fireworks. Deleted and banned him setting off fatty. Deleted and banned, this is Master Yi haha. Instead of streaming, he's here punishing evil, huh? Reached ban limit, damn it really is Master Yi. Fatty deserves to die. Influence 18,015. At that moment, the number of viewers in the live stream surged from over 30,000 to 60,000, all drawn by the spectacle of Lu Dao's downfall. After all, his reputation online was abysmal, his dark history scattered everywhere, and many wished to see him meet his end. Lu Yi did not directly admit it. Instead, he led Wen Yaoyao a few steps away and called out to Lu Dao, "Streamer Lu, since you claim they brought it upon themselves, that means it has nothing to do with you, right? Since you're innocent, what are you afraid of? It's just a 20-minute check. If nothing's wrong, I'll apologize to you." With that, he shot Wen Yaoyao a meaningful glance. Understanding Lu Yi's intent, Wen Yaoyao waved her hand. Several grim-faced security personnel, leading a pack of ferocious spiritual sniffing hounds, entered the pet store and began dispersing the crowd. The pet store staff activated their built-in defense mechanisms to prevent any fights that might harm the young creatures. Seeing these hounds, at least of the 4th or 5th rank, Lu Dao's heart sank. Now, even if he wanted to flee, he couldn't. Those hounds were equipped with special instruments to resist the effects of pet suppressors, each one a top-tier combatant. There was only one option left: secretly recall the spider. But recalling a pet, especially a poison dart spider that had been shrunk, would inevitably cause a spatial fluctuation impossible to conceal. Fortunately, his clothes were specially made. As long as he touched the spider, he could recall it without anyone noticing. Lu Dao forced himself to stay calm, steadying his selfie stick, and shouted indignantly to the audience, "Brothers, you have to testify for me. That Song City Pet Center is slandering me based on one-sided claims. They won't even let me leave. That's illegal detention. Everyone start recording, start reporting. If you're local, please call the police." He cried out passionately, playing the victim. The chat erupted with messages. "Okay, reported the live stream for suspected crimes. 1-1, don't report it. I haven't finished watching the show yet." Lu Dao did have some true fans, but he had far more haters. Especially those who had just flooded and spamming the screen, turning it into a carnival for trolls. "TCH, you're so impatient." Lu Yi ignored him and approached the security captain, asking quietly, "Do any of your hounds have sonic-type skills specifically targeting pets?" Spider-type pets were most vulnerable to sonic attacks, which could cause their skills to go haywire. The captain replied, "Yes, we have cranial resonance strike. Will that do?" As a qualified security team, the spiritual sniffing hounds were equipped with a variety of skills, including sonic ones. "Good, use it on him." Now, the captain asked in surprise. Even with the team leader's guarantee, unleashing skills inside a pet store could cause unavoidable damage. What's there to fear? If something goes wrong, President Wen will take the heat. Just tell the hounds to be careful. Lu Yi said nonchalantly, his eyes narrowing as he noticed Lu Dao slipping a hand into his pocket amidst the crowd. He was about to recall the pet. Once the poison dart spider was gone, finding evidence would be tough. "Hurry up," Lu Yi urged again. The security captain dared not delay and quickly gave the order. A 5th-rank spiritual sniffing hound lunged forward, opened its jaws, and let out a low, piercing howl aimed straight at Lu Dao. The air seemed to tremble with a chilling vibration. SSSHHH. The moment the sonic attack ended, a pain screech erupted from Lu Dao's body. Then a thick pitch-black spider leg tore through Lu Dao's clothes, its surface gleaming with a shiny black carapace like frozen night, exuding an unsettling aura. A second leg followed, then a third, until finally a fully black, agonized poison dart spider emerged before everyone's eyes. Its 8 limbs shoved the dazed Lu Dao aside as it leaped lightly to the ground, its crimson eyes scanning the surroundings with a hint of madness. If not for Lu Dao forcing it to stay calm, it might have attacked someone. The security captain's face turned pale as he shouted, "Alert!" He never imagined anyone would dare bring a pet inside, especially a venomous poison dart spider. Now had Lu's at least 2 months' salary. Fueled by rage, he charged forward with his hound. The other team members followed suit. "It's over." Lu Dao's face was ashen, his voice faint and trembling, his eyes hollow, a stark contrast to his earlier arrogance. His body quivered with fear, every breath a heavy burden, as if he lacked even the strength to stand. His assistant had already collapsed to the ground in despair. The livestream audience was equally stunned. From the camera aimed at Lu Dao, they had witnessed the poison dart spider expand, burst out of his clothes, and land on the floor. Many had recorded that moment, though the phone fell when Lu Dao collapsed, now showing only the ceiling. It didn't stop everyone from piecing together the scene through the sounds. Just then the pet store employee rushed back, still unaware of the situation, and shouted, "The test results are in." The crystalline beast was infected with withering salamander toxin within the hour. Panting, she finally saw the giant spider crouched before the crystalline beast's enclosure, hissing at the crowd. With solid evidence, the security captain wasted no time. "Go," he ordered coldly. The hounds surrounded the poison dart spider Lu Dao and his assistant. Given the cramped space, they couldn't use offensive skills, so they relied on suppression techniques like the earlier cranial resonance strike. Suddenly, 4 piercing howls struck the poison dart spider, each like a thunderclap, its skull throbbing from the shockwaves. Already weakened by the pet suppressor and vulnerable to sonic attacks, it eventually passed out. "Secure them," the captain ordered without hesitation. You. Lu Dao's eyes reddened as he tried to stand, but fear left his legs weak and his arms without strength. He could only watch helplessly as the security personnel hoisted him up like a helpless chick and slapped suppressors on him to prevent him from summoning other pets. Gasping for air, he caught sight of Lu Yi at the entrance, standing calmly with a grin on his face. It was as if he were saying, "Hey, I caught you." It was all his fault. If not for him, I wouldn't be in this mess. Lu Dao glared at Lu Yi, his eyes murderous. If looks could kill Lu, Yi would have died 1,000 times over. "No, I won't let him off easy. Since I'm doomed, anyway, I'll drag him down with me." His eyes bloodshot, a wild idea sprang to mind. Using the last of his spiritual power, he manipulated the fallen poison dart spider. The unconscious spider suddenly stood up and spat a stream of dark green venom straight at Lu Yi and Wen Yaoyao. It moved like an arrow from a bow, catching everyone off guard. "Watch out," the security captain shouted, instinctively, his pupils contracting. Wen Yaoyao turned, her eyes widening. At the same time, Lu Dao's livestream was forcibly shut down. Lu Yi seemed to hear the system's celestial chime. At that moment, time appeared to freeze. Ignoring the skill details, he mentally commanded, "Summon undead." A complex black pentagram materialized on the ground, and a towering skeletal warrior appeared beside him. In that instant, the venom was blocked by the skeleton. Though described in many lines, it all happened in less than a second. The venom forced out by Lu Dao's command lacked strong corrosive power. It didn't penetrate the skeleton's body, leaving it tilting its head in confusion. Holy crap! Lu Yi looked up at the 2-meter-tall skeleton. Is this like a little mage protecting its master? Back at Lu Yi's home, the little mage who had been reading suddenly looked up toward the room. The skeleton warrior that had been helping with the housework had vanished. Not only Xiao Fa, but even Wang Kai looked astonished. He had just been mopping the floor in front of them. How could he suddenly disappear? A flicker of green flame danced within Xiao Fa's eye sockets, as if he were pondering something. After a few seconds, he sensed the whereabouts of the skeleton warrior, and his non-existent, furrowed brow relaxed. Since his master had summoned him away, it was of no consequence. Without overthinking, he continued to lower his head and read. Wang Kai, lounging on the sofa, tightened his small face and stared solemnly at the spot where the skeleton warrior had vanished. His long idle brain began a prolonged contemplation. Back at the pet store, everyone stared in astonishment at the skeleton warrior that had suddenly appeared. However, the security captain quickly reacted, rushing to Lu Dao's side and delivering a sharp elbow strike that knocked him unconscious. "Call the police," he said, his expression dark and furious. Still seething, he gave Lu Dao another slap. This man had audacity, not only bringing a poisonous pet to the pet center and poisoning the younglings, but also daring to let it harm people. A complete disregard for the law. And a famous streamer. More like a colossal fool. Lu Yi finally snapped out of his shock, his heart pounding violently with the relief of a narrow escape from death. If he hadn't suddenly completed the 3rd novice quest and received the empowerment ability, he and Wen Yaoyao would have met their end here today. But strangely, wasn't the empowerment supposed to only grant power values? Why did he receive a pet skill instead? Without time to dwell on it, Lu Yi noticed many people staring at the skeleton warrior. He cleared his throat quietly and dismissed it. At Lu Yi's home, Wang Kai felt a tremor in the space before him, and the vanished skeleton warrior returned. Meow. Wang Kai stood up abruptly, feeling he had uncovered a shocking secret. The skeleton warrior, still utterly bewildered, picked up the mop again upon finding himself back in the room. Xiao Fa floated over to the skeleton warrior on his spectral mount and saw the corroded mark on its body. Clack, clack, clack. A green flame flickered in Xiao Fa's eye sockets, and in the next moment the skeleton warrior's body was enveloped in green fire. When the flames dissipated, its body was restored to its original state. The reason for everyone's curiosity was that the skeleton warrior was not only an rank pet, but also extremely rare in the Eastern District. As mentioned before, only one secret realm produces undead pets like the skeleton warrior, so they are scarce in the market. Coupled with the distance from the Eastern District, very few people possess them. He looked at the stunned Wen Yao Yao. Yao Yao, are you alright? I'm fine. Wen Yao Yao shook her head, her voice trembling slightly. Was that just now a skeleton warrior? Lu Yi found it hard to explain its origin, so he simply said it's my pet. So skeleton warriors are this cool, Wen Yao Yao murmured. In her impression, undead pets were usually gloomy, but Lu Yi's one seemed adorably silly. Just then the manager of the pet sales area rushed over and asked Lu Yi anxiously, Mr. Lu, Miss Wen, are you both alright? We're fine. Lu Yi waved his hand. You'd better check the surveillance footage to see what else that guy did in the pet center to make sure no other pet shops are affected. We've already evacuated the area and sealed off the sales zone. They'll have someone check immediately, the manager replied, pulling out his phone to make a call. He cursed loudly while giving orders, clearly enraged. Close behind was Wen Ishi, who had just left the lab when she heard the commotion downstairs and rushed over. She asked anxiously, Yao Yao, are you okay? I'm fine, sis, don't worry about me. Wen Yao Yao held Wen Yix's hand and forced a smile. Wen Ishi checked her over and confirming she was unharmed sighed in relief before turning to Lu Yi. What happened? Before Lu Yi could answer, Wen Yao Yao eagerly gestured and explained the whole story. Arrow poison spider. Wen Yix's expression grew increasingly grim. Suddenly she looked up coldly at the manager. Where's Lu Dao? The manager met Wen Yix's murderous gaze. Though he was over a decade older than her, he inexplicably felt immense pressure. He wiped the sweat from his brow. He's been taken downstairs. The Beast Tamer Association and the police will be here soon. Where? Wen Ishi pressed on. The manager took a deep breath and said helplessly, in the security office on the first floor. Wen Ishi turned and walked away without a word, the faint sound of her cracking knuckles echoing. The manager muttered, we'll have to register and give statements later. Go easy on him, will you? Wen Ishi paused mid-step without turning back. I have a healing pet. The manager could only offer a wry smile. His boss was Wen Ming, so he dared not offend her. Lu Yi stared blankly at Wen Yix's retreating figure. Judging by her words, she was going to settle scores with Lu Dao. I didn't know your sister was so fierce, Lu Yi remarked in surprise. She usually acts aloof, but in private she's quite fierce, Wen Yao Yao pouted. She wanted to say more, but Wen Ishi, who had reached the elevator, suddenly turned back and squinted at her from afar. Wen Yao Yao flinched and dared not continue. After delegating all tasks, the manager approached Lu Yi. Mr. Lu, due to the severity of this incident and the fact that it was live-streamed, you and Miss Wen will need to go to the Beast Tamer Association for an investigation. Please understand. No problem, I have plenty of time, Lu Yi said nonchalantly. He had originally planned to return tonight and stream to complete the third quest, but Lu Dao's live stream had inadvertently helped him finish it. So tonight's stream seemed unnecessary. Moreover, Lu Dao's actions were so outrageous that Lu Yi, as a direct participant, would likely be under investigation for quite a while. At the very least, it couldn't be confirmed that the arrow poison spider had poisoned the crystal flow beast. The two were led to the first floor to wait. Upon arrival, they saw Wen Ishi emerging from somewhere. Her expression had softened considerably, no longer as tense, suggesting she had vented enough. With her was a security guard leading a spirit-sniffing hound. If one looked closely, they would notice the hound's hind legs trembling, as if it had seen something terrifying, not daring to glance at Wen Ishi. Well, it was clearly terrified. Wen Ishi approached them without mentioning Lu Dao. Instead, she asked, Yao Yao, have you chosen your pet? Any you like? Wen Yao Yao nodded eagerly. Yes. What is it? Wen Ishi asked with interest, thinking her sister might not fancy the pets here. A skeleton warrior. Skeleton warrior. Wen Yix's expression grew complicated. They don't seem to have one here, do they? Lu Yi, standing nearby, sighed and rubbed his forehead. Wasn't she just into cute and cuddly pets? How did a skeleton warrior fit in? Was it some kind of bridge effect? They don't, Wen Yao Yao said, looking at Lu Yi. I saw that Master Yi has one, so I want one too. Him. Wen Ishi looked at Lu Yi in surprise. It wasn't that she looked down on Lu Yi, but even the Songqing Beast Tamer Association only had 2 skeleton warriors, both brank. Lu Yi rubbed the back of his head. I bought a pet egg a while back and hatched it myself. I guess I was lucky. Mr. Lu, is your skeleton warrior's bloodline a rank or brank? The manager suddenly appeared again. Lu Yi looked at him for a moment. Brank. Would you be willing to sell it? The manager pressed. I can offer 800,000 federal credits. 800,000. Lu Yi was slightly taken aback. That was the usual price for an A-rank pet. Unfortunately, this wasn't a pet, but a summon, so Lu Yi couldn't sell it even if he wanted to. Sorry, this pet is very precious to me. I have no plans to part with it. Very well. The manager nodded regretfully. Though unable to purchase it, the manager persisted, inquiring of Lu Yi about the appearance of the pet egg that had yielded the skeletal warrior. Lu Yi fabricated a blue and white striped pattern on the spot, and only then did the manager depart in satisfaction. The Wen sisters also left, heading to the third floor. Unable to procure a skeletal warrior themselves, Wen Ishi could only drag Wen Yaoyao to select another pet. Although a small portion of the pets might be infected, Wen Yix's suggestion was to first choose a preferred one, then directly retrieve it from another pet center. Left with no choice, Wen Yaoyao pouted and followed. Lu Yi did not accompany them, as Wen Ishi understood Wen Yaoyao better. Before long, dozens of personnel from the Beast Tamer Association and the Security Bureau arrived. These two entities usually operated separately. Their joint handling of a case signified high-level attention. Their efficiency was remarkable. Several seasoned specialists interrogated Lu Dao on the spot, while researchers carted away the venomous spider. The remainder began inspecting the entire pet sales area, testing how many pets were infected, while others gathered evidence. Work proceeded with intense urgency, and an inexplicable heaviness seemed to permeate the air. Yet as Lu Yi observed, he noticed that everyone bore smiles, more or less showing no impatience with the complex tasks. Just as he grew puzzled, when Ming emerged from the crowd, approached him with a stern expression and said, "Yao Yao told me everything, but I still need to scold you. This is the age of pet taming. Everyone possesses deadly weapons. When pushed to the brink, people will do anything. If you hadn't summoned the skeletal warrior in time to block that attack, and if you hadn't reacted quickly, where would you be now? You must be more cautious next time and not act so impulsively." Lu Yi nodded. Wen Ming's words held truth. He had been too focused on showing off to his livestream audience and hadn't anticipated Lu Dao's underhanded tactics. Got it. Don't worry about me. Wen Ming, knowing Lu Yi had taken the advice to heart, changed the subject. You really attract big news wherever you go. Lu Yi knew it was significant news, but asked in confusion, is it already trending? See for yourself. Lu Yi pulled out his phone and indeed found the trending topic about Lu Dao's ban climbing into the top 30, followed closely by Songqing Pet Center and Lu Dao forces Master Yi to have relations. What the hell? Lu Yi's mind boggled. What's this about forced relations? As a direct participant, he wondered why his righteous act wasn't highlighted, but something so bizarre. Trying for a twist. Wen Ming chuckled nonchalantly. What else could it be? Lu Dao's company made their move. That explained it. Lu Dao, a video blogger with mixed reviews, had committed numerous vile acts. Without his company's backing, he wouldn't have gotten this far. This was clearly a PR stunt to suppress and dilute the backlash. But with Lu Dao's livestream recordings flooding the internet, even the strongest PR team couldn't reverse the situation. In Lu Yi's opinion, they'd be better off issuing a statement claiming Lu Dao was a contractor and that his actions had nothing to do with the company, and that had been dismissed. Pulling such a stunt only showed they were in the same boat as Lu Dao, destined to sink. Don't worry. We've spoken to Dole. That trending topic about you will disappear soon, Wen Ming reassured. I'm not that upset. Lu Yi shrugged. By the way, Master, why does everyone seem so cheerful? Of course we're cheerful, Wen Ming said matter-of-factly. Noticing Lu Yi's odd expression, he cleared his throat and explained Songqing hasn't seen any major incidents in nearly a decade. The Beast Tamer Association and Security Bureau only handled trivial matters. He leaned in, lowering his voice to a whisper. Everyone rarely gets a chance to earn merits, so they just accumulate seniority. Lu Dao's case is a golden opportunity. Before we could even select candidates, a flood of applications came in. Lu Yi suddenly understood. No wonder. It reminded him of a past life incident where, while appraising antiques, he stumbled upon a gang of tomb raiders. During the appraisal, an officer called asking him to stall them and extract information. Then came two more similar calls, all with the same request. If not for the correct numbers, Lu Yi would have thought it was a scam. Later, the group was arrested live on his stream. Investigations revealed the total value of the artifacts exceeded 100 million. No wonder the officers had been so eager to call him. It was at least a second-class merit. That explained their enthusiasm. Speaking of which, Wen Ming recalled something. How did you know he was guilty? He understood the general process, but couldn't fathom what led Lu Yi to suspect Lu Dao. Lu Yi, anticipating the question, had his answer ready. I studied pet micro-expressions, and I found they apply to humans too. Pet micro-expressions. Wen Ming was puzzled. How can that apply to humans? They're not even the same species. Of course they can, Lu Yi said confidently. When I suggested sending the Luminite beast for inspection, his nostrils flared and his eyes darted. Though he feigned calm, he was clearly guilty. So I gambled and won. Still too risky, Wen Ming frowned. What if you were wrong? Who would bear the consequences? For Lu Yi's mere suspicion, Wen Yaoyao had summoned over a dozen security guards and evacuated the pet store's customers. This not only caused significant panic, but also disrupted the normal operations of the pet sales area. If Lu Dao had been innocent, given his fan base and influence, he would have retaliated against them. Lu Yi grinned sheepishly. That's why I have you, Master. Seeing Lu Yi's cheeky expression, Wen Ming wasn't angry. Even with me, you need to be careful next time. If this blows up, I won't be able to protect you. I know. Wenming added once the scene is cleared, we'll take you to the security bureau for questioning. It'll take a while and might affect your live stream tonight. I'm not streaming tonight, Lu Yi said. Lu Dao's company probably hates me. If I go live, they'll hire bots to stir up trouble. As a seasoned internet veteran who had steadily built up 100 followers in his past life, Lu Yi knew the rules of survival online. With 3 consecutive trending topics, his popularity was already drawing envy from peers. Add to that his conflict with Lu Dao's crew, and he dreaded to think how chaotic his livestream would be tonight. So he'd take a 2-day break. After all, thanks to Lu Dao's livestream, his streaming points had soared to nearly 2500 enough for now. As they chatted when Ishi returned with Wen Yaoyao, her expression blank. Wen Ming stepped forward. How did the pet selection go? Wen Ishi took a deep breath. Ask her yourself. Wen Ming looked questioningly at Wen Yaoyao. Wen Yaoyao, with a pained face, asked her father, Dad, can't I really have a skeletal warrior? The father paused, then glanced at the innocent Lu Yi. Damn it, all your fault, kid. Afterward, Wen Ming and Wen Ishi set out to persuade Wen Yaoyao. If Wen Yaoyao wanted a common or rank battle pet from the Eastern District, Wen Ming could easily procure several for her to choose from. But a skeleton warrior. Even as a guild leader, he had no means to acquire one. Seeing that Lu Yi was not needed and could not leave, he began to review the gains from the earlier livestream. The summary mentioned that the viewership had reached 120, but only 500 had tuned in for Lu Yi. Thus, the livestream points were calculated from these 500 viewers, yielding a total of 150,000 points. Adding the mission rewards, the total instantly climbed to 250,000. Then came the feedback. Currently, Xiao Fa and Wang Kai were both Tier 2 battle pets, and the 4 feedback ratio was still too low to feel any significant effect. If anything, it was just a slight boost in mental clarity. To be precise, he could previously stay awake for 40 consecutive hours. Now it had increased to 41 hours. The most absurd part was that the feedback had granted him a random skill from his battle pet, the strongest one at that necromantic summoning. From this perspective, feedback was far superior to shared power. Most Beast Tamer's abilities were used to assist their pets, such as acceleration, invisibility, or defense enhancement. Never before had anyone been able to directly possess a pet skill. Thinking of this, Lu Yi felt a surge of secret delight. After finishing, he opened Duel Video. Currently, Lu Dao and the Gluttony Dog were both trending, ranking 2nd and 7th respectively. Clicking on either revealed Lu Yi's name. After all, as the primary person involved, Lu Yi was bound to ride this wave of attention. His follower count, which had been 100 the previous night, had now reached 25,000. Given the trend, it would hit 300 by evening. About 4 hours later, the on-site investigation was fully completed. Lu Dao's arrow venom spider possessed the talents of concealed aura and mimic toxin, allowing it to evade detection and apply poison to the battle pets. Within the pet sales area, only the pets on the 3rd floor were infected, 16 in total, 15 wood type and 1 water type. On-site testing confirmed that the toxin source was identical to the mimic toxin from the arrow venom spider. Additionally, fragments of small spiders were discovered, fully solidifying the evidence of Lu Dao's crime. Simultaneously, the store's surveillance clearly captured him directing the arrow venom spider to attack Lu Yi and the others, compounding his guilt. The Federation's laws on pet-related crimes were extremely stringent. Even if the Heavenly King himself intervened, Lu Dao could not be saved. At the very least, he faced life imprisonment and the permanent revocation of his beast-taming rights. After all this was done, Lu Yi followed them to the Public Security Bureau to give his statement. During the statement, the officers were exceptionally kind, offering him tea and even preparing a flame-grilled chicken leg rice bowl when they learned he hadn't eaten dinner. Their attitude was so warm that Lu Yi felt as though he had walked into the wrong place. Leaving the bureau, he found Wen Ming's SUV, opened the door, and climbed in. No sooner had he settled in than his phone rang. PayPal credit 50000 yuan. Moi. Lu Yi curiously pulled out his phone and saw the transfer source, Songqing Beast Taming Association. Before he could ponder further, Wen Ming said directly, "This is the association's initial reward for you." Reward? Lu Yi asked curiously. After this afternoon's investigation, Lu Dao's case involves several listed companies. It's a major case for both the association and the bureau. As the discoverer, you must be commended. Wen Ming continued, since the matter hasn't been fully resolved, this is just an advance. Once the investigation is complete, there will be additional rewards. Take this money without worry, consider it a reward for yourself. As if catching a keyword, Lu Yi quickly said, "Teacher, I'm not that kind of person." Wen Ming was taken aback. What? Don't you want the reward? Lu Yi paused, realizing his reaction was a bit excessive. I do, of course I do. The morning's book purchases had cost him several thousand yuan. This 500 was a much-needed replenishment. Besides, he had earned it fair and square. No need for false modesty. By the way, there's something else, Wen Ming advised. I've asked everyone present to keep your skeleton warrior a secret. Don't reveal it often, or it might cause unnecessary trouble. Lu Yi nodded in understanding. Don't worry, you'll be careful. Returning to his residence, Lu Yi glanced at the lights in the building. Neither the first nor the second floor was lit. He checked his phone and saw a message from Zhang Shou saying he had gone out to a dinner party. As for the second floor, if anyone was home, the lights would always be on. Seeing that the house was empty, Lu Yi summoned the skeleton warrior to help carry the books upstairs. The obedient skeleton warrior extended its long arms, and Lu Yi placed the books on them, filling them just right. Meanwhile, inside Lu Yi's home, Wang Kai, who had been lounging comfortably, suddenly jolted awake, looking around in confusion. Where had the skeleton that was scratching my itch gone? It glared at Xiao Fa with displeasure, grumbling, meow, meow, meow. Xiao Fa stared back, blankly, sensing the skeleton warrior's location through their mental link. Then its gaze pierced through the floor, detecting the skeleton warrior in the first-floor courtyard. The master was there too. But after glancing at Wang Kai, it felt the master probably didn't need that skeleton warrior at the moment. The next moment, a green flame flickered, and the skeleton warrior that had been scratching Wang Kai reappeared in the living room. Unlike before, its arm bones were stretched out, laden with a full stack of books. For a moment, both Wang Kai and Xiao Fa were stunned. Just then, Lu Yi's puzzled voice came from downstairs. Hey, where's my skeleton warrior? As his words fell, the skeleton warrior vanished from the living room again. Meow. Wang Kai let out a confused cry. Xiao Fa lifted its head slightly, as if understanding something. Then it summoned the skeleton warrior back. Hey, wait, is this skill broken, or what? Lu Yi, just entering the house, complained furiously to the system. But the system gave no response. In the room, Wang Kai watched the skeleton warrior disappear and reappear again, utterly bewildered. Xiao Fa approached Wang Kai and pointed at the skeleton warrior's leg, indicating that it could place its paw there and be teleported along with it. Hearing this, Wang Kai's small eyes lit up. It stretched out its paws and grabbed onto the skeleton warrior. Then, with a summon from Lu Yi, the skeleton warrior appeared at the stairway entrance with Wang Kai clinging to its leg. Wang Kai. Lu Yi's eyes widened in disbelief. How did you get on it? Wang Kai was equally confused. Hadn't it been promised that it would be teleported? Why was it still at home? Damn it, the skeleton tricked me. Meow, meow, meow. Wang Kai hopped off the skeleton warrior and gestured to explain to Lu Yi. But with its limited intelligence, after a while, Lu Yi only understood a few words, teleport, and mysteriously disappeared. Nevertheless, judging by its behavior, this was definitely Lu Yi's Wang Kai, not some duplicate brought back from another dimension by the skeleton warrior. Finally, unable to gesture any further, Wang Kai flopped onto the floor, signaling Lu Yi to go ask Xiao Fa. Puzzled, Lu Yi returned home to find Xiao Fa waiting at the door as if expecting him. Clack, clack, clack. Xiao Fa's jaw bones moved as it began explaining to Lu Yi. Soon, through Xiao Fa's concise explanation, Lu Yi fully understood. His necromantic summoning originated from Xiao Fa, so the skeleton warrior he summoned was actually Xiao Fa's own summon, not something pulled from another world by the system. No wonder that skeleton warrior looked oddly familiar, Lu Yi mused. He stared at the books on the skeleton warrior's arms and suddenly had a flash of inspiration. So if I put things on it, and you summon it back, could that serve as a form of teleportation? Clack, clack. Xiao Fa nodded. According to its understanding, the effective teleportation range was about 20 kilometers. Beyond that distance, anything on the skeleton warrior would remain in place and not be transported. Damn. Lu Yi felt a surge of excitement. Does that mean we've found a loophole? Xiao Fa tilted its head, not understanding what Lu Yi meant. But to please its master, it nodded anyway. With this miraculous ability, Lu Yi returned to the first floor, summoned a skeleton warrior, and clung to its legs with both hands. As Little Mage recalled the skeleton warrior, he found he could follow along as well. Holy crap, what a godly skill! Lu Yi exclaimed. Teleportation had always been the exclusive domain of space attribute spirit beasts. The bloodline of such beasts was at least rank. Since the dawn of the Beast Tamer era, only a little over a dozen space attribute spirit beasts had been recorded. Each one was a strategic asset of the Federation, incredibly precious. Although the coordinated teleportation between Lu Yi and Little Mage couldn't match the power of a true space attribute beast, as long as Little Mage's level increased, it would surely achieve distance-ignoring teleportation. However, Lu Yi realized a problem. Master and beast could communicate through the soul space, and the amount of soul power determined the range of communication. As it stood with Lu Yi at the second soul rank and Little Mage's willpower over 200, the effective communication distance was only about 1 kilometer. Beyond that, they couldn't exchange thoughts. At most, they could sense if the other had fallen. Therefore, if they truly relied on the skeleton warrior for real-time teleportation, he and Little Mage needed instantaneous communication. With this in mind, Lu Yi opened his panel and tapped the sign next to the soul rank. Upgrading from the second to the third rank cost only 500 livestream points. Livestream points 50,000 host soul rank upgraded from an ordinary apartment to a standard villa level. This time the soul space expanded from about 100 square meters to 300 square meters. This upgrade was remarkably noticeable. Lu Yi clearly sensed he could now stay awake for 80 consecutive hours without sleep. It felt truly wonderful. The communication distance with Little Mage also increased to about 5 kilometers. Next came upgrading Little Mage. Having read books all day, its evolution value had risen to 15, and its level was 16. Lu Yi checked the experience required for Spirit Beast upgrades. Reaching level 25 needed 90500 points. Without hesitation, he tapped the upgrade button 9 times in a row. The level instantly shot to 25. Little Mage stared blankly at itself as a strange, eerie blue flame suddenly ignited from its abdominal cavity, spreading across its entire body. Yet the flame carried no heat. Instead, it filled the room with a chilling cold, forcing Lu Yi to wrap his clothes tighter around himself. Could this be Bone Spirit Cold Fire? About a minute later, the blue flame gradually faded, revealing Little Mage's full form to Lu Yi. Lu Yi sensed something was off. He walked over to Little Mage, compared their heights, and was astonished to find that Little Mage had grown taller. Previously 1 meter tall, it had now increased by about 10 centimeters. Moreover, the flames in its eye sockets were no longer pure green, but a blend of blue and green, adding a touch of liveliness. Type Necromancer, level 25, bloodlines, strength, attribute, undead, mental state, calm, physical state, healthy, bony, talents, knowledge, is power, high, wisdom, shadow, affinity, knowledge, pressure, skills, spectral, servant, sword of knowledge, undead, summoning, soulfire, evolution, value 3102. Willpower 368. This panel startled Lu Yi. He hadn't expected Little Mage to awaken another talent and skill. Knowledge pressure exerts absolute suppression over spirit beasts with a lower knowledge reserve than itself, weakening the opponent's strength. If the opponent's knowledge is superior, it weakens its own strength. Special effect ignores all forms of pressure. In the eyes of knowledge, only knowledge is the noblest. Whoa! Lu Yi gasped as he read the talent description. Many types of pressure existed among spirit beasts, such as bloodline quality pressure. Strength. Little Mage naturally exerted some suppression over Drank Wonkai. There was also talent pressure, typically racial pressure. For instance, dragon attribute spirit beasts exerted a suppressive effect on ordinary ones. But knowledge pressure was utterly absurd. First, it could ignore all other pressures. Whether facing an SS rank spirit beast or an undead overlord, it was useless. The only thing that could pressure it was an opponent with a greater knowledge reserve. Given Little Mage's learning ability, if it stayed home reading books for 10 years, no spirit beast could stand against it. Soulfire, a mysterious power from the undead world, summoning cold and eerie flames that can pierce an enemy's armor and defenses to directly attack their soul. Consumes a large amount of willpower. Note growth skill. Lu Yi fell silent after reading it. It looked like magical attack, but in truth it was a plain yet rare soul attack. Only in strength spirit beast could achieve such ridiculous growth potential. After Little Mage's upgrade, the direct communication distance surged to 5 kilometers. Yet the skeleton warrior's teleportation range for supplies miraculously reached 500 kilometers. The difference was 100-fold. Damn, only 5 kilometers. I'd lose connection just going to the Beast Tamer center. Lu Yi rolled his eyes. Just then Little Mage suddenly raised its staff and tapped the air twice. Immediately, 2 skeleton warriors emerged from the floor. Including the one arranging books in the living room, there were 3 in total. Moreover, their levels had also reached 25. That's one more. Lu Yi looked over. Little Mage nodded and told Lu Yi that the number of skeleton warriors summoned depended on willpower. For every 100 points of willpower, it could summon an additional warrior. Is that so? Lu Yi rubbed his chin, noting Little Mage's willpower was 368. He took a deep breath. Undead summoning. Whoosh. The skeleton warrior that had just finished arranging books teleported before him. While still just one, Lu Yi pouted. He had hoped that with 3 skeleton warriors, he could summon 2. But then he reconsidered and asked Little Mage, if you could summon 4, would I get 2? Little Mage shook its head, it wasn't sure. With this idea in mind, Lu Yi wanted to test it. To increase Little Mage's willpower, upgrading seemed the only way. According to Little Mage's calculation, reaching level 30 would push its willpower past 400. That meant 5 more levels costing over 8,000 points. It wasn't that Lu Yi didn't want to upgrade, he only had 1,000 points now. After upgrading Little Mage he'd have none left for Wankai. He furrowed his brow deep in thought. Suddenly his gaze fell upon the skeletal frame beneath Little Mage's black robe. No intestines, no urinary system, no digestive system, not even skin. Could it be perfectly suited for the noble talent? Ahem. Little Mage, Lu Yi asked, do you ever get skin diseases or stomach issues? Little Mage's eyes flickered with flame, then it shook its head. Lu Yi's bookshelf held many books on spirit beasts, so it had some understanding. Good, Lu Yi said with relief, thinking. System paste the noble talent onto Little Mage. Pasting initiated. Noble talent trait consumed. Pasting complete. Necromancer Little Mage has acquired talent Noble. Willpower 368, 441. This talent greatly enhanced Little Mage, but it didn't show much reaction. It simply raised its staff and summoned another skeleton warrior. Then Lu Yi used undead summoning. This time he got 2. Whoa, it worked! Lu Yi exclaimed excitedly. Altogether, he now had the equivalent of 6 spirit beasts. He had planned to earn points and open mystery boxes, but now why bother? Just raising Little Mage was enough. Since he could summon one more skeletal warrior, Lu Yi no longer felt so disheartened. After the upgrade, the Little Mage's thirst for knowledge grew even stronger, and it quickly dumped the books onto the living room floor, scanning through them at a rapid pace. Just as he was about to discuss the next steps with the Little Mage, Lu Yi sensed a wave of resentment emanating from the sofa. There Wankai was lying on the couch, its cheeks puffed out, and its eyes narrowed into crescent moons radiating palpable reproach. It wasn't foolish, it knew that all its upgrades came from Lu Yi's power. Yet it couldn't understand why everyone was talking about. No, why was it that, as one of Lu Yi's spirit beasts, this newly arrived skeleton was so favored by him? As for itself, it couldn't even get a bite of cat food. Sensing Wankai's discontent, the smile on Lu Yi's face froze. He thought the creature was jealous of the Little Mage's newfound strength and wanted a boost too. But it turned out the issue was about unfair treatment. If the Little Mage had grown stronger, wasn't it reasonable for Wankai to ask for a few mouthfuls of cat food? Ah, you little rascal. Lu Yi shook his head with a hint of amusement, walked over to the cat food bag, picked up Wankai's bowl, filled it to the brim, and set it down. Come eat. Consider this a reward for being so well-behaved today. Hearing this, Wankai's mood instantly brightened, its resentment dissolving into thin air. Its short little legs scrambled frantically as it dashed to Lu Yi, opening its mouth wide. Perhaps because it hadn't eaten all day, it opened its jaws so wide that it accidentally bit down on the entire bowl. With a series of chews, it soon spat out the bowl, now covered in saliva. Letting out a satisfied long breath, it meowed skillfully at the Little Mage, meow, meow, meow. The Little Mage responded with a gentle nod. Then a skeletal warrior that had been standing by walked over, picked up the bowl, and headed to the bathroom to wash it. Needless to say, this was undoubtedly Wankai's doing. Lu Yi looked at them in astonishment. Wait, you two have gotten this chummy in just one day. Meow. Wankai lay on the floor, stretching out a tiny paw to pat the ground. Only then did Lu Yi notice that the home, which had gone unclean for days, was now spotless. The floor, the coffee table, even the sofa were noticeably cleaner. Did you teach them this too? Lu Yi asked incredulously. Wankai nodded proudly. Could this household even function without it? Excellent. It seems my years of education have paid off. Lu Yi patted Wankai's head solemnly. He had to admit the texture was far more pleasant than the Little Mage's skull. Wankai's eyes widened. Was there another reward coming? So I've decided to upgrade your bloodline. Lu Yi pointed at Wankai. Bloodline? Upgrade? What was that? Wankai looked perplexed, utterly unable to comprehend. A handful of cat food would have been far more practical. Without giving Wankai a chance to refuse, Lu Yi opened its panel and initiated the bloodline upgrade. Instantly, 25000 points were consumed. Bloodline DC. As the prompt faded, Wankai's body erupted in a dazzling radiance, the white light flooding the entire room and through the window, forming a massive searchlight. Fortunately, the light lasted only a second or two before fading away, leaving Wankai utterly bewildered. Lu Yi smiled and asked, how does the bloodline upgrade feel? Wankai looked blankly at itself and fell silent. It struggled to find the right word, eventually racking its brain to come up with two, very bright. Lu Yi helplessly pressed his forehead, muttering inwardly. Wasn't it said that bloodline upgrades increase intelligence? Why isn't it showing in Wankai? He didn't voice this aloud, knowing that if Wankai heard it would likely be upset again. With that thought, Lu Yi looked at the skeletal warrior that had just washed the bowl, took it from its hand, and scooped another bowl of cat food for Wankai. Never mind, you just focus on eating. It wasn't that Lu Yi insisted on Wankai being useful, He just feared it might feel inferior compared to the little mage. As it turned out, he had worried for nothing. After all, Wang Kai had been with him for 6 years, accompanying him through 4 years of university, witnessing all kinds of spirit beasts. Lu Yi had even taken it to the Federation's Spirit Beast tournament, yet it had never developed any ambition beyond eating and resting. You just keep providing us with emotional support. Lu Yi chuckled. Wang Kai seemed to understand, wagging its tail even as it wolfed down its food. Then Lu Yi turned his attention to the little mage. He now needed a suitable external tool to solve the problem of limited communication range. After a moment of thought, he suddenly slapped his forehead. Damn, am I an idiot? Why not just use PP? Lu Yi strode into the bedroom, retrieved his college laptop, and brought it to the living room. The computer was a bit old, but its performance was decent, capable of handling everything except high-end gaming. If I teach the little mage to use electronic devices, can it communicate with me in real time? Excitedly, he waved at the little mage. Come here, come here. The little mage had just finished reading a book and walked over slowly, sitting down beside Lu Yi. Lu Yi first turned on the computer, spent some time clearing the browsing history and files, then cleared his throat and said, Look, this is a computer. Let me teach you how to use it. About half an hour later, the little mage, with its astonishing learning ability, had mastered almost all the basic operations of the computer, including how to download the correct software. It was far more capable than those who carelessly downloaded things from dubious gaming centers. Lu Yi logged into a secondary PP account and handed it over for the little mage's use. All right, from now on, when I'm not home, we'll use this software to communicate in real time. Lu Yi stretched lazily, finding the experience of teaching the little mage a true pleasure. No matter what he said, it grasped it instantly and could even draw inferences. The little mage nodded and asked if it could use the computer for other purposes. Of course, Lu Yi nodded. But given your age, there are some things you shouldn't look at, you know. The little mage understood, then directed a skeletal warrior to bring it a book. It was Differential Geometry, published by the Federation Mathematical Society. It deftly flipped open the cover, skipping the main text to find a line of letters on the title page. Curious, Lu Yi looked over and discovered it was a web address, the official URL of the Federation Mathematical Society. The little mage opened the browser and typed in the address. Instantly, the math-filled official website appeared before the man and the skeleton. The little mage immediately located the page for specialized mathematical knowledge, clicked in, and began studying with great enthusiasm. 5 minutes later, Lu Yi clearly saw a wisp of black airflow rising from behind the computer and merging into the little mage's body. It was identical to the black substance produced when the little mage read physical books. Witnessing this, Lu Yi's brow furrowed deeply, his body stiffening as if turned to stone. What the hell? After a long moment, he slowly turned his neck, his gaze shifting to the bookshelf in the living room. On that shelf sat books worth $5,000. Now you're telling me it could have just learned directly from the internet. Damn it, why didn't I think of that then? And the most absurd part was that the little mage's internet learning only consumed electricity. Even if it ran all day, it would still be far cheaper than buying 100 books, right? For the first time, Lu Yi began to question his own intelligence. For 3 consecutive days, Lu Yi did not stream. Originally, he had promised only 2 days off, but to smooth over the controversy, or perhaps to laze around, he took an extra day of rest. During this time, the news of Lu Dao's arrest was officially announced by the Tsang City Public Security Bureau. He would be prosecuted on 6 charges, including endangering public safety and intentional injury. The minimum sentence awaiting him was life imprisonment. One could only say that he had brought it upon himself. Those who create their own misfortune cannot be saved. Over these 2 days, Lu Yi's follower count continued to rise steadily, only slowing down after surpassing 30,000. In less than a week, his followers had multiplied tenfold, a remarkable growth rate. On this noon, the 1st of August, Zhang Shou unexpectedly came knocking on his door. Lu Yi opened the door to find Zhang Shou holding an electricity bill, a puzzled expression on his face. Xiaolu, don't you think your electricity bill for last month seems a bit off? Off. Lu Yi took the bill and glanced at the amount for his household. 1,010. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief, thinking he must have misread it. Exactly. You only used about 400 in June, but last month it shot past 1,000. That's why I came to ask, Zhang Shou said curiously. I read online that a sudden surge in electricity bills might mean someone's stealing power. I checked the meter box, and no one's tapping into your line. Zhang Shou was utterly baffled. Lu Yi thought hard, and the image of Xiao Fa surfaced in his mind. Ever since it had learned to use the computer, the voltage at home had been fluctuating. Could it be that the computer was guzzling too much electricity? But there were no other high-power appliances at home. It had to be the culprit. Embarrassed, Lu Yi chuckled. Uncle Zhang, I almost forgot to tell you. I've got a new lightning-type battle pet at home. Training it every day consumes a lot of electricity. After all, Wong Kai had the talent to manipulate thunder. Calling it a lightning type pet wasn't far-fetched, was it? You've already waived my rent and utilities, but I should reimburse you for this extra expense. Lu Yi felt genuinely sorry. Any other landlord, upon seeing a tenant's electricity bill exceed 1,000 yuan a month, would assume the tenant was either wrecking their appliances or up to no good, like crypto mining. Yet Zhang Shou didn't mind at all. Instead, he helped Lu Yi find the source of the problem. A landlord this good-hearted was a rare find. Zhang Shou waved his hand in refusal. What's a little money? I told you what's waived is waived. Even if it were tens of thousands, it's nothing to me. A flicker of gratitude stirred in Lu Yi's heart. Thank you, Uncle Zhang. I don't mention it, Zhang Shou said, waving dismissively. His gaze then drifted to the ceiling as he asked casually, speaking of which, Xiao Lu, why haven't you been streaming these past few days? Lu Yi raised an eyebrow. He suddenly realized the real reason Zhang Shou had come up. Well, you probably know about the Lu Dao news. It's connected to me. Trusting Zhang Shou, Lu Yi explained, there's a big company behind him, and I've kind of offended them. So I took a few days off to lie low. Is that so? Zhang Shou's anger flared instantly. He slapped his thigh and said, come on, tell me the company's name. My younger brother works in the Eastern District Court. He'll help you sue them. It wasn't surprising that Zhang Shou was so furious. After watching Lu Yi's streams for 2 days, he had practically become a diehard fan. He had been anxious these past few days without a broadcast. Lu Yi quickly stopped him. Uncle Zhang, that won't be necessary. I have someone looking out for me, so don't worry. Rest assured he'll stream tonight, same time as always. Hearing this, Zhang Shou finally relaxed. Great. Me and a few old friends are all waiting for your stream. Old friends? Yeah, I went out to dinner with them a few days ago and told them about you, but they didn't believe a word, Zhang Shou said indignantly. They're supposed to be professors and experts, but I think it's all bull. Experts and professors? A bad feeling crept over Lu Yi. Yeah, they're both some kind of officials in the Beast Taming Association. Zhang Shou spoke with a hint of contempt. I told them if they didn't believe me, they should watch your stream. Then we'll see who's right. Lu Yi's expression turned slightly odd, not because he was surprised by the addition of authoritative viewers. In his past life, when he hosted artifact appraisal streams, plenty of big names in the field had personally made videos to debunk him, and some had even tried to set him up. Once popularity took off, this was inevitable. It had just come a bit earlier than expected. He simply hadn't anticipated that Zhang Shou had such connections. It seemed this landlord wasn't just wealthy, he had a formidable background, likely on par with Wen Ming. But don't worry, they're just here to watch. They won't say anything, Zhang Shou added, patting his chest. I understand. Lu Yi nodded. He'll stream tonight. Before leaving, Zhang Shou reminded him, Xiao Lu, I see your popularity is growing. There'll probably be a lot of troublemakers in the chat. I suggest you find a moderator to keep things from getting out of hand. Lu Yi looked at Zhang Shou, feeling as if he were some kind of newbie guiding old man, always reminding him of everything. I know. I've already found a moderator, so don't worry. Oh, you've already found one. Zhang Shou's disappointment was palpable. All right, then I'll head back. Take care, Uncle Zhang. Watching Zhang Shou's somewhat dejected figure, Lu Yi let out a wry smile. It wasn't that he didn't want Zhang Shou to be a moderator, but the online world wasn't something Zhang Shou could navigate easily. Making him a moderator would only cause unnecessary trouble. It was better for him to just enjoy the streams happily. Returning home, Lu Yi looked at Xiao Fa, who was tapping away at the computer keyboard. Xiao Fa, how's the debugging going? Any lag? Xiao Fa sat silently on the sofa and nodding expressionlessly. It raised its right hand, forming an OK gesture with its skeletal fingers. It seemed that over these days, besides studying, it had picked up a few other tricks. Yes, Lu Yi's moderator was Xiao Fa. He had initially thought of asking Wen Yao Yao, but considering she was about to start high school and had limited time, he decided against it. Through his observations over the past few days, he noticed Xiao Fa's computer skills were becoming increasingly adept. Its typing speed far surpassed Lu Yi's own. So he thought he'd let Xiao Fa try learning the ropes. To his surprise, Xiao Fa's self-study had already exceeded his expectations. Good. Lu Yi continued. You've memorized the manual I gave you, right? It was a moderator's guide he had compiled from his past live streaming experience, detailing how to be a competent moderator. The manual covered everything from spammers and flutters, trolls, comparers, to the deranged fans. Xiao Fa nodded again, indicating no problem at all. Lu Yi gave a satisfied thumbs up. That Battle Pet blind box had been an incredible deal. On the living room coffee table, besides the computer, there was also a phone and a tablet. This was because Xiao Fa had told Lu Yi it could handle studying and moderating simultaneously. Lu Yi naturally trusted it and generously provided the top-tier electronic devices. This kid was such a relief. There was no fear of it becoming an internet addict. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Lu Yi pressed the start streaming button right on time. The moment the stream went live, over a dozen viewers poured in, quickly swelling to triple digits and surging toward 4 digits. 3 minutes in, the viewer count hit 4,000. Finally streaming. Did you disappear for days? Streamer, is that Lu Dao thing real or fake? Watch the clip. Banned by moderator. Ridiculous streamer, give me back my little Dao. Banned by moderator. Lu glanced at the barrage list and couldn't help but nod again. Xiao Fa's efficiency was absurd. The moment a comment popped up, it was already banned, all in less than a second. With reaction speed like that, it could compete in the Shanghai Major. 5 minutes later, the viewer count stabilized around 7,000, and it was time to start the appraisals. Alright folks, I can't talk much about the Lu Dao incident in the stream. Just check the official notice. It doesn't have much to do with me. Lu Yi smiled. I've been pretty busy these past few days. My apologies to everyone. Now let's begin the beast appraisal. First up, let's welcome our first Beast Tamer. The scene shifted, revealing a delicate and beautiful woman on the left. Her long hair cascaded over her shoulders, but her pale wan complexion lent her a fragile, pitiable charm. She appeared to be no more than 20-something. Her nickname was Xiaoxiamen. Wow, a beauty. This little sister is quite pretty. Followed. Lu Yi paid no heed to the audience's comments about her appearance. Frowning slightly, he reminded, Miss Xiaomen, please double tap to flip the camera. We're here to see the spirit beasts. Thanks for your cooperation. Xiaomen nodded, her expression sorrowful. Sorry, Master Yi. I'm here to ask for a favor. What is it? Lu Yi was curious. To be honest, last month I was diagnosed with an incurable disease. I have at most 3 months left. Xiaomen said, on the verge of tears. I have 3 spirit beasts with me. I don't want them to be masterless after I'm gone, so I'd like to give them away in your live stream. A sentimental angle? Lu Yi didn't answer right away, instead glancing at the comments. It's true, terminal brain cancer. She really only has 3 months. Gosh, beauty is indeed a fragile thing. So pretty, such a pity. I'm a doctor. That diagnosis was photoshopped. Don't be fooled. From what they said, it seems she might indeed have some incurable disease. Still better to believe it exists than not. If it's true, it would be a good deed, earning a good reputation. And it would also help fill the livestream time. Lu Yi's expression turned solemn. He rested his chin on his hand, and after a long pause comforted her, Don't worry. There are plenty of kind people in the livestream. They'll help you screen them one by one and find suitable masters for your beasts. Xiaomen smiled faintly. Thank you, Master Yi. The streamer has a kind heart. Pick me. I'm an intermediate beast tamer. Isn't this a beast appraisal show? How did it turn into a matchmaking event? We'll take a look at your spirit beasts first, one by one, okay? Lu Yi asked. Xiaomen nodded. Okay. With that, she flipped the camera and summoned her 3 spirit beasts in an empty space at home. They were a white-furred dog, a turtle, and a white snake. It was clear her taste was somewhat unique. My family is well off, so all 3 beasts have at least Cray bloodlines. Let me introduce them. Xiaomen said softly, holding up her phone. All right. Lu Yi nodded. He didn't activate his golden eyes right away, choosing to wait until she finished. First is the big dog. It's a Highland dog brought back by my father from the western region. Grade bloodline level 19, a very gentle temperament, and quite intelligent. As she spoke, Xiaomen reached out and stroked the Highland dog. It nuzzled her hand affectionately and barked. A Highland dog. Those are expensive. This is an excellent combat-type spirit beast worth at least 200,000. I'm an elementary school student, and I need a beast. I suggest you pick me. Lu Yi commented, a fine Highland dog. It's clear you've raised it well. Thank you. Next is this celestial matron turtle. Crade bloodline. It's almost 60 years old, passed down from my grandfather's generation. It's now level 32. Oh, Lu Yi was slightly surprised. The celestial matron turtle was a native species of blue star, and its age of 60 meant it had existed before the era of beast taming. It had witnessed the entire history of the beast taming era. Xiaomen, Lu Yi couldn't help but advise, this celestial matron turtle carries immense significance. Its value can't be measured by bloodline or age. Are you sure you want to give it away? I remember after the century-spanning battle 40 years ago, most of Blue Star's native species died. It's incredible this turtle survived. Give it to me, sis. They'll treat it like royalty. Damn, if I got this, I could sell it for at least a few $100,000, right? Xiaomen was silent for a moment, then said bitterly, actually my family abandoned me because of my illness. Lu Yi sighed and said apologetically, sorry for touching a nerve. Such a poor girl. Sis, do you need company these 3 months? I can come. Don't be sad, sis. Give me your beasts and I'll take good care of them. The comments were flooding in. The viewer count had reached 10,000, seemingly drawn by Xiaomen. Her follower count, originally around 2,000 to 3,000, had now risen to 5,000. It was growing faster than Lu Yi's own. It's fine. I'm already grateful you let me give away my beasts in your live stream. Xiaomen didn't seem to mind. As if hearing some sound, the celestial matron turtle's shell shifted. Then its long head poked out, looking around in confusion. But strangely, a bizarre red spot marred its dark brown head. Xiaomin quickly explained, "That's its birthmark. We usually judge its age by it. It's like a tree's growth rings. The birthmark has 6 rings, so it's 60 years old." Quick explanation. Learn something new. So that's how you tell its age. Then why didn't I see any rings at the beast taming center? That's a lie. Hey, it's a birthmark, genius. If there's a birthmark, you can tell the age. Listening to Xiaomin's explanation, Lu Ye's brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. Birthmark rings. Who are you fooling? And I hadn't even asked yet why the rush to explain. But since the live stream atmosphere was already charged, Lu Yi didn't interrupt her introduction and let her continue. He activated his golden eyes and looked at the first Highland dog. Type Highland dog, level 19 bloodline grade, attribute rock, mental state and heat, infatuated, physical state beast, aids, talent, survival instinct, skill, mountain charge. Lu Ye's pupils contracted in shock. Damn, what did I just see? Was that AIDS? In this world, spirit beasts weren't immune to such ailments. Whatever humans had, they could get too, like AIDS. Human AIDS was called AIDS. Theirs was called beast AIDS. The symptoms were similar. Lu Yi quickly looked at the celestial matron turtle. Type celestial matron turtle, level 32 bloodline grade, attribute earth, mental state, despair, physical state, gonorrhea, syphilis, head, talent, earth, affinity, leaf, support, skill, hardshell. Damn, that red spot was syphilis, wasn't it? 1,000 stampeding horses charged through Lu Ye's mind. He scanned the snake's attributes, and sure enough, it had similar conditions. This was utterly catastrophic. Now he thought he knew what Xiaomin's incurable disease was. She was a freaking biological weapon. It was hard to say how many people shed infected, but these 3 spirit beasts were definitely infected. Just then a message came from FA in the living room. FA Master, I crawled her video page and checked her social media. She has some peculiar fetishes, and she doesn't have brain cancer. She has AIDS, syphilis, and HPV. FA, I suggest you cut the live stream immediately. If someone gets tricked, it could lead to serious consequences. Damn, she really was a biological weapon. Wait, when did FA learn to crawl data? He didn't have time to think about that. Lu Yi quickly disconnected Xiaomin's call. If he didn't, the live stream would be doomed. Hey, why do you stop? I didn't get to hear about the snake. The streamer wants to keep the 3 beasts for himself. Damn, the streamer is insane. Lu Yi calmly watched the comments, took a deep breath, and said, "Let me warn you, anyone who just followed Xiaomin, unfollow her now. Better yet, block her." Got it. I'm not joking. The red spot on that turtle's head isn't a birthmark, it's a rash from some disease. It's festering. That turtle has at most a few months to live. Also, some of you were right. Xiaomin isn't a good person. She's a biological weapon. I've said my piece. Whether you believe me or not is up to you. But don't blame me if you end up infected and become a biological zombie. Lu Yi was full of regret. He should have used his golden eyes from the start. He had been too careless. He just hoped everyone would listen and not fall for the cheap bait. Earlier on the first floor in Zhang Shou's living room, besides Zhang Shou himself, 2 other elderly men of the same vintage sat on the sofa. The 3 of them lounged carelessly, a dozen beer cans and some snacks on the coffee table before them, while Lu Ye's live stream played on the television. A lean old man with pure white hair dressed in a dark suit complained, "Old Zhang, really? Did you have to drag us over just to watch some youngsters live stream?" The burly old man beside him laughed, "Exactly. I think old Zhang's been charmed by that kid. You know how some seniors get taken in by peddlers of health tonics." His build belied his aged face, muscles coiled beneath skin that should have softened with time, giving him the air of a mobster in a suit. Zhang Shou, smiling as if he heard nothing of their jibes, carried over several bottles of aged liquor and set them down. Ren Fuchen rolled his eyes, took 1 bottle, twisted off the cap, and drank straight from it. After a long swallow, he exclaimed in surprise, "Ho! Old Zhang, isn't this that vintage stash of yours? How could you bear to bring it out today?" Xianhua, curious, picked up a bottle as well. In his hands, the ordinary vessel looked almost like a child's milk bottle. After a sip, his eyes flashed with keen light. "It truly is. Very well, very well. On the strength of this liquor, I'll stay and watch with you tonight." The 2 men were the Yusho Association officers Zhang Shou had spoken of, albeit only officers of the Dong District General Yusho Association. They had come to Changqing on business these past 2 days and had taken the opportunity to meet Zhang Shou. Ren Fuchen inclined his head and warned, "You may have kept us here with wine, but let me say this, those beast appraisals are best taken as mere entertainment. If someone wants to know how their own pet beast fares, better to go to the Pet Beast Center or the Yusho Association directly. Turning to this young man online is desperation, throwing oneself at the wrong remedy." Zhang Shou scoffed. "You charge 1,000 just to register. So expensive, who would come to you for appraisal?" That seemed to hit a nerve with Ren Fuchen. He shot back, "The more professional, the pricier, of course. I handle 10 registrations a day, or I'm booked solid. Besides, registration fees aren't for us to decide. At that moment, Lu Yi on the television finally stirred, and Zhang Shou, abandoning the argument, sat down to watch the live stream. Out of respect for an old friend, the two men, though reluctant, settled in to watch with him. What was wrong with that old turtle's head that day? Zhang Shou asked Ren Fuchen with curiosity. And what exactly is a Shenghua Baobei? Among the three, Zhang Shou was an ordinary man of means, Xianhua battle beast trainer, and only Ren Fuchen a bona fide pet beast expert. I don't know what a Shenghua Baobei is, Ren admitted. He grew slightly somber. But that turtle's head, that looks like the symptom of some kind of Xing disease. Xing disease. Zhang Shou blinked. Pet beasts can get that sort of thing. Ren's face was complex. They can, but I've never seen it grow on the head like that. Also, the dog and the snake acted off, especially the snake. That contorted posture was clearly mating behavior. He glanced at Xianhua. Old Xian, do you sense anything? Zhang Shou looked too, but Xianhua only furrowed his brow. After a while he answered, I know the person on that feed. You know her? Yes. She's the granddaughter of the chief of Chainan City's Public Security Bureau. She runs wild in the circles, been diagnosed with several Xing diseases, and she infected a string of rich young men in Chainan's political world. It became a huge scandal. Several leaders in Chainan City were removed from their posts, and Gao Xiaoman and her beasts, if I recall, were detained. Ren Fuchen and Zhang Shou were stunned. Xianhua, finishing his thought, pulled out his phone and dialed someone. Old Xian, put it on speaker, Zhang Shou prompted. Xianhua complied, and the call went through. His voice turned grave and commanding. Have you released Gao Xiaoman? The person on the line stammered. Well, that was at the request of senior official Gao. We couldn't refuse. And those pet beasts were released at his request, as well. The answer was yes. Xianhua exploded. Damn it. Does that old man not understand this disease is contagious? She's now using all the attention to try to give those beasts away. Are you blind? On the other end, the caller froze. Given away, she repeated in confusion. Wasn't she supposed to be using them herself? Panic crept into her voice as she added, I'll report to the vice president at once. Report. Xianhua barked. Go grab her and bring her back. I'll speak to the vice president. If any of her beasts go missing, your whole department is finished. He slammed the phone down, plainly furious. Old Gao's granddaughter, Ren Fuchen asked. Not granddaughter. His lover, Xianhua said tersely. Ren almost spat out his drink. Then he won't be infected too. Xianhua guessed soberly. He's a master-level Yusho trainer. His body likely won't be harmed. It's his vice, perhaps. Ren frowned. Pet beast Xing disease can be transmitted through physical contact. Unlike human afflictions, it need not require complex vectors. Yet pet beast Xing disease spreads only through humans carrying the pathogen. For that reason, the Yusho Association long ago outlawed such transmissions. If Gao Xiaoman manages to send those beasts out, the entire pet beast community will be thrown into chaos. Xianhua said he had already asked the publicity department to issue a notice naming Gao Xiaoman as a third-class wanted person and listing her 3 beasts. He added that such a notice from the Dong District General Yusho Association should dispel most doubts. A formal announcement would make the danger widely known and cut off further deception. If anyone still took her beasts after that, they could not blame Lu Yi for warning them. That kid really has skill, Ren Fuchen said, chewing on a skewer. At first glance, I thought it was merely a birthmark. If he hadn't pointed it out, I wouldn't have noticed Gao Xiaoman had been released, Xianhua agreed. Zhang Shou smug seized the moment. You were calling it a fraud just now, see? That's his ability. Xianhua rose and said, You lot keep watching, I'll call the vice president. As for that old Gao Peng, he won't be allowed to work in the association any longer. He hung up, resolved Gao Peng would not be permitted a future within the association. Lu Yi was unaware of the commotion downstairs, still enthusiastically explaining to his livestream audience what the red spots on the turtle's head actually were. But after just 2 or 3 minutes, he received a violation notice from the platform. Folks, I can't continue this topic. ITLL, get the stream banned. Lu Yi shrugged. Anyway, just remember, never ask her for those 3 battle pets. That's it. Let's move on to the next one. The screen shifted. The right side froze for a moment, then a crackling, distorted voice came through. Hello. Brother Yi. Can you hear me? My connection isn't great. The voice was full of static, grating on the nerves. Next, so annoying. If your internet is bad, don't waste our time. I was just about asleep, and that noise startled me awake. What do you mean next? Maybe they have something urgent. Lu Yi didn't pander to the chat. Even if their connection is laggy, I put them on. Anyone who insults them will be kicked out. He then looked at the caller's nickname. I will always love Ellie. What looks like an anime fan? This? A friend, I can hear you, but there's no video on your end, Lu Yi prompted. There was a moment of silence on the other end followed by a smoother voice. Master Yi, my internet is terrible. I asked my second uncle to go fix the base station, or it should be better soon. Fix the base station. That's an unusual way to put it. Although he didn't know if the base station meant the same thing, Lu Yi replied, all right, no rush. Take your time. After about half a minute, the caller's video finally appeared. The camera was flipped, showing a gloomy scene with only a distant light flickering. What were they in the mountains? Maybe it's an expedition team that found some battle pet. Damn, that's a bit creepy. Master Yi, just call me Xiao Wang, he said apologetically. I'm in the mountains, the connection is bad, sorry. No problem at all. Lu Yi waved it off. So what's the issue on your end? Yes. Xiao Wang immediately replied. I'm in the deep mountains of the southwestern eastern district. This was my hometown, but everyone moved out. Only my second uncle stayed behind. I had time this summer break, so I came back to visit him. As he spoke, he trudged forward with difficulty. Though it was pitch black around, one could barely make out the rugged mountain path. I see, Lu Yi said, understanding. Your second uncle probably couldn't bear to leave things here, so he stayed. With the advent of the beast pet era, the wilderness had become increasingly uninhabitable, and the Federation had been urging and assisting people to move out of the mountains. Those who still lived in the mountains surely had their reasons. Yeah, Xiao Wang agreed. Before I was born, my second uncle was the wealthiest farmer in the village, raising lots of chickens, ducks, and cattle. When the relocation was announced, he wanted to take his livestock along, but transportation wasn't convenient back then, so his request was denied. So for the sake of his animals, he chose to stay. It's been 15 years now. Lu Yi understood. The older generation was always sentimental. It wasn't about money, but a deep-rooted belief that this was where they belonged for life. I can't understand it. Living in a valley for decades. I'd definitely hate it. That's just how their mindset works, nothing to be done. Reminds me of my grandma. We have a big house in the city, but she insists on staying in her old home. Hey, aren't we getting off topic? What about the battle pets? Enough chit-chat, brother Xiao Wang. What battle pet are you showing us today? Lu Yi asked. It's the flock of chickens my second uncle raised. Xiao Wang paused. I think they've evolved beyond just livestock. They don't look like chickens at all. But I don't know much about battle pets, so I wanted your expert opinion. Chickens. Lu Yi's interest was piqued. Let's see. We're almost there. Xiao Wang finally reached the lit area. It was a crude shelter with a thick layer of straw on the ground, open-sided and very airy. He walked straight to the left side, the nearest spot where the flock was resting. Their bodies were predominantly red, with heads showing a dyed light yellow. Most striking were their long tail feathers, blazing with an even more intense color, like a cluster of burning flames. Lu Yi's expression changed drastically. He leaned forward, involuntarily mouth agape, and exclaimed in shock, "Is that a blazing phoenix tail chicken?" Type: blazing phoenix tail chicken. Level 4 bloodline. Grade: attribute fire. Mental state: content, physical state, healthy. Talent: flame. Mastery skill: flame feather arrow. If it were just one Lu, you wouldn't have been so shocked. But damn, there was a whole flock here. He counted 19 in total, all with grade bloodlines. Yet that wasn't the most unbelievable part. You see, the blazing phoenix tail chicken had been listed as a Class 2 endangered battle pet by the Federal Tamer Association 7 years ago. Class 2 endangered meant fewer than 50,000 existed worldwide. And here there were a full 19 of them. Holy crap, is that the Class 2 endangered one? No wonder it's so beautiful. I remember a pet center sold one last year for $1.7 million. Sell my foot. Don't you know that pet center got shut down? You can't sell endangered pets. Where exactly does second uncle live? I need to go find him. Damn, all these blazing phoenix tail chickens. Second uncle is gonna be rich. Not only Lu Yi and the viewers were stunned, even Ren Fuchen and the other two downstairs watching the stream were dumbfounded. Xian Huan nudged the dazed Ren Fuchen with his elbow. Old Ren, are those really blazing phoenix tail chickens? Yes, they are. Ren Fuchen replied, utterly incredulous. Our association only has 3. Ren Fuchen felt like he was dreaming. Over a decade ago, when he worked at a local pet center, he had specially bred a batch of blazing phoenix tail chickens. That batch had 6 in total, paired male and female. But after 3 months of breeding, not one of the 3 females showed any results. Back then, Ren Fuchen realized that some pets were endangered for a reason. But with such a terrible reproduction rate, how on earth did this second uncle manage to breed 19? Was this a joke? Zhang Shou, seeing the lost look on Ren Fuchen's face, knew exactly what his old friend was thinking. He laughed heartily and slapped Ren Fuchen on the shoulder. See, old Ren, I told you his stream would turn up something good. I checked. This flock alone is worth at least 8 figures. No way he'd spend that kind of money just for a stunt, right? Watching Zhang Shou's smug demeanor, Ren Fuchen was so furious that his beard bristled as he retorted, that kid just got lucky stumbling upon a treasure. who couldn't recognize a phoenix-plumed flame-tailed chicken. You say he's skilled at beast appraisal, but I don't see it. Xianhua, caught between them, leaned back on the sofa, his expression turning somewhat somber. To be honest, at first glance he truly hadn't recognized it as a phoenix-plumed flame-tailed chicken. Still better not admit that. Zhang Shou let out a scoff. Even if you can't gauge his ability, let me ask you this: all day long you appraise pets for people at the association. Has anyone ever brought a flock of phoenix-plumed flame-tailed chickens to you? You? Ren Fuchen suddenly felt a powerless inability to argue. He had to admit Zhang Shou spoke the truth. At the association, he only encountered wealthy young masters with their common pets. A creature like the phoenix-plumed flame-tailed chicken. He'd probably never see one in his lifetime. If you really want to talk about skill, don't pretend you didn't know that Grade Shadow Fox and Gluttony Dog from 2 days ago were both discovered by him. Zhang Shou pressed his advantage. Ren Fuchen's lips twitched, unable to form a rebuttal. All right, you two. Xianhua interjected, playing peacemaker. Let's stop arguing. There's no need for it. Why not just sit back and enjoy the live stream? We haven't gathered like this in a year or two. Nothing worth fighting over. Hearing this, Zhang Shou and Ren Fuchen finally ceased their quarrel, took their seats, and fell silent. Though his eyes were fixed on the television, Ren Fuchen's mind wandered. Could it be that online beast appraisal live streams are the new mainstream? Back in the live stream, Xiao Wang was visibly stunned by the name, Phoenix-plumed flame-tailed chicken. After a long pause, he asked with a trembling voice, Master Yi, do you mean that endangered pet? That's the one. Lu Yi adjusted his posture. Where's your granduncle? Can you get him on camera? I have a few questions for him. This granduncle must be a hidden master like the sweeper monk from Shaolin. His cultivation skills are incredible. No kidding, I bet he was once a high-ranking figure in the Pet Taming Association, just indifferent to fame and fortune. Damn, are you guys writing a novel, or what? According to the encyclopedia, phoenix-plumed flame-tailed chickens have an extremely low mating drive. Neither males nor females experience a heat period all year round. Even if they do mate, their gestation period is quite long, about 3 months, yielding 2 to 5 eggs. What's more absurd is that if the hen doesn't feel like laying, she can induce premature labor regardless of whether an embryo has formed. Under such harsh conditions, the phoenix-plumed flame-tailed chicken has escalated from a Class 3 endangered species, fewer than 50 worldwide, to a Class 2 endangered pet. According to the data Xiao Fa just gathered across the entire Blue Star, only 2 pet breeding centers possess more than 20 phoenix-plumed flame-tailed chickens. Thus, Lu Yi wondered just who this granduncle was managing to raise 19 of them single-handedly. Xiao Wang replied, I'll go fetch my granduncle right away. With that, he raised his voice and called out in a dialect with fair clarity, Granduncle, come over here. A moment later, an aged yet resonant voice responded, coming. Soon a slightly stooped figure emerged from the shadows, leading 2 dog-like creatures by their leashes. The newcomer was an ordinary-looking old man, his face weathered and etched with wrinkles, dressed in a crisp new blue t-shirt and a stylish baseball cap. Upon arrival, he scolded, Didn't I tell you it's dangerous out here at night? You should take a dog with you. What if a wild beast from the mountains carries you off? Xiao Wang aimed the camera at his granduncle, a hint of grievance in his voice. Granduncle, it's not my fault. The 2 dogs you keep look way too fierce. I don't even dare to touch them. The granduncle clearly disagreed. Fierce? How could they be fiercer than a wild boar or a wolf? Xiao Wang shook his head. Honestly, they're scarier than boars or wolves. Lu Yi remained silent, observing their interaction. Let's see the dogs. Are they really that terrifying? I've been afraid of dogs since I was a kid. I think it's normal for someone to be scared of them. I have a feeling those dogs of the granduncle aren't ordinary either. Suddenly, the granduncle noticed Xiao Wang's phone. What are you doing? Xiao Wang explained, I'm on a video call with someone. I asked an expert what kind of chickens we're raising. What are they? The granduncle pressed on. I've raised them for years and still don't know their breed. They're called phoenix-plumed flame-tailed chickens, Xiao Wang told his granduncle, his voice brimming with excitement. I hear each one can sell for over $1 million outside. Whoa, over $1 million. The granduncle was astonished. That can't be right. Don't try to fool me. It's true. This guy is a real expert. Have I ever lied to you? Xiao Wang pulled his granduncle over to look at the phone. See, all these people are talking. They're green with envy. The granduncle stared at the scrolling comments. He could read, but the netizens' abstract humor was beyond him. When he saw someone offering to buy, he quickly stepped back. I've raised these chickens for 2 or 3 years now. We've grown attached. I'm not selling them no matter how much you offer. Xiao Wang wasn't disheartened by his granduncle's words. He chuckled. Granduncle, they're just joking. No one's going to steal your chickens. Really? The granduncle remained skeptical, a clear wariness in his eyes. Just then Lu Yi finally spoke up. Xiao Wang, you said you're afraid of your granduncle's dogs. Are they with him right now? Xiao Wang snapped back to attention. Yes, they are. Can we take a look? Lu Yi leaned forward a bit. It wasn't without reason. He had kept his golden eyes activated, and in the darkness a stat panel had flashed by. He hadn't caught it clearly, but he glimpsed a letter. Of course. Xiao Wang replied promptly. After a moment's thought, he handed the phone to his granduncle. Granduncle, this expert wants to see our dogs. He can check if they have any illnesses. Don't worry, it's all free. Though still a high schooler, he knew his granduncle's temperament well. If he asked to see the dogs directly, the old man might refuse, suspecting theft. But offering a free checkup, the older generation was always keen on that. The granduncle took the phone as expected, muttering, "Really? I think our dogs are perfectly healthy. Haha, the granduncle is so adorable. Oh man, reminds me of my grandpa." The granduncle doesn't seem like a hidden master, he's just like any ordinary farmer. After a quick lesson from Xiao Wang, the granduncle mastered the smartphone's basic functions and clumsily aimed it at the two dogs lurking in the shadows. They were large, about half a person's height, with slender bodies, completely hairless, and skin so deep red it seemed molten lava flowed beneath. Most terrifying were their faces, as if torn apart, with orange and red hues intermingling, giving them a ferocious appearance. Their eyes in particular were deep and lusterless, impossible to meet. Instantly a panel appeared before Lu Yi. Type Abyssal Hound, level 25, bloodline, a grade, attribute fire, mental state, physical state, healthy talents, height, ear, flame, mastery, shadow, affinity, uncanny, swiftness, etc. Skills, flame, shield, lava strike, and there were two of them. Holy shit, that is seriously ugly. Damn, those tiny eyes are so fierce, gave me a fright. What the hell is that? I've never seen anything like it. After reading the panel, Lu Yi shot to his feet and blurted out, "Another class 2 endangered pet. You've got to be kidding me. Endangered? What nonsense." Second master scoffed in disbelief. "This thing is endangered. You must be joking, expert." He reached out and stroked the beast, which nuzzled his hand affectionately without a hint of impatience. The other one did not approach, but remained vigilant, scanning the surroundings for any danger. Lu Yi gave a wry smile. "Second master, this isn't a dog. Its scientific name is the exorcism beast. There are fewer than 10,000 of them left in the world. Wouldn't you call that endangered?" Second master remained steadfast. "You're definitely pulling my leg. My two here just had a litter last month, over a dozen pups. They're so easy to raise. How could there be fewer than 10,000 worldwide?" At that, Lu Yi frowned, took a deep breath to compose himself, and asked, "What did you say? Over a dozen in one litter?" "That's right. They've been with me for 7 years, and have had 2 litters each with about 10 pups." Second master said matter-of-factly. "With that many in a litter, how can they be endangered?" Lu Yi held his forehead, doubting his own sanity. "If my knowledge serves me right, exorcism beasts usually have no more than 7 pups per litter, and only under ideal conditions can they reach over a dozen. Are you sure you're not lying to me?" He pressed on. "Lying to you doesn't do me any good." Second master grumbled. "The newborn litter is still at my place. If you don't believe me, I'll take you to see them." "All right, let's go," Lu Yi said, swallowing hard. "Come on, grandson, let's go home and show him something new." Second master called to the stunned Xiao Wang and headed home, phone in hand. By now the live stream had drawn 160 viewers, all captivated by Second Master's Phoenix plumed tail, chicken, and exorcism beasts. As Second Master slowly made his way home downstairs, Ren Fuchen rubbed his eyes, asking Xianhua incredulously, "Old Xian, is that really an exorcism beast?" He asked Xianhua, who wasn't particularly knowledgeable about pet beasts because the latter had once owned one. A flicker of light danced in Xianhua's eyes as he nodded without hesitation. "It's an exorcism beast. Are my eyes deceiving me?" "No. 2 adults and a litter of over a dozen pups." "Yes. Am I dreaming?" Slap. Xianhua gave Ren Fuchen a sharp slap. "Does it hurt?" "It hurts." Ren Fuchen, ignoring the pain on his face, sprang to his feet and looked at the bewildered Zhang Shou. "Old Zhang, is that kid living upstairs from you?" "Huh." Zhang Shou nodded dumbly. "What's wrong?" Ren Fuchen reached out and grabbed Zhang Shou's hand. "Come on, let's go upstairs." "What for?" Zhang Shou, not a beast tamer and weaker than Ren Fuchen, was dragged along and asked hurriedly. "The exorcism beast is also a class 2 endangered pet, even rarer than the Phoenix plumed tail chicken." Ren Fuchen explained as he pulled Zhang Shou out the door. "We need to find that second master right now." What Ren Fuchen coveted wasn't the Phoenix plumed tail chicken or the exorcism beast, but second master's exceptional ability to nurture pet beasts. In decades of experience, Ren Fuchen had never seen anyone who could raise both creatures to such perfection. Learning from him would be an immense contribution to the entire pet beast community. Such talent shouldn't be hidden away in the mountains. Ren Fuchen couldn't wait any longer. But Zhang Shou disagreed with Ren Fuchen's approach. He stopped firmly and glared at Ren Fuchen. "That won't do. He's in the middle of a live stream. Rushing up there would be very disrespectful." Ren Fuchen grew anxious. So what if he's streaming? Those are two Class 2 endangered pets. Don't you understand how important that is? Zhang Shou replied calmly. Even if those chickens and dogs are important, he discovered them. You should at least wait until his live stream is over before asking. Don't pull rank on him. He doesn't owe you anything. The words stunned Ren Fuchen. In their 40 years of friendship, old Zhang had always been on his side. This was the first time he saw old Zhang siding with someone else. If it were a woman, he could understand. Old Zhang had been a bachelor all his life, and it wasn't impossible for him to finally have a spark. But a young streamer in his 20s. It made one wonder. Perhaps old Zhang's illegitimate son. Realizing something, he gave Zhang Shou a knowing look and sighed. Fine, I won't go up, alright. Zhang Shou didn't notice Ren Fuchen's gaze, but was puzzled by his quick concession. Without dwelling on it, he suggested, let me call him now, and you can talk to him. There's no need to go to his house. It was the biggest compromise he could offer. Ren Fuchen nodded. Alright. They returned to the sofa, and while second master hadn't arrived, yet Zhang Shou called Lu Yi. Lu Yi, seeing the call during his stream, was surprised, but muted the live stream and put on his earphones. Since Zhang Shou was downstairs, it might be urgent. Uncle Zhang, what's up? Well, an old friend of mine is watching your stream with me. He's also in pet beast research. Could you ask a few questions for him later? A friend. Lu Yi quickly recalled the two Pet Beast Association officials Zhang Shou mentioned at noon. Sure, go ahead. Ren Fuchen grabbed the phone. Hey Xiao Lu, is it? Ask him how he raises the Phoenix plume-tailed chicken and the exorcism beast. Don't worry, I'm curious too. He'll ask. Lu Yi chuckled. Anything else? Yes. Ren Fuchen continued. Tell him the official account of the Eastern Grand Region Pet Beast Association has followed him and will contact him later. The Eastern Grand Region Pet Beast Association official account. That was high-ranking. From that perspective, their request was quite reasonable. Endangered pets were akin to protected animals. Due to their scarcity, they were strictly regulated by the Federation. One law stipulated the sale of any endangered pet beast or their use in combat was prohibited. If Second Master, seeing the chat comments about their value, decided to sell his Class 2 endangered pets, he could face prison time. Having official attention now was a good thing. Lu Yi felt a slight stir. Alright. Great, thanks a lot. No problem. I'll get back to my stream. Hanging up, Lu Yi returned to the live stream. By then, Second Master had arrived home with Xiao Wang and the two exorcism beasts entering another empty room. The room was dimly lit with a ceiling fan creaking overhead. A soft quilt lay on the floor, and in the middle a pile of exorcism beast pups slept soundly. The two adult beasts trotted over to watch over the pups. Second Master stood at the door, keeping his distance. Can you see from here? Those are my pups. 12 in total. Damn, it really is 12. Screenshot time. Screenshot 1. 14 in total. Based on the final price in 2012, total value is 26 million. Second Master is a hidden tycoon. Second Master need another grandson. Lu Yi's eyes twitched. Second Master, you truly are a divine being. Second Master, I'm hardly an expert. You're the real expert here. Lu Yi couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. You've managed to raise both the phoenix-tailed flame rooster and the scorched beasts. That's incredible. His words were a heartfelt tribute completely devoid of pretense. I looked it up. One of these two pet beasts refuses to breed, and the other is too costly to breed. No wonder they're endangered. Raising so many of them is truly impressive. Are you sure Second Master isn't some hidden master? In the realm of university majors, the most demanding was pet beast breeding, the equivalent of medical studies in the pet world. Their textbooks were thicker than bricks, and the practical courses were overwhelmingly numerous. It was also the only undergraduate program where failure to meet graduation requirements meant an extra year of study. Years ago, Lu Yi had a roommate in this major who broke down after just 1 year and had to use connections to transfer to a research program. Yet graduates from this field, even at the bachelor's level with decent skills, earned at least $10,000 a month. Not to mention masters and doctoral graduates. They were guaranteed positions by the Federation. Someone like Second Master was at least a doctoral supervisor or a university professor. His techniques for raising phoenix-tailed flame roosters and scorch beasts could easily produce 2 papers for the top pet beast journal. No, Second Master said, utterly perplexed. What's so hard about raising a dog or a chicken? Don't joke around. By the way, he continued, didn't you say you checked them for any illnesses? What did you find? On that note, Lu Yi shook his head. Second Master, rest assured they're all healthy. No problems at all. Every single phoenix-tailed flame rooster and scorch beast was in perfect physical condition, and even their mental state was sound. No problems. Second Master's face instantly fell. Then you need to refund my inspection fee, right? Fee, eh? Lu Yi was puzzled. Xiao Wang quickly reminded him, Second master, the inspection was free. We didn't pay a cent. With Xiao Wang's reminder, second master realized he hadn't actually paid anything. Ahaha, so it was free. Sorry about that, expert. Just joking, just joking. Lu Yi chuckled along. No worries, no worries. By the way, second master, I'm really curious about your methods for raising dogs and chickens. Could you tell us about them? What's there to say? It's just the usual way. Second master saw nothing worth discussing. Just then Xiao Wang suddenly shouted, Second master, someone sent us a gift. A gift? Second master didn't understand and looked around. Where? Who's here again? He thought someone had traveled a great distance to deliver something. It's on the live stream. Xiao Wang exclaimed excitedly. Someone sent us a carnival, saying they want to learn how to raise chickens and dogs. What the hell is that? Second master asked impatiently. It's 1500 yuan. That person sent 3 more, 600 yuan now. Xiao Wang's excitement grew as he urged, Second master, just explain it. This money could last you a long time. Second master raised an eyebrow. Some people actually want to pay to hear about raising chickens and dogs. How strange. Curious, Lu Yi glanced at the gift giver's name. Well, it was the official account of the Eastern Region Supreme Pet Beast Association. No wonder. Wow, that gift giver has 10 million followers. That's an official account, no less. Unbelievable. An official account sending gifts. Guess it's legit after all. The chat grew increasingly lively with viewer count nearing 20,000. The effect was absolutely phenomenal. If Lu Yi weren't the streamer, he'd have sent Second Master a gift himself. Alright, let's head back to the room, and I'll explain properly. Second Master was finally persuaded, and led Xiao Wang back to the sleeping quarters. The room was equally Spartan, just a bed, a desk, and 2 chairs with almost no other furniture. Second Master sat boldly on the bed and began. Which one do you want to hear first? He asked Lu Yi. Start with whichever one has been with you the longest. Fine, we'll start with those 2 dogs. Second Master nodded, a nostalgic gleam in his eyes, and spoke slowly. 7 years ago, I was cutting firewood in the mountains when something happened up there. A massive exodus of animals. I hurriedly hid in a cave and stumbled upon a pack of large dogs. Were they scorched beasts, those big dogs? That's right, over 20 of them. But when they saw me, they fled along the cave's path. Second Master continued, they must have been running too fast. These 2 little ones couldn't keep up and scraped their legs. In the end, I took them home. Such a heartwarming little story. Lu Yi pondered for a moment. Second Master, are these 2 scorched beasts your contracted pet beasts? Contracted pet beasts? No. Second Master denied it. I don't have contracted pet beasts. I treat them like family. But even without a contract, they're very obedient. Really? Lu Yi looked surprised. But the books say scorched beasts are ferocious from birth and extremely hard to tame. How did you manage to tame them? Indeed, although scorched beasts were a rank pet beast, setting aside their endangered status, they weren't very popular. The main reason was that they recognized no one but their parents. A researcher from a breeding center once conducted an experiment staying with a newborn scorched beast from birth, attending to all its needs. Yet even when the scorched beast reached adulthood at 5 years old, it still wasn't close to its caretaker, refused to contract, and sometimes even bit people. In short, its motto was, you raise me, I owe you anything. It was utterly unsuitable as a pet beast. Even if contracted, it might betray you one day. You're right, said Second Master. I raised them for 2 years, and they still wouldn't listen, baring their teeth at me. Then one day, guess what? They escaped the room and bit me on the leg. They nearly hit my artery. I could have died right there. Second Master exclaimed in disbelief. How can there be dogs like this in the world? Completely disobedient. I'd have lost patience in 3 months. Raising them that long is just a waste of time. These are 2-year-old scorched beasts. Their teeth are far sharper than ordinary dogs. Aren't a rank pet beasts supposed to be very intelligent? Reply to the above, people are smart too, but how many of them treat you well? Lu Yi listened intently curious. And then, oi. Second Master gave a cold laugh. Then I grabbed a nearby shovel and whacked them both on the head a few times. But their skulls were really hard. A few hits did nothing, and they still snarled at me. I figured I couldn't let some beast look down on me, so I kept swinging the shovel. And one day I hit them over 100 times. I even broke the shovel. As he spoke, he mimicked the motion of hitting a dog with a shovel, his face fierce. It was clear he had been furious back then. Lu Yi was dumbfounded. So Second Master, you just beat those 2 exorcist beasts into submission like that? Second Master waved his hand dismissively. It wasn't that easy. At first I knocked their heads until they were bruised and bleeding, and they still wouldn't give in. They just didn't dare to bare their teeth at me anymore. So I let them go. But the next day, after I fed them a meal of meat, they turned on me again and tried to bite me. So I grabbed a new shovel and kept hitting them. I kept at it for a whole month until they flinched at the mere sight of a shovel. Only then did I stop. He chuckled as he spoke. Even now, they're still terrified of shovels. 66666. My second master is truly fierce. Am dying of laughter. Didn't that shovel of second masters basically reset those two exorcist beasts? No wonder they're so obedient now. They got beaten thoroughly back then. This kind of physical education is spot on. Stubborn spirit beasts just need a good beating. Lu Yi suddenly understood and gave a thumbs up. Second master, your method is absolutely brilliant. He said this because second master seemed to have truly found the right approach. For the Beast Taming Association, exorcist beasts were endangered animals. They were few in number and protected by law. Who would dare to hit them with a shovel? They were all pampered with the best food and care. Any hint of abuse could cost you your job, and that was the least of it. Methods like second masters hadn't been used since exorcist beasts were listed as endangered. In other words, the technique had been lost. Downstairs, Ren Fuchen sat watching, utterly bewildered. He murmured in a daze, "Old Xian, do you think I've been studying too hard these past few years? I never even tried this." Xianhua was silent for a moment, then said in a gruff voice, "Don't mention it. I never tried it either." He felt quite bitter. Back then he had pampered his exorcist beast for half a year before it agreed to form a contract with him. That one was considered to have a good temperament. Unfortunately, a year later, the exorcist beast was reclassified from a third class to a second class endangered spirit beast. Because his position required him to set an example, he had to hand over that exorcist beast on which he had spent so much effort. If he had known he could use brute force to tame them, he wouldn't have had to be so submissive. The thought still infuriated him. But Ren Fuchen shook his head. "No, I just didn't realize exorcist beasts had such hard bones." "What?" Xianhua was puzzled. "Do you think I never tried second master's method back then?" Ren Fuchen sighed. "I went a whole week without feeding mine, and I tried hitting it too, but it just wouldn't submit. I thought it was because exorcist beasts were inherently stubborn. But after seeing second master's approach, I realized I just wasn't tough enough." Xianhua was full of confusion. "Didn't you tell me I couldn't abuse exorcist beasts?" It was Ren Fuchen who had told him to treat exorcist beasts kindly, which was why he had endured for half a year. If he had known, he would have been kind in a more forceful way back then. "Because that's against the law," Ren Fuchen shrugged. "With my position at the time, if I got caught, I'd have been fired." "And you think you're in the right?" Xianhua said irritably. "Believe me, he'll expose you right now. Who cares? I'm not some low-level clerk anymore." Ren Fuchen looked completely unconcerned and added, "This second master is truly impressive. I've learned something today. Old Xian, send him a few more galas." "Get lost. That's my own money. Who cares? The association will reimburse you. You're a Grandmaster Beast Tamer. Can't you spare a little cash?" Xiao Wang suddenly exclaimed with delight. "Second master, that person sent another 5 galas, a total of 7,500 yuan. Lu Yi felt a pang of jealousy. Damn, it wasn't I the one who discovered him. "Where are my galas?" Just as he was about to complain, another gift notification popped up. "Oh, thank you to the Eastern District General Beast Taming Association for the 5 galas. Thank you, boss. Alright, I feel better now. I won't complain about you guys." At that moment, second master slammed the table, responding to Lu Yi. "What's so brilliant about it? It was a last resort. I raised them for 2 whole years. I made sure they had food and drink, and sometimes I even gave them extra treats. Instead of being grateful, they dared to bite me. If my life hadn't been in danger, I wouldn't have laid a hand on them. The main reason I hit them is that they're just low down by nature. They don't appreciate kindness, they only yield to force." He let out a long sigh and concluded, "It's that simple. Sending a sports car to second master. Life in the mountains is really tough. Think about it. If second master got hurt out there alone, who would come to save him? He might even get eaten by those exorcist beasts. I've learned something. I'm studying exorcist beasts right now. I'm going to challenge my teacher with this tomorrow." "You're still amazing, second master," Lu Yi said with exaggerated seriousness. "We've never had a method like this." "Oh, it's nothing. Not worth mentioning." Second master shifted to a cross-legged position. "Then second master, tell us about how you raised those chickens." Lu Yi shifted the topic to the phoenix-tailed flame chickens. He decided to just call them chickens instead of their formal name. "You want to learn that too?" Second master looked puzzled. "Of course," Lu Yi said seriously. "We don't have any professional chicken-raising methods out there. Those chickens are a real pain. They hate laying eggs, and we're at our wits' end." Alright. Second master will tell you then." A smile spread across second master's face. "But don't send those galas anymore. It's just a simple method for raising chickens. Don't waste your money. Back in my day, if anyone in the village dared to sell farming techniques, they'd get their legs broken. Second master is so kind. He'd make a perfect grandfather." "Bullshit. He's my grandfather. Damn, are you all turning into Calabash brothers now?" Alright. Lu Yi agreed. "You heard him, everyone. Don't send too much." After saying that, second master, please go on. "Actually, these chickens are even simpler." Second master took a sip of water. 3 years ago, I went to the mountaintop to get some water. I happened to find a nest with 4 big red eggs. They looked strange, so I took them all. All of them, Louis said. Did they all hatch? Of course. I gave them to my hens to brood. They all hatched. Second master said matter-of-factly. Then how did they go from 4 to a whole flock? Louis asked eagerly. Don't get me started. Second master's face turned indignant again. From what I could tell, they mature at 1 year old. But when they reached the age to lay eggs, they just wouldn't do it. I had been craving their eggs for so long. Who knew they were all barren hens? Too illegal, second master. Illegal. Just go ahead and eat them. 1 bite, and you'll be silent. What are you all chatting about? Better be careful. Louis couldn't help but feel embarrassed. So second master, you didn't get to eat them in the end, did you? In the past 2 years, they only laid 1 clutch. How the hell was I supposed to eat? Second master said disdainfully, then changed his tune. But they're all at the age to lay eggs now. When they do, if you want some, I can send you a few. Before he could finish, Lu Yi and Xiao Wang both stopped him. Second master, you can't say things like that. Afterward, Xiao Wang quickly whispered something in second master's ear, advising him to refrain from certain remarks. Second master was slightly surprised upon hearing Xiao Wang's words, but quickly composed himself and cleared his throat, saying, just kidding, how could I possibly eat our endangered spirit beasts? Let's continue talking about the chickens. Well, at least second master wasn't that unscrupulous. All right, please continue. Lu Yi wiped the cold sweat from his brow, narrowly avoiding getting the live stream shut down. Second master continued, after I found out they weren't laying eggs, I searched high and low for the reason. Later I figured that they were living too comfortably and didn't want to reproduce. Too comfortably? Lu Yi asked curiously. How so? I feed them and clean their coop every day. With such a high quality of life, they just lie around sleeping all day. How could they have the mood to lay eggs? Second master spread his hands. Then I thought they were like the dogs, needed a firm hand. So I locked them up. Within a week, the 4 chickens nearly died. All this. Lu Yi didn't know how to comment, but felt something was off. But back then I discovered that these chickens have a masochistic streak. When they were on the brink of death, they actually started mating. Second master looked perplexed. In other words, they think about reproducing until a crisis hits. I'm really curious what second master did next. Did he just starve them every day? Reply to the above. If he starved them every day, I bet the chickens would run away on their own. They're not stupid. Second master continued, later I thought of a compromise. I still fed and watered them daily. But during their meals and naps I'd let the 2 dogs out to scare them. With the dogs threatening them, I figured they'd naturally start mating. Well, another unexplored path. Second master's thinking is pretty clever. It's still the traditional farmer's mindset, but he found the sweet spot. No crisis. Create one. Poor little chicks. I see. Lu Yi chuckled wryly and continued his explanation. This is actually mentioned in zoology called stress-induced reproduction. Animals may increase reproductive activity when sensing environmental pressure or threats, perhaps to ensure the continuation of the species. And the Qi-Lian beast's ferocious appearance combined with its higher bloodline exerts absolute bloodline suppression over the Feng tail flame chicken. Even a single glance at the Qi-Lian beast makes them instinctively want to flee. After several such encounters, they might decide to reproduce. It's not over yet. Second master waved his hand, his expression tinged with meaning. It's not that simple. Huh. Lu Yi hadn't expected more. What else is there? This master of suspense was even better at cliffhangers than an author. What I just said was a guess, but it turned out to be true. After the dogs scared them a few times, they obediently started laying eggs. But think about it, even if the chicks hatch, what happens when they encounter the dogs again? Won't they still have to flee for their lives? Second master asked Lu Yi rhetorically, like a storyteller. Lu Yi saw no issue. Yeah. Hey. Second master slapped the table. But guess what? After hatching 4 chicks, those 4 chickens stopped running from the Qi-Lian beast. The chicks knew to flee, but the 4 adults just collapsed on the ground, not even resisting, waiting for the dogs to eat them. I was dumbfounded, and so were the dogs. Lu Yi was also stunned. What kind of nonsense was this? Shouldn't survival instinct be universal among all spirit beasts? Could it be that the Feng tail flame chicken's survival genes transfer to the next generation? The Spirit Beast Encyclopedia never mentioned this. After a while, I realized these chickens have 0 stress tolerance. They simply found running too tiring, so after producing offspring, they let the chicks do the fleeing for them. Second master's expression was utterly exasperated. Tell me, aren't these chickens a joke? I'm dying of laughter. They just gave up. Scare me every day? Fine, I'll lay eggs and let you eat me. So this is conflict transfer, huh? Too outrageous. These chickens have such extreme personalities. No wonder they're an endangered spirit beast. Indeed. Lu Yi nodded slowly, his gaze complex. This was quite different from what the Spirit Beast Encyclopedia recorded. The encyclopedia mentioned that most foam gene tail flame chickens were typical examples of stress-induced reproduction, but their survival genes didn't disappear with the next generation. They actually grew stronger. Yet the flock raised by Second Master was so unique that even the books didn't mention them. No doubt these chickens had mutated. It seemed there was something unusual in the mountains. Thinking this, he asked, Second Master, is it only these 4 adults that act this way? The later chicks won't, right? Second Master raised an eyebrow. Oh, you're really like an expert. You're right. Only those 4 adults do that. The others, even after laying eggs, get scared off by the dogs. I can't figure it out. Just as he thought. Louis' heart grew heavy. Something was wrong in the mountains. Well, every spirit beast is different. It's normal for mutations to occur. Louis smiled. So Second Master, you raised 19 foam gene tail flame chickens using this method? Not quite. Second Master shook his head regretfully. Counting the ones that got scared off by the dogs and never came back, it must have been over 30. 30. Louis' eyes widened slightly. That's a real shame. Just like that, a few million vanished. What a loss. Second Master's story is legendary. Truly, Second Master stands firm while the foam gene tail flame chickens come and go. Besides Second Master, Xiao Wang, who wasn't on camera, looked strange. He seemed to recall that when he first arrived, Second Master had cooked him a pot of chicken soup. That soup was so fragrant, head down 4 bowls of rice. Hiss. Better not think about it. It was just ordinary chicken after all, and the foam gene tail flame chickens had definitely all run away. Xiao Wang tried to brainwash himself. Alas, I didn't know they were endangered spirit beasts. Second Master's wrinkled face was bitter as he sighed. If I'd known, I would have brought them back. You've already done amazingly, Second Master. Louis comforted him. This counts as a contribution to the Federation. You have a point. Second Master nodded lightly. I never thought this old bones could still be useful. Useful? You've made an outstanding contribution, Second Master. Louis disagreed with his modesty. Second Master, to be honest with you, the person who just sent you the gift is from the Eastern Grand Region's Chief Spirit Beast Association. They'd like to get in touch with you. What do you think? Having said everything and delivered the association's gift, it was time for Louis to bring this up with Second Master. Hearing the words Beast Taming Association, Second Master's pupils suddenly contracted, a flicker of panic fleeting across his face. As early as 30 or 40 years ago, the Beast Taming Association had been established. Even if Second Master had been away for over a decade, he still knew of it. The Beast Taming Association. Second Master asked uncertainly. Are they here to arrest me? Of course not. Louis denied. Your contributions are evident to all. How could they possibly arrest you? If they truly intended to apprehend you, given the association's methods, their agents would have already arrived at your home by now. I see. Second Master scratched his head. All right then. Something tells me Second Master is hiding something. Maybe there's something in the fridge. Whoa, so Master Yi is collaborating with the Beast Taming Association. I think Master Yi is an insider of the Beast Taming Association. How else could he know so much? Don't forget last time when the Tsang City Beast Taming Association's high-ranking officials dominated the leaderboard. It's obvious now. Second Master then asked, so, when will you come? I usually live alone, and it's quite messy here. You'll need time to tidy up. Well, Louis glanced at the stray comments and felt it better to clarify, I'm not with the association. The association sought my help, so that's why I'm telling you this. As for when to go, I'll have to ask them. They've already been following Xiao Wang's account. You can have Xiao Wang contact them. Second Master glanced at his eager grandson and nodded all right. In that case, Second Master, well, sign off now. Wishing you a long life. Louis clasped his hands in a salute to Second Master. All right. And I wish you an early birth of a son. That blessing was quite unnecessary. Louis smiled and ended the connection. Even though Louis was alone in the broadcast room, the comments were still heatedly discussing Second Master, and many were also speculating about Louis' identity. Hey, I'm telling you, stop guessing blindly. Louis said helplessly, I don't mind people guessing I'm an insider of the Beast Taming Association, but what's with the theory that I'm Second Master's illegitimate son? Second Master is in his 60s or 70s, and I'm just over 20. Does that look like an illegitimate son? Alright, enough of this. Let's welcome the next Beast Keeper. Somewhere at the foot of Tianxiong Peak in the Yunying Mountains, a path nearly overgrown with wild grass wound its way toward a small mountain village seemingly forgotten by time. Although the village appeared somewhat dilapidated with roof tiles chipped and peeling, it did not give a sense of utter desolation. The reason was that at the farthest end of the village, a single house still had its lights on. Second Master looked at his grandson, who was grinning foolishly at his phone, and smacked him on the head. Stop staring at that for now. Come with me to clean up the house. Xiao Wang looked up somewhat bewildered. Isn't our house pretty clean? Clean my foot. Second master stood up and scolded, "Where did you throw the chicken bones you left from the day before yesterday?" Chicken bones. Xiao Wang's eyes widened, and he began to tremble all over, nearly dropping his phone. Second master, those aren't the bones from those chickens, are they? How could that be? Second master immediately denied. They were wild pheasants the dog brought back from the mountains. What are you afraid of? Xiao Wang nodded repeatedly after hearing this. Right. Wild pheasants, wild pheasants. So where are the bones? I fed them to the dog. Xiao Wang answered truthfully. Good. Then later you feed everything in the fridge to the dog too. There's more in the fridge. I told you they were wild pheasants. What are you so afraid of? Second master snapped. Yes. Xiao Wang's face flushed red, and he nodded frantically again. Looking at Xiao Wang, who had never seen much of the world, second master sighed. Give my number to the people from the Beast Taming Association and have them contact me. You go home tomorrow. It's not good for you to stay here. Consider the money for that gift as your tuition for high school. If your parents ask you for it, tell them it's from me. Also, if they make you attend some training class, let me know, and I'll go give them a piece of my mind. Xiao Wang's grandparents had passed away shortly after his father was born, and it was all thanks to Second Master's support that Xiao Wang's family existed. Although called Second Master, Xiao Wang always regarded him as his own grandfather. The bond between them was strong, though otherwise Xiao Wang wouldn't have traveled alone into the mountains specifically to visit him. Xiao Wang hadn't expected Second Master to send him away. But I wanted to stay with you a bit longer. Do you think it's because of this that you can't stay? Second Master pulled over a bamboo chair, sat down astride it, and sighed. If it were just this matter, I could have told them directly, and they wouldn't have done anything to me. But this year things aren't peaceful around here. Second Master, what happened? Xiao Wang's anxiety subsided, and he looked puzzled as he asked. Second Master looked at his grandson. You're 16 now, old enough to keep a secret. What I'm about to tell you, you must never speak of to anyone. Xiao Wang swallowed hard and nodded emphatically. I won't tell anyone. Second Master gave a slight nod and began slowly. 7 years ago, one night something happened in the mountains. Thick smoke billowed, and I thought it was a forest fire, so I went out of curiosity to take a look. Halfway there, I heard faint mournful cries. I followed the direction of the sound. Finally, in a clearing in the woods, I found the source of the sound. Several monsters wreathed in black smoke were frenziedly slaughtering other animals. Their eyes were filled with madness and brutality, nearly devoid of any reason. As he spoke, a deep fear flickered in Second Master's eyes, as if the memory still sent chills down his spine. Xiao Wang could imagine the scene and let out a soft gasp. Then a pack of blood-red wolf dogs charged out, and they all clashed. Now I realized those were fully grown repudiation beasts. The battle lasted over 10 minutes. In the end, the repudiation beasts were all killed, and the monsters vanished without a trace. Just as I was about to leave and report it to the authorities, 2 repudiation beast cubs leaped out. I couldn't bear to leave them to their fate, so I took them in. He then looked toward the door at the repudiation beast standing guard. It's a pity these 2 are too stubborn. They absolutely refuse to obey. Xiao Wang sniffled. Despite the heat, an inexplicable chill seemed to envelop him. Second Master, did you report it to the police later? No. Why not? Because when I went back the next day, the mountains had completely returned to normal. There were no signs of a fight, no monsters or repudiation beasts. Second Master said in a low voice. It was as if I had dreamed it all. Why is this happening? Xiao Wang stared at the pitch-black world outside the house, a flicker of fear stirring in his heart as he instinctively edged closer to Uncle. Uncle shook his head. I'm a coward too. I just assumed the young fiend-taming beast had wandered over on its own, and I didn't dare call the authorities. I thought I'd gradually forget that incident. But 4 years ago, when I came back from the market, I found our chained dog barking furiously at that mountain peak. I looked, and there it was again, a plume of black smoke. Uncle's expression turned grim. Its reach was far greater than the first time I saw it. It had almost engulfed the entire mountain. I took the dog to investigate, but it seemed I was too late. I didn't see the monster, only the ground littered with corpses in the forest. The stench of blood. I can still recall it to this day. It was there that I found the egg of the phoenix-plumed blazed chicken. Xiao Wang couldn't help but gasp. Uncle, did you stumble upon a secret realm? Besides that, he couldn't fathom any other explanation. It couldn't be some kind of ghostly maze, could it? Uncle didn't deny it. It's a secret realm. But the secret realms in Cloud Shadow Mountains before. They had portals and entrances. The one I encountered, however, overlapped with reality. It had no entrance and appeared at random times. I could only rely on the dog and the chickens to sense its approach. Xiao Wang immediately recalled that during the day the dog and chickens had been restless. He thought it was just the heat, but in truth they had sensed the impending arrival of the secret realm. His heart tightened. So the secret realm is about to appear again, isn't it? MMI was planning to go down the mountain in the next couple of days to report it. But now it's not necessary. Uncle said. They had already made contact with the Eastern District General Beast Taming Association. There was truly no need to call the authorities anymore. But Uncle, Xiao Wang pressed on, the secret realm appears on that mountain peak over there. If I just stay home and don't go near it, wouldn't I be fine? Don't forget this secret realm is growing larger. The next time it appears, it might very well spread to our home. Uncle patted Xiao Wang on the shoulder. If it comes to it, just stay in town. If everything's clear, I'll call you back. Xiao Wang thought it over, stopped insisting on staying, and nodded. All right. will take you to town tomorrow, Uncle said. We've talked enough. Come help me tidy up the house. Sure thing. After his connection with Uncle ended, his streaming time was still a bit short, so he connected with a few more people. The very first one was a heavyweight. This guy was holding a palm-sized crystalline blue butterfly, which he claimed to have bought at some pet beast shop 2 days ago. Lu Yi assumed the guy wanted to verify its authenticity, as some private pet shops would swap in similar-looking beasts to cheat consumers. But to Lu Yi's utter surprise, the guy's question had nothing to do with the pet beast at all. Instead, he pulled out a purchase certificate and placed it in front of him. A simple, honest voice asked, "Master Yi, look at this purchase certificate. The serial number here is 888-8888. Does that mean this is the 8888 blue crystal butterfly sold by the Beast Taming Association?" Lu Yi tilted his head, and after a long pause replied, "That's right. So what? Whether it was a pet center or a pet shop, their supply channels were strictly regulated and under federal supervision. Every time a pet beast was sold, the information was recorded in the federal database, and the Federal Pet Beast Control would issue a purchase certificate, which the merchant gave to the consumer. Consumers could then use this certificate for subsequent warranty claims." Did he want Lu Yi to help him with a claim? But that blue crystal butterfly looked perfectly fine. Then the guy dropped a bombshell. "So does anyone in the live stream want this blue crystal butterfly? The number with 6 8s is very auspicious. I paid 10000 for it, and am only asking 10000. A real steal." A question mark popped up over Lu Yi's head. The barrage went wild. What the hell is this? What's the use of that number? So what if it's 6 8s? I've got one with 114,514. Hilarious. Are you going to carry the blue crystal butterfly and its certificate around together? Or engrave the number on the butterfly? What a character, an absolute character. What stuck between his 2 ears? Seeing that neither Lu Yi nor the barrage was paying him any attention, the guy thought the price was the issue. He gritted his teeth and said, "How about 85000? Anyone want it?" Lu Yi was about to say the certificate number was useless, but suddenly the screen went black. The guy's connection cut off instantly, and the barrage list on the right came to an abrupt halt. A livestream notification popped up. "Livestream ban notice. Dear streamer, our system has detected that your livestream is engaging in the sale of goods without having the e-commerce feature enabled, which violates our community guidelines. Therefore, your livestream will be banned for 30 minutes. If you believe this is an error, please click the appeal button to file an appeal." Lu Yi fell silent. The dual platform could be so infuriating sometimes. The viewer came on to sell things, not him. Why in the world did they ban his live stream? But as a streamer, he knew the platform hadn't made a mistake. It was a matter of joint liability, so a ban was inevitable. With a soft sigh, Lu Yi still posted a video explaining the situation and decided to stream again the next day. In his past life, getting banned during his treasure appraisal streams was a common occurrence. Here, however, this seemed to be his first time. Just then, the system notification arrived. Livestream ended. Duration 168 minutes. Peak viewers 20157. Gift revenue 21442 federal coins. Influence 135241. Current livestream points 218885. Copy-paste ability activated. Acquired the following skill and talent trait: talent shadow affinity skill, mental amplification. 2. Joy surged in Lu Yi's heart, sweeping away the gloom from moments ago. Xiao Fa already possessed the shadow affinity skill. Lu Yi decided to save it for now. If he got another one, he could upgrade Xiao Fa's skill to a 2-star talent. It wasn't that he wouldn't give it to Wang Kai, but shadow affinity required high agility, which Wang Kai sorely lacked. He looked at the next one. Mental amplification, a buff skill. Upon activation, it enhances the mental strength of the caster and a designated pet beast. The amplification ratio depends on mental power. This was copied from the blue crystal butterfly, just now a common skill among support-type pet beasts and unique to them. After reading the description, Lu Yi immediately pasted it to Xiao Fa. Pasting initiated. Mental amplification skill trait consumed. Pasting complete. Necromancer Xiao Fa has acquired the skill mental amplification. Perhaps after using it, he could summon one more skeleton warrior. Having done all this, Lu Yi stretched, languidly got up, and headed to the living room. Upon arriving in the living room, Lu Yi cast his gaze toward Xiao Fa, who was seated on the sofa. As if sensing its master's attention, Xiao Fa looked back, meeting Lu Yi's eyes. "How did it feel being a room moderator tonight?" Lu Yi asked as he walked over and sat down beside Xiao Fa. His eyes naturally drifted to the laptop screen, only to find that the livestream management interface had vanished, replaced by a page from a certain pink-colored video website. Focusing on the screen, the video title read, "The most comprehensive Python crawler tutorial on the entire site, including all essential content." A stunned silence fell over Lu Yi as the smile on his face abruptly froze. He had nearly forgotten about this. Quickly stepping forward, he snapped the laptop shut and stared sternly at Xiao Fa. "Why are you learning this?" Xiao Fa looked up in confusion and gestured with its hands. The meaning was simple. This thing was incredibly practical. For instance, earlier it had crawled Xiao Min's private videos and moments from her social circle. Otherwise, Lu Yi would have been kept in the dark and subsequently deceived. Lu Yi's heart pounded with alarm. "You crawl dull in WeChat." Xiao Fa nodded innocently. "Damn, you really are a fearless newborn calf." Lu Yi sighed in exasperation, resting his hand on his forehead. "Don't you know that many who learn this end up as jailbirds? Are you trying to get me locked up?" Xiao Fa tilted its head, puzzled. "Locked up where?" "Forget it. Don't do this again," Lu Yi said, unless. He reopened the laptop, searched for a web page, and showed it to Xiao Fa. The page's title was Simple Federal Cybersecurity Law. First, memorize the laws and regulations on this page. After you understand what's permissible and what's not, then you can learn programming or anything else. Xiao Fa stared at the screen thoughtfully before nodding in agreement. The content didn't seem too long. It could probably memorize it all in about a day. "All right, let's get back to business," Lu Yi said, crossing his legs. "How did you find being a room moderator today?" Hearing this, Xiao Fa picked up the mouse and opened an Excel spreadsheet. Curious, Lu Yi leaned in and suddenly widened his eyes. The spreadsheet meticulously recorded a list of banned users, including their IDs, banned durations, and reasons. At the end, there were screenshots of the offending messages, solid evidence. Counting them, he found over 200 records. The lightest punishment was a 10-minute mute for spamming. The most severe was a permanent ban reserved for spammers and those who engaged in rampant verbal abuse. After spending a few minutes reviewing the spreadsheet, he found no issues with Xiao Fa's enforcement. Most bans were justified. "Good heavens," Lu Yi muttered in disbelief. In his past life, his live streams usually had a few thousand viewers online with 4 or 5 room moderators, yet they were collectively less effective than Xiao Fa. Those 4 or 5 moderators cost tens of thousands each month, while Xiao Fa required nothing. The contrast was stark. Lu Yi expressed his immense satisfaction. "Great work. Keep it up." With that, he opened a shopping website on the computer and logged into his account. "Xiao Fa, from now on, if there's anything you want to buy, just order it yourself on this site. No need to ask me. But be careful, no prohibited items." As an employee, Xiao Fa was very considerate of its boss. However, Lu Yi couldn't be a heartless employer. He had to at least offer Xiao Fa some perks. So he simply gave it access to the shopping site, allowing it to buy whatever it needed. In a way, it was similar to the shopping cards some companies issued in his past life. Xiao Fa stared at the shopping site for a moment before flashing an "okay" gesture at Lu Yi. Watching it, Lu Yi stroked his chin and asked, "By the way, when will you be able to talk?" It wasn't that he couldn't communicate with Xiao Fa, but sometimes verbal conversation was better. Otherwise, relying solely on soul-space communication, the two of them just staring at each other was rather awkward. Hearing this, the blue-green flames flickering in Xiao Fa's eye sockets wavered. It attempted to move its jawbone, producing a dry, grating sound as the bones scraped against each other like rusty hinges protesting forced opening. After several attempts, it still couldn't open its jaw and could only shake its head helplessly. "So you need to evolve before you can speak?" Lu Yi asked. Xiao Fa first nodded, then shook its head, pointing at its upper and lower jawbones. Lu Yi leaned in for a closer look and noticed fine, dense bone spurs growing on the jaw and palate bones. It was these that prevented Xiao Fa from opening its mouth. "Is this bone spurs?" Lu Yi exclaimed in shock. Damn, did that noble talent take effect that quickly? Wasn't it supposed to just be gastrointestinal issues? And aren't these things usually found at the joints? What's with it growing on the mouth? Xiao Fa shrugged, indicating it was nothing serious. Once its evolution value reached 70, these ailments would disappear. For now, the condition didn't affect its daily activities. Overall, the benefits of the noble talent far outweighed its drawbacks. Hearing this, Lu Yi breathed a sigh of relief and checked Xiao Fa's evolution value. After several days of intense internet learning, it had risen to 35. That was roughly a 1 increase per day. In about another month, it would reach 70, enabling it to speak. However, looking at the evolution value, Lu Yi recalled something. Currently Xiao Fa was at Tier 3, level 25. When a pet beast advanced to Tier 4, it would likely evolve. And Lu Yi currently had enough points to raise Xiao Fa to Tier 4. But after checking the encyclopedia, he found that class and above pet beasts generally didn't follow this rule, so Xiao Fa still depended on its evolution value. Let's wait a bit longer. Lu Yi rose from the sofa and was about to check on Wang Kai, who was sleeping, when his phone rang. The caller was Zhang Shou. "Hello, Uncle Zhang." Lu Yi picked up the phone and held it to his ear. Zhang Shou calling at this hour was surely about the livestream. "Xiao Lu, have you turned in for the night?" Zhang Shou asked softly. "Not yet. What's up?" "Earlier during the livestream, I asked you to help with a few questions. Can you come down to my place now? My two old friends want to thank you." Zhang Shou continued. "Also, there's something I'd like to discuss with you." "Something?" Lu Yi asked, puzzled. Could the two bigwigs from the General Association have taken a liking to him and want to recruit him? It's hard to explain over the phone. They mentioned something about a secret realm, Zhang Shou said, lowering his voice slightly. "A secret realm?" Lu Yi raised an eyebrow. "Wasn't this about Second Master? Why was a secret realm involved?" "Is there a secret realm on Second Master's side?" he asked. "Yes," Zhang Shou replied succinctly. Intrigued, Lu Yi recalled that in his memory, he had only visited a secret realm once during a university field trip, and that experience had been utterly boring. Since Zhang Shou mentioned it, it meant the other party might be inviting him along. "Alright, I'll be right there." Upon arriving at Zhang Shou's home, Lu Yi met two of Zhang Shou's old friends. "Come, Xiao Lu, have a seat." Zhang Shou guided Lu Yi to the sofa, about to introduce them, when Ren Fuchen approached, grasping Lu Yi's hands unexpectedly and smiling. "I've heard your Uncle Zhang speak of you often. Oh, it's a pleasure to finally meet you. I am Ren Fuchen, head of the research department of the General Association, and this is Xian Hua, head of the external relations department." He then produced his credentials to verify his identity. Lu Yi scrutinized the ID, confirming it bore the association's anti-counterfeit mark. A flicker of surprise crossed his mind. A department head in the General Association held a rank even higher than the president of the Sanqing Association. What struck him as even odder was that the elderly man named Xian Hua, built like a muscular Colonel Sanders, actually held a civil administrative position. Even more astonishing was that Zhang Shou, an ordinary man, counted two department heads among his old friends. Just as he was about to bow in response, he heard Zhang Shou exclaim incredulously, "When did you two get promoted?" 2 years ago, Ren Fuchen replied calmly, a slight smile playing on his lips as he looked at Zhang Shou. Xian Hua nodded in agreement. "We were promoted together. And you never told me." Zhang Shou's eyes widened, feeling betrayed by his old friends. "All this time I thought you were just ordinary officers." Officers were typically junior staff within the association tasked with executing decisions, a modest position. But department heads were a different echelon, their titles carrying prestige and far greater authority. "You can't blame us for that," Ren Fuchen said, spreading his hands in an innocent gesture. "If you checked the General Association's website, you'd have seen our photos and titles. It's your lack of attention, not even knowing we'd been promoted." Zhang Shou nearly choked on his frustration, pointing at them, speechless with rage. "You didn't tell me back then, and you kept me in the dark even when we met. And you blame me." Lu Yi watched the two men bicker in bewilderment and quickly intervened. "Elders, please, let's not argue. It's late, and we might disturb others." As his words fell, Xian Hua cast an approving glance his way. "Good lad, well handled." Such trivial squabbles were beneath his notice, and it was best left to Lu Yi. Since Lu Yi had spoken, the two elders felt it improper to continue their quarrel before a junior, so they ended the dispute and took their seats. "Back to business." Ren Fuchen cleared his throat, his expression turning serious. "Shortly after you disconnected from Second Master, we managed to contact him. I intended to ask his whereabouts, but he told me that the Phoenix Plume-tailed chicken and the Scorchhound both originate from a hidden realm. After delving deeper with him, I discovered it's an overlay-type hidden realm, extremely rare, and learned it will reappear within a week. So I reported it to the association, and we're set to head over to Second Master's place in a day or two." A real hidden realm. Lu Yi's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Where is Second Master? From the moment Head first seen Second Master's wondrous farm, Head harbored similar suspicions. Though both the Phoenix Plume-tailed chicken and the Scorchhound were Fury attributed, there was hardly a place in the southwestern part of the eastern region that could simultaneously serve as a habitat for both. Yet given the world's boundless wonders, he had refrained from bringing it up during the livestream. At the Sky Dome Peak in the Cloud Shadow mountain range. Sky Dome Peak. Lu Yi pondered, finding little information in his memory. It was merely an ordinary lofty mountain. The hidden realm is said to last only 4 or 5 days, so Minister Xian and I will head there tomorrow in advance, Ren Fuchen added. A glimmer of curiosity shone in Lu Yi's eyes. So So I'd like to invite you to join us at Second Master's place, Ren Fuchin stated directly. So they want me on the team. Lu Yi mused inwardly. Yet he couldn't fathom why the General Association would need his involvement. A mere hidden realm. With the association's wealth of talent, it should be a straightforward affair. Sensing Lu Yi's confusion, Ren Fuchin explained plainly, no other reason. Since you discovered Second Master through your stream, as a token of gratitude, we have the right to take you along. No other reason, pure social courtesy. Lu Yi's estimation of Ren Fuchin rose a notch. Instead of agreeing immediately, he probed cautiously, if I come along, could I livestream from there? Livestream? Ren Fuchin blinked, staring at Lu Yi. You're quite dedicated, aren't you? Few would pass up such an opportunity, yet Lu Yi was concerned about whether he could broadcast. I've been off the air for several days. If I don't stream from the hidden realm, my audience might start cursing me out, Lu Yi said with a helpless shrug. It's like an author who works sporadically. All the readers would bail. Ren Fuchin nodded in understanding. That makes sense. He turned to Xianhua. What does the higher-ups say? Xianhua narrowed his eyes slightly. According to the new regulations, live streaming is permitted within the hidden realm, but certain content cannot be disclosed. With the recent rise of short video platforms, the Beast Taming Association had allowed live streaming in some ordinary hidden realms for better publicity. After all, even their official expeditions always included a filming crew to produce documentaries introducing the realms. Understood. Ren Fuchin turned back to Lu Yi. You can stream, but only under our guidance. Agreed. Lu Yi considered for a moment. Deal. Good. Go pack up. We'll take you there tomorrow morning. Lu Yi asked, it's several hundred kilometers from here to Sky Dome Peak. Don't we need tickets? Tickets? Ren Fuchin chuckled. What for? Huh. Lu Yi was puzzled. Minister Xian has a 75-level Sky Phantom Wing. We'll ride that. At the mention of Sky Phantom Wing, Lu Yi's first thought was of a creature from a certain blocky game. But soon his golden eye informed him it was actually an rank avian beast with a bird-type bloodline. Alright, I'll go prepare. Lu Yi didn't show much surprise after all. As a department head with a physique like that, owning a Sky Phantom Wing seemed only natural. After settling matters, Ren Fuchin and the others watched Lu Yi leave. Xianhua took another sip of wine and remarked, the kid's not bad. Zhang Shou shot him a glance. I told you so, but you wouldn't believe me. Then he asked, by the way, with all that drinking today, would you be charged with drunk flying on the Sky Phantom Wing? Upon returning home, Lu Yi began preparing for his trip to Second Uncle's place. First, there were the live streaming devices. His desktop at home couldn't be taken along. Relying solely on his phone for streaming would cause it to lag and crash when too many viewers joined. His best option was to borrow Xiao Fa's laptop. Xiao Fa, I'm going out tomorrow and might be gone for a few days. I need to borrow your laptop. Lu Yi said to Xiao Fa, you can use my computer in the meantime. Without looking up, Xiao Fa flashed an okay gesture, his eyes glued to the screen. Lu Yi peeked over. Good heavens, he couldn't even understand the mathematical symbols. It's settled then. He clapped his hands, returned to his room, and pulled out a suitcase packing 2 changes of clothes and some daily necessities. I checked Second Uncle's location. It's less than 500 kilometers from here, so we can use the teleportation. Lu Yi added to Xiao Fa, after I leave, keep an eye on the PP messages. They'll be heading into the mountains where supplies might be scarce. He'll rely on you if I crave cola or snacks. Most importantly, if I don't message you for over 12 hours, I might be in mortal danger. Teleport the skeleton warrior back. Immediately got it. This precaution was because some secret realms had no signal, radio, satellite phones, everything would fail. At such times, PP would be useless too. Xiao Fa nodded, committing it to memory. Lu Yi wasn't being talkative, thorough preparation was essential. Due to the secret realm's time-sensitive nature, no prior survey had been conducted, so everything inside was unknown. Even with Xianhua and Ren Fuchin leading the way, danger could still strike. At that point, the skeleton's teleportation ability would be Lu Yi's last hidden resource. No, his final lifeline. Though the 2 elders didn't seem to think it was very dangerous. After these preparations, Lu Yi took a shower and rested. The next morning at 10, he packed the laptop and streaming gear into his suitcase and headed downstairs. Ren Fuchin and the other were still there, apparently having stayed overnight. Before leaving, Zhang Shou pulled Lu Yi aside and cautioned, Xiao Lu, the secret realm is fraught with peril. You must be careful. Before Lu Yi could respond, Ren Fuchin interjected, rest assured, old Zhang. With old Xian and me around, would we let the kid come to harm? You don't trust us. Zhang Shou rolled his eyes, ignoring Ren Fuchin, and asked Lu Yi, since you're going out, do you need me to feed your cat? No need, I've left plenty of food for it. Lu Yi replied with a smile. Don't worry too much. All right. Zhang Shou felt relieved and lowered his voice. Your Uncle Xian was drinking last night. You'd better be careful. Huh. Lu Yi didn't understand why. After a few more words, Ren Fuchen said, "Enough chit-chat. Time to go." With that, Lu Yi followed the two outside and climbed into a green off-road vehicle parked in a yard. At first glance, the car exuded an aura of luxury. Its body lines were rugged and sharp, showcasing a powerful mechanical beauty that seemed exceptionally wild. Once inside, Lu Yi asked, "Uncle Ren, aren't we taking the Tianhuan Wing? Why are we driving?" Since the two were about the same age as Zhang Shou, calling them minister felt too formal, so Lu Yi had been told to address them as uncle. "This is the city center. We can't just summon the Tianhuan Wing here, can we?" Ren Fuchen sat in the passenger seat, sunglasses on, chuckling. "We need to go to the Flying Beast Airport first, where we'll take off." Flying Beast Airport. Lu Yi's expression turned slightly odd as the memory suddenly surfaced. In the era of taming beasts, flying beasts were abundant. To prevent public disorder, the Federation had enacted laws similar to drone regulations from his past life. Small flying beasts were manageable, but the strictest regulations applied to large ones, for which dedicated flying beast airports were provided. Though it sounded exaggerated, large referred to flying beasts with wingspans over 15 meters, rarely seen among civilians. Thus, these airports functioned like regular ones, except the aircraft used were large flying beasts. The reason the term felt unfamiliar to Lu Yi was that tickets at such airports cost over 10 times the normal price, exorbitantly expensive. "Have you ever ridden one?" Ren Fuchen asked. "No," Lu Yi shook his head. "That stuff is way too pricey, and it's nowhere near as fast as a passenger jet." "Well, you'll get to try it soon," Ren Fuchen said. "Your Uncle Xian's Tianhuan Wing has a wingspan of over 50 meters. It's more comfortable than a plane." Lu Yi nodded. "And the speed?" Strangely, the car suddenly fell silent. After a few seconds, Xianhua cleared his throat. "At full speed, it's a bit faster than a plane, but for comfort, we'll go a bit slower." "I see." Lu Yi understood and refrained from making any jokes. After all, these were elders he wasn't very familiar with, so cracking wise would be inappropriate. About half an hour later, the off-road vehicle arrived at a Flying Beast Airport. Its structure was no different from any airport Lu Yi had been to, except for a building at the entrance where security checks were conducted. Ren Fuchen and the other had no luggage, but Lu Yi's suitcase was stopped. "Sir, there's a laptop in your suitcase. We need to inspect it." The security officer wore a standard smile. "Why inspect that?" Lu Yi was puzzled. "It's our policy to ensure there are no explosive items in your computer." "All right." Lu Yi recalled again. This was due to an incident. Regular airports checked electronics to prevent bombs, but early Flying Beast airports didn't. That changed when someone hid a bomb in a laptop, threatening the Flying Beast's owner and causing it to crash into two buildings. Just as he was about to hand over the laptop, Xianhua produced a badge. "No need for inspection. We're in a hurry." Upon seeing the badge, the security officer quickly stepped aside. "Very well, please go ahead." The badge was Xianhua's flight license for his Tianhuan Wing. Even if Lu Yi had brought a bomb, it wouldn't harm the level 75 beast. The off-road vehicle then proceeded unimpeded to the takeoff point. Two ground staff were waiting there. Upon their arrival, they trotted over and respectfully recited some aviation terminology. Xianhua nodded slightly, clearly familiar with such procedures. As his words faded, he waved his hand, and with a ripple of spatial distortion, a tiny golden bird no larger than a palm flew out. "Time to work," Xianhua said to it. The bird fluttered its wings reluctantly, but flew to an open area, its body beginning to visibly expand. In just a few breaths, it grew to the size of a medium passenger jet, standing imposingly on the ground. Lu Yi tilted his head back, gazing at the colossal creature, a hint of awe in his eyes. Type Tianhuan Wing, level 75, bloodline S rank, attribute wind, mental state, resigned physical state, healthy talents, wine perception, wind's blessing, lightning manipulation, etc. Skills: wind blade, strike sky, eye feather, storm, etc. Domain: skill, veil of heaven. Even as Tianhuan Wing began to fly, Lu Yi still hadn't recovered. It was hard to imagine that the back of Tianhuan Wing was so stable it felt unreal. If not for the scenery shifting around him, he wouldn't have sensed it was in flight. What was even more absurd was that Lu Yi was still sitting in the off-road vehicle. He had thought they would get out and step onto Tianhuan Wing's back. But as it turned out, after exiting the security checkpoint, they never left the car. When Tianhuan Wing reverted to its original form, Xianhua simply drove the vehicle up onto its back from the wing. This scene truly caught Lu Yi off guard. Ren Fuchen noticed the confusion in Lu Yi's eyes and chuckled. "All our gear is in the car, so we drove it up here. If you're curious, you can step out and take a look. The wind won't blow you away." Lu Yi swallowed hard. "All right, I'll go check it out." Opening the car door, Lu Yi stepped onto Tianhuan Wing's solid back. The feathers beneath his feet were incredibly soft, yet they gave a reassuring sense of security. He looked around and saw an endless expanse of azure sky, like a massive pure sapphire, clear and profound. It's truly beautiful. He couldn't help but exclaim. Though he was outside, Lu Yi felt no trace of wind. The surroundings were tranquil and peaceful. Even if you were to pee against the wind like this, it wouldn't blow back on your face. Suddenly, Rin Fuchen's voice came from beside him. Lu Yi looked at him with a strange expression. Even he in such a moment couldn't utter such words. Nothing, just a little reflection. Rin Fuchen smiled at Lu Yi. Want to try bungee jumping? I have a rope in the car. Bungee jumping. Lu Yi's expression grew even more peculiar. Who in their right mind goes bungee jumping on a flying creature? Yeah, there's also gliding, skydiving, and other activities, Rin Fuchen added. Lu Yi shook his head. Better not know, I'm a bit afraid of heights. That's a shame, Rin Fuchen said regretfully. I prepared it specially, and you're not going to play. The problem is I really am afraid of heights. Lu Yi grumbled inwardly. If not for Tianhuan Wing's broad back, his legs might have given out. With that, Rin Fuchen turned around. Then he'll go skydiving. Go ahead. Lu Yi watched Rin Fuchen's retreating figure, never expecting this man past 60 to have such a hobby. Afterward, he simply laid down on the ground basking in the sunlight and closed his eyes. Up here, the environment was utterly serene, devoid of the odd noises from the city. Perfect for sleeping. About 2 hours later, Lu Yi felt someone nudge him, and he opened his eyes. The scenery around him had transformed into a forested mountain with Rin Fuchen and Xianhua standing before him. We've arrived. Lu Yi stood up, rubbing his eyes. The nap had been truly refreshing. Carrying his suitcase, he stepped off the bird onto an open clearing. Rin Fuchen said this was their camp. Since the second master had mentioned that the secret realm might affect the village, they had set the camp farther away. Looking at the scattered branches, soil, and even uprooted tree stumps, Lu Yi realized this clearing had been manually prepared. Moreover, Xianhua was still leading Tianhuan Wing to expand the clearing, carving out a long path resembling an aircraft runway. Lu Yi found a spot to sit, then rubbed his stomach, feeling hungry. Checking the time, it was nearly 1 in the afternoon. Just as he was about to ask Rin Fuchen about lunch, he suddenly heard the roar of an airplane engine. The sound shattered the surrounding tranquility, and he instinctively looked up to trace it. A black dot appeared on the horizon, gradually enlarging until its shape became clear. It was a military transport plane. As it drew closer, the plane's outline grew sharper, its massive form striking against the sky. Then the transport plane slowed, glided, and finally landed smoothly on the newly cleared runway, not far away. Lu Yi's jaw slowly dropped. He seemed to have underestimated the capabilities of the Beast Tamer Association. He had thought they would just send trucks to transport personnel and supplies nearby, but instead they directly dispatched a transport plane. And they claimed supplies were scarce. Scarce my ass. Lu Yi felt his preparations from last night were laughable, though he hadn't prepared much anyway. The rear hatch of the transport plane slowly opened, emitting a dull mechanical sound. As the hatch fully opened, several association staff in uniform appeared first, standing on either side. Behind them came a team of 20 well-trained soldier ant beast pets helping to unload supplies. Then over 30 more people descended, all in association uniforms. One of them spotted Rin Fuchen and hurried over. Minister. He was Rin Fuchen's deputy, named Zhou Chang. Rin Fuchen nodded slightly. Take some people to survey the area around Tianxiong Peak later and check for any anomalies. He and I will go directly to Wangfu Village. He was naturally referring to Lu Yi. Wangfu Village was the second master's village. Zhou Chang glanced at Lu Yi without any expression and said, "Understood, I'll head off now." With that, he jogged away to the other side. "Are you hungry?" Rin Fuchen asked Lu Yi first. "A bit." "Let's go then. I've arranged with the second master to have lunch at his place." Rin Fuchen said. "He mentioned he's cooked us some wild chicken soup." Huh. The scene shifted and Lu Yi and Rin Fuchen rode another moth-like flying beast to a village in the mountains. The moth wasn't large, but it had ample room for the two of them. The village looked somewhat desolate, and the second master was already waiting at the village entrance. Seeing them fly in, he quickly waved, a relieved smile spreading across his face. The flying beast circled above the second master before gracefully descending. Lu Yi and Rin Fuchen jumped down lightly, steadying themselves on the ground, while the moth waited quietly nearby. Minister Ren. The second master looked older and darker than in the video call, wearing a new set of clothes. Second master. Hey, don't call me second master, the old man waved dismissively. Just use my given name, Wang Fan. We're about the same age, so we'll call you Brother Wang. Rin Fuchen said without any airs, taking a small box from the moth. This is something the association prepared for you, a reward for discovering 2 endangered beast pets. Thank you for your contribution to the Federation. All right, the second master said, seemingly expecting this, accepting the box with a beaming smile. Then he looked at Lu Yi, gave him an appraising glance, and asked, "Are you Master Yi?" "Yes, second master. Just call me Xiao Lu," Lu Yi replied with a smile, looking around curiously. Where's Xiao Wang? I sent Xiao Wang to the town down the mountain. That secret realm might spread to our area. I'm an old man with nothing to lose, but he shouldn't suffer, the second master explained. After speaking, he warmly stepped aside. Minister Ren, didn't you say you wanted to taste my cooking? I made extra today, I promise you'll eat your fill. Haha, that's wonderful. Ren Fuchen laughed heartily. I never turned down a free meal. Entering the village, Lu Yi looked at the dilapidated buildings around him, finding it hard to believe that the second master had held his ground here alone for 15 years. Arriving at the second master's home, Lu Yi and Ren Fuchen saw the two refining beasts. They lay by the door with slender ropes tied around their necks, tethered to the doorframe, occasionally shaking their heads. Given their strength, they could easily break free from the ropes. But unfortunately, 2 shovels were propped by the door. Looking at their psychological state, fear, dread, agitation. Although aware that the 2 beasts had a certain fear of the shovel, was it really necessary for them to display so many different emotions? Lu Yi's brow slightly furrowed, but he quickly returned to normal. It seems to be related to the imminent emergence of the secret realm. He pondered internally before looking elsewhere and following the second elder into the house. The house was not made of concrete, but rather a typical wooden structure found in mountainous areas. Constructed from sturdy logs, the interior was simply and rustic, with a round wooden table in the center surrounded by several long benches and various farming tools hanging on the walls. The house did not appear cluttered, rather it was quite clean. On the round wooden table, several simple, yet flavorful dishes were already laid out, especially the bowl of wild chicken soup in the middle, which emitted an enticing aroma. As Lu Yi inhaled the fragrance, he felt an inexplicable sense of unease. He grew up in the countryside and had drunk chicken soup plenty of times, but he had never encountered one with such rich aroma. The second elder enthusiastically introduced, "This is soup made from wild chickens, I specially caught in the mountains. You too should give it a try." Saying this, he served each of them a bowl of chicken soup. Lu Yi looked at the chicken soup and secretly glanced at Ren Fuchen, who also wore a somewhat nuanced expression indicating he had noticed something. However, such matters are only significant if mentioned, seeing that Ren Fuchen had no psychological burden while drinking. Lu Yi followed suit. Ren Fuchen quickly finished his bowl of chicken soup, his eyes brightening. "Indeed, it's quite good." Lu Yi echoed his sentiment. And just like that, they enjoyed their meal. During the meal, Ren Fuchen said, "Brother Wang, there's something I need to discuss with you this time." The second elder waved his chopsticks. "Minister Ren, please go ahead." The secret realm might emerge in the next couple of days, and it could potentially spread to the village, so I suggest you come down the mountain with us later and stay at our camp for a few days until the secret realm disappears before you return. The second elder hesitated slightly. "What about my dog and chicken? They can all come down with you." "That's good to hear." The second elder then asked, "Will the association take them away later?" "Don't worry, we won't take your chickens and dogs. They are yours, but we will implement some regulatory measures here." Ren Fuchen glanced at the bowl of chicken soup. "After all, they are endangered pets. Please understand." I understand. The second elder finally felt relieved, as it seemed the association wouldn't take any action against him. After lunch, having helped the second elder clear the bowls and chopsticks, the 3 of them headed to the greenhouse together. The group of Fongjin tail flame chickens were not sleeping like last night. Instead, they were wandering around the greenhouse, occasionally crowing, creating quite a lively atmosphere. Their psychological state was similar to that of the beasts, exhibiting some signs of anxiety. The second elder knew Ren Fuchen wanted to see the chickens, so he dashed into the flock and grabbed one of the older ones. "Minister Ren, this is the chicken that hatched from an egg I found in the secret realm. Take a look." Ren Fuchen was not one to fuss over details and immediately took it to examine. After feeling it for a few minutes, Ren Fuchen nodded. "It's very healthy, but it's somewhat disoriented due to the influence of the secret realm." Lu Yi curiously looked over. The eyes of this brank, bloodline Fongjin tail flame chicken seemed clearer than those of the tasty dog, truly showing signs of confusion. After examining the chicken, Ren Fuchen handed it over. "Would you like to take a look?" Lu Yi hurriedly waved his hand. No need. Although disoriented, it could still distinguish between strong and weak. The second elder said nothing. Relying on the presence of the beast, the tail flame chicken dared not act rashly. Ren Fuchen, being a high-level beast master, had considerable strength. If the tail flame chicken dared to move, it would likely regret it. Thus, if it were in Lu Yi's hands, it would dare to act, perhaps even pecking at him. After all, this chicken had a rather mischievous personality. After checking the chickens, they also took a look at the dogs, only to find that the puppies were somewhat malnourished, and given the second elder's current situation, there were hardly any nutritional supplements. After all this, the second elder took some local specialties before reluctantly boarding Ren Fuchen's moth. This moth was of a rank bloodline level 65, and could even enlarge its size, perfectly accommodating both the dog and chicken. Later, as evening approached, the three of them returned to the camp at the foot of the mountain with the chicken and dog. In the camp, dozens of tents were arranged in an orderly fashion illuminated by two large lamps, with simple fences constructed around. Such changes made the second elder rub his eyes in shock. Good heavens, when did this get built? In his impression, wasn't this just a thicket of trees? It was just built. Ren Fuchen replied, then instructed a subordinate nearby, take the second elder to the prepared resting place, and make sure to settle the beasts and tail-flame chickens, ensuring they won't be harmed. Understood, Minister. The subordinates respectfully replied, leading the second elder into the camp. Ren Fuchen then took Lu Yi to find Xianhua. On the way, Lu Yi curiously looked around. Many worker ants were bustling about. Next to the worker ants, there were actually several people holding cameras frantically taking pictures of the ants. If one didn't know better, they might think the worker ants were some sort of star pet. Ren Fuchen, seeing this scene, felt somewhat puzzled and called over Zhou Chong. What are these people doing? They are from a company collaborating with the association here to help us shoot a documentary and videos. Zhou Chong explained, bending slightly. Ren Fuchen frowned. The situation inside the secret realm is still unknown, and the association just casually lets them in. If it were a well-explored secret realm, the association could naturally recruit volunteers and allow some media companies to come in to shoot. But this secret realm was unknown. Even Ren Fuchen and Xianhua only dared to bring Lu Yi, fearing that Lu Yi might accidentally die. Seeing the number of photographers, there were at least 4 or 5. If something went wrong, no one would be able to ensure their safety. Minister, rest assured. They all paid to come in and signed a waiver. If something happens, they are responsible for themselves. Lu Yi looked at those people with some curiosity, feeling and understanding in his heart. In the era of Beast Tamers, news about Beast Tamers was even more attention-grabbing than entertainment gossip, especially regarding secret realms. Such things filled with various unknowns had always attracted people's interest. Whenever a new secret realm appeared, these journalists would swarm in like flies drawn to a certain scent. As long as they could produce first-hand information about the secret realm, they could capitalize on that wave of traffic. Thus, even paying and signing a waiver couldn't deter their determination to enter the secret realm. Ren Fuchen, clearly having seen quite a few similar situations, sighed slightly and stopped dwelling on it, instead asking which companies are they from. Tianxiong Interactive Entertainment and Chuangshin Media. The former is a subsidiary of Tianxiong Group and a partner of the association, quite well known. Lu Yi had not heard much about the latter, but felt it somewhat familiar. Oh, those guys, Ren Fuchen said, that explains it. Let's go, we need to find Lao Xian. Among the photographers, a man with a small ponytail suddenly noticed Lu Yi and the others walking away. He was not tall, even slightly hunched, and his eyes gleamed with sharp light under the brim of his hat. He put down his camera and nudged his colleague, whispering, Xiaofang, don't you think that guy looks familiar? Who? Xiaofang looked up and followed his gaze. Brother Du, are you talking about Minister Ren? The young man beside him. Du Xing squinted. Is that Lu Yi? Lu Yi? Xiaofang perked up, looked carefully, and exclaimed, it really is him. That explains it, Du Xing speculated. He found Uncle Air, so the association brought him along. Tisk seems he has quite the background. Keep an eye here. He'll go talk to our boss. All right. With that, Du Xing returned to his tent and called his boss. Boss, we have a situation. What happened? A deep male voice answered. I'm at Tianxiong Peak, and I saw Lu Yi. Du Xing lowered his voice. Him. The boss paused, then sneered. We haven't settled accounts with him yet, and he shows up on his own. Indeed, this was Wu Tianhan, the owner of Chuangshin Media. The reason he recognized Lu Yi was because this was also the company where Lu Dao worked. Speaking of Lu Dao, that former million-follower blogger who lacked martial ethics was already preparing to serve time. All of Lu Dao's misdeeds had been investigated. If not for Wu Tianhan's connections, he might have ended up in jail too. The culprit behind all this was that Master Yi. After realizing he couldn't protect Lu Dao, Wu Tianhan had dug up all of Lu Yi's information. He was just waiting to settle the matter before delivering a little physical blow. But who would have thought that a subordinate would run into him on a business trip? Yes, boss, Du Xing said with a sly grin. How about I take care of it? I've been itching to give this guy a piece of my mind. As Lu Dao's colleague, he had also been affected, losing several photography gigs. Wu Tianhan was about to agree, but then thought better of it. I recall Ren Fuchen and Xianhua are leading this trip, right? Yes. One is a master, the other a grandmaster, not to mention the others. Can you make a move right under their noses as a senior beast tamer? Wu Tianhan was uncertain. If Du Xing harmed Lu Yi and was caught by those two, the consequences would be far more severe than Lu Dao's case, something he couldn't afford. Sometimes it's better to play it safe. But Du Xing wasn't willing to give up. Boss, have you forgotten about my stinky water cicada? It has a delayed stealth toxin. If I apply it to Lu Yi, it will take days to take effect. By then he won't be in the camp, right? Besides, we're in the mountains with no monitoring equipment. If he dies, there'll be no evidence to pin it on us. As he finished, a grin spread across his face, his mind already picturing Lu Yi collapsing from the poison. Wu Tianhan was clearly tempted. Du Xing had used the stinky water cicada to handle many shady jobs for him before. After all, this was no ordinary photographer. All right, but be careful. Don't get caught, Wu Tianhan warned repeatedly. Don't worry, boss, Du Xing chuckled. I heard from Feng Sheng that Ren Fuchen and Xianhua won't be around tonight. It's the perfect opportunity to strike. Wu Tianhan took a deep breath. If you succeed, you'll get triple your year-end bonus. Du Xing's heart leaped with joy. Got it, boss. In a large tent at the camp, Xianhua was talking with several people at a table. Ren Fuchen led Lu Yi over and asked, how's it going? A man of similar height and build to Lu Yi replied, we surveyed the entire Tianxiong Peak area. No other residents found, just Uncle Air's family. Also, there's no sign of anomalies at Tianxiong Peak. We don't know the source of the secret realm yet. Xianhua looked at Ren Fuchen. You and I will go to Yunying Mountain Range tonight. All right, Ren Fuchen nodded. Looks like we'll be pulling an all-nighter. Lu Yi didn't ask, but from their conversation, it seemed they suspected the source might be somewhere in the Yunying Mountain Range. The Yunying Mountain Range stretched over 100 kilometers, so exploring it would indeed take some effort. Xianhua then addressed the man. Feng Sheng, the camp's safety is in your hands tonight. Feng Sheng's expression turned serious, almost as if he were saluting. Rest assured, Minister Xian. Good. You're dismissed. Yes. Watching Feng Sheng's retreating figure, Xianhua chuckled lightly. The kid works hard, but it's a pity he's under Gao Peng's command. Gao Peng was another minister in the association who had recently gotten into trouble and was temporarily suspended. As a result, he was out of the running for the vice president election at year-end. As Gao Peng's trusted aide and successor, Feng Sheng wouldn't get a promotion this year either and would have to wait another 5 years. Such was the nature of power struggles. Choose the wrong side, and you only had yourself to blame. Without Gao Peng, he wouldn't have climbed so high, Ren Fuchen said, pulling up a chair to sit. Let him mature for a few more years. That won't do him any harm. He might not get that chance. Xianhua shrugged, about to continue, but then noticed Lu Yi, who had been acting like a wallflower, and stopped. Forget it, let's drop this for now. He waved his hand and said to Lu Yi, you can sleep here tonight, all right? Lu Yi rolled his eyes inwardly. He had been enjoying the gossip, and now they stopped. What a tease. He looked around the tent. It seemed to be prepared for the two ministers with all amenities, including several boxes of snacks and drinks. Without being overly polite, he nodded and asked, is the internet good here? Of course, Ren Fuchen chuckled. You could even livestream here. Any lag would be an insult to the association's capabilities. Oh, Lu Yi's eyes lit up. Uncle Ren, you really get me. Go ahead, stream from here. I want to see what oddities you encounter tonight, Ren Fuchen said. All right, Lu Yi rubbed his hands together and muttered, I never thought I'd have a co-host like those big streamers. Ren Fuchen, with his sharp hearing, looked at Xianhua. What's a co-host? Xianhua shrugged. No idea. Ahem, would you two be willing to appear on camera? Lu Yi asked. What do you think? Ren Fuchen shot him a glare. From the look in the kid's eyes, he had a feeling he understood what a co-host meant. All right then, Lu Yi said with some regret. If those two appeared on stream, his viewer count could easily hit 1000. He'll go live at 8. Meanwhile, outside the tent, Feng Sheng, who hadn't gone far, overheard the conversation and stopped in his tracks. Even if they were going to badmouth him, couldn't they at least wait until he was farther away? Damn it, they were so close he could hear every word. A flicker of resentment crossed his face, but he took a deep breath, composed himself as if unfazed, and walked away. After dinner, as the clock struck 7:30, it was already time to prepare for the live stream. Lu Yi meticulously arranged his computer and equipment, then settled into a sturdy military folding chair, beginning to set up the streaming software. Just as Ren Fuchen had said, the internet here was indeed excellent, even surpassing that of his own home. Since he hadn't used this laptop for streaming in a long while, the streaming software required an update. While waiting, Ren Fuchen pulled up a chair and sat beside him, asking curiously, what software is this? Douyin, Lu Yi replied, glancing at him. No, I mean, what software are you using to stream? Ren Fuchen clarified. Oh, Douyin Live Companion, Lu Yi said. Pretty much everyone uses this. Live Companion. Ren Fuchen mused. Can I download it directly from Douyin? Yes, Lu Yi nodded, then looked slightly puzzled. Are you thinking of streaming too? Not at all, Ren Fuchen denied. I just think this streaming model of yours could be promoted within the association later. I'm just observing for now. Ever since witnessing how Lu Yi had discovered 2 endangered pet beasts through his streams, Ren Fuchen felt that Zhang Shou's words were indeed correct. Among the people received at the association, very few could compare to someone like Second Master. Even the Taotai dog from a few days prior would never have been encountered. People like Second Master and Old Foam would almost never spend money to get appraisals at the association or pet beast centers unless absolutely necessary. They preferred streamers like Lu Yi who offered free or low-cost services. From this perspective, it seemed the association was somewhat out of touch with the public. Of course, as a high-ranking ministerial figure in the main association, Renfuchen was still unsuitable for streaming himself. At most, he could observe and learn from Lu Yi. I see. Lu Yi was half convinced, then saw Xianhua also pull up a chair to sit beside him. By the way, uncles, weren't you planning to go out tonight? No rush. How long will your stream be? Renfuchen asked. About 2 hours, Lu Yi replied. At home, he might stream until 11, but here, since it was a public area, most people would rest after 10. All right, well, head out in 2 hours then, Renfuchen said casually. Okay. Lu Yi thought they clearly want to watch my stream. With that, the software finished updating, and the streaming page appeared. Renfuchen watched the screen with great interest. What's all this for? Lu Yi had to spend a few minutes explaining the interface to him. Adopting a studious demeanor, Renfuchen listened intently and grasped everything within minutes. So the platform takes a cut from the gift revenue, right? Renfuchen asked again. Lu Yi thought, why are we even talking about gift revenue now? Uncle Ren, I think you really want to start cashing in on streaming. Generally, if you haven't signed with the platform or an MCN, the gift revenue is split 50-50. If you have, it might be 70-30 or 80-20. What if it's the association's account? Lu Yi hesitated. Then maybe they wouldn't accept gifts. Not accept? Renfuchen exclaimed in surprise. Why? Lu Yi thought to himself, I can't just make things up, and said uncertainly. I'm just guessing. It really depends on how you implement it. Renfuchen seemed to understand. After chatting for over 10 minutes, they adjusted the camera to ensure only Lu Yi was in the frame, then clicked the Start Live Stream button. Instantly, his face appeared on the stream, and viewers began flooding in. After last night's broadcast, his follower count had skyrocketed to over 40,000. At this point, the stream needed to be consistent, or the hype would die down and viewer loyalty would wane. Good evening, everyone. Have you eaten yet? Lu Yi opened. Yes, we have. Why did you end the stream so suddenly last night? Streamer, your background looks different. Where are you? That green background looks like a film set. Did the streamer go into the adult film industry? What a lucky break. Seeing the off-topic comments, Lu Yi helplessly rubbed his forehead and explained, I'm on a business trip and I'm keeping myself pure. I won't be doing anything like that. That guy last night started an auction right in the stream. The system flagged it as product promotion and banned me. Sorry about that, folks. Also, from now on, don't mention prices or units in my stream. If you want to appraise something, use Mantu as a substitute. Yeah, right, keeping yourself pure. By the way, that blue crystal butterfly with the number 888,888 actually got sold last night. You were lying right next to me last night, and now you're pretending we don't know each other. Renfuchen and Xianhua watched the scrolling comments, both somewhat bewildered. Old Xian, do you understand what they're saying? Not really. I feel out of touch with the youth. It seems if the association streams well, need to get young people to do it. Indeed. Ignoring the two elders' murmurs, Lu Yi saw the live viewership hit 5,000 and decided to stop waiting. All right, everyone, I'm starting the connections now. As he spoke, a prominent gift notification appeared on the right side of the screen. Blessed in Ignorance sent 1 carnival. Wow, thank you, Boss Fu, for the carnival. You're too generous. Looking closer, this was a priority connection request, instantly topping the queue and the contribution leaderboard. Holy crap, a big spender already. Got my popcorn ready. Sending a carnival just to get a connection. Insane. Boss, do you want to connect? Lu Yi asked. This was the first person to send a carnival just for a connection. He couldn't ignore them. Blessed in Ignorance, yes. All right, let's connect with our top contributor first. Lu Yi said cheerfully, then accepted the connection request. The screen changed and a man with a clear, handsome face appeared on the right, smiling at the camera. Hey, Master Yi, can you hear me? Loud and clear. Lu Yi studied the man's background. Is it daytime where you are? Yeah, I'm studying at Inglan University in the Northwest region. There's a time difference, but it's 3 in the afternoon here. The man explained, just call me Xiaoyu, Master Yi, an overseas student. Lu Yi thought. Since it was now the Blue Star Federation, there was no such term as overseas student, so he didn't say it out loud. But judging by Xiaoyu's appearance, he was definitely from the eastern region. Being able to attend university in another region meant his family was either wealthy or influential. All right, Xiaoyu, what do you need from the connection? Lu Yi asked. I do. Xiaoyu adjusted his camera, and a different scene appeared on the screen. It was a vast square surrounded by towering Gothic architecture. At its center, people came and went, occasionally punctuated by a few shouts. Xiaoyu was positioned at the entrance of the square above, which hung a huge signboard. Translated, it read, Pet Beast Trading Street. The pet trading street was akin to an antique street from a past life. Unlike the pet center and pet stores, this was a place where people privately traded or sold pets along with some peculiar pet-related trinkets. Like the antique street transactions here, came with no guarantees. Once the deal was struck, if you got scammed, you had to accept your fate. However, opportunity and risk coexisted, and it wasn't impossible to stumble upon a bargain. There was virtually no market regulation. You could sell a pet without any certificates. Just hand over the money, and it was done. You never knew if the pet was stolen or purchased. Thus, the pet trading street was prohibited in the strictly regulated Eastern District, and most people could only watch videos to satisfy their curiosity. Holy shit, the pet trading street. Want this? Get the account banned. Who cares? There are tons of videos on Dole, and none have been taken down. Louis stealthily glanced at the two elders beside him. Seeing their calm expressions, he felt relieved. It seemed this was acceptable to show in the live stream. A faint, barely perceptible smile curled at the corner of his mouth as he asked, "Xiao Yu, do you want me to help you choose a pet?" "Yes, Master Yi." Xiao Yu said, "I've had my eye on a few grade pets here recently, but I'm not sure about their condition. I'm afraid of being scammed, so I wanted you to take a look for me." The so-called risk was that the trading street had no detection devices. People could only rely on their eyes to judge if a pet had ailments, which truly tested one's pet research skills. Although Xiao Ye's family was wealthy and a grade pet cost anywhere from $1 million to several million, buying one with defects or illnesses would still sting a bit. Several grade pets. That's really rich. This is the pet trading street in England City, one of the top 5 on Blue Star. If you don't have tens of millions in your pocket, you're just asking to be scammed. Exciting, exciting. Transactions of this magnitude in the millions only happen with Master Yi. Of course, Master Yi, rest assured. If the pet you pick for me has any defects, I won't blame you. He'll take full responsibility. Xiao Yu added with a smile, "Don't feel pressured." Lu Yi chuckled in response. With his golden eyes, he felt no pressure at all. Just as he was about to speak, Ren Fuchen fixed his gaze on him and said softly, "If you can't tell, I can help." In his eyes, Lu Yi's background was clear. He likely hadn't seen much of such large transactions and would naturally feel pressured. Lu Yi nodded slightly, and after muting the audio asked, "Uncle Ren, are you very familiar with the pet trading street?" "Of course. Back in the day, I was the boss of this street. Anyone who wanted to sell a pet had to pass my inspection. I had more power than the local boss." Ren Fuchen boasted proudly until Xianhua tugged at his sleeve, snapping him back to reality. He quickly coughed twice. "Anyway, just go ahead and help him. I've got your back." Lu Yi chuckled inwardly. It seemed Uncle Ren had been a big shot in his day. "All right, I'll trouble you then, Uncle Ren." Returning to the normal live stream, he replied to Xiao Yu, "No worries. As a pet appraiser who cares about the audience, I won't let you lose money." "Great, Master Yi. Should I go in now?" "Go ahead." Lu Yi said, then asked with slight curiosity, "By the way, if you're holding your phone up for me to see the pets and chatting with me, aren't you afraid they'll notice you have outside help?" It wasn't that he was scared, but if discovered it would be a bit awkward. "I have the same question." "Huh. Outside help. Last time a guy brought a portable detector. He got beaten up and blacklisted afterward. I remember he was a streamer on our platform." "What a fool." Xiao Yu replied nonchalantly. "What's there to fear? I checked before coming, and most people here are locals and don't speak Chinese." His tone carried a hint of confidence. "Even if someone does, so what? I'm a gold-tier customer here. They wouldn't dare mess with me." 666, that's the Northwestern District. Even the hawking is in English, lol. The key point is gold-tier customer. Spend over 10 million federal coins. That's insane. "Mr. Yes, followers have gone up by over 200. Ridiculous." Lu Yi glanced at Ren Fuchen, who nodded, confirming Xiao Yu's words. "Good, let's go then." Lu Yi said, no longer worried. Xiao Yu quickened his pace, weaving through the noisy crowd, and finally stopped at a stall. He aimed his phone at a small blue cube on the counter. It was a special item called the water heart box. Inside the water heart box was a small turtle. Its shell was a translucent pale blue with countless tiny specks of light drifting slowly within. Its body was a soft milky white, its limbs short but sturdy, and its head tucked into the shell, seemingly resting. The stall owner was a tall, bald white man with a rugged appearance. When he noticed Xiao Yu's gaze, a glint of sharpness flashed in his eyes, and he began introducing the pet in fluent English. "Why is his English so good? He's from the Northwestern District, you idiot. Where's my translator?" But Xiao Yu ignored the introduction and continued communicating with Lu Yi through the camera. "Master Yi, the stall owner, says this isn't a grade shield crystal turtle with the celestial radiance talent. The asking price is 1.6 million. If it's real, I think it's pretty good value. What do you think? A shield crystal turtle? Aren't they rare in the Eastern District? 1.6 million. Damn, that's expensive. Celestial radiance is the best talent for defensive pets. Luyi explained to the audience, Celestial Radiance is the top talent for defensive pets. It greatly enhances the pet's resilience and can even grant shield abilities to other pets or humans. If it truly has this talent, 6 million is actually a relatively low price. He continued, pets with this talent emit a layer of fluorescence on their bodies, and this shield crystal turtle fits that description. He paused, his eyes catching sight of the shield crystal turtle's status panel. Type Shield Crystal Turtle Level 38 Bloodline, a grade, attribute water, mental state, resentful, suppressed, selfish, physical state, healthy talents, celestial radiance, growth, body, title, resonance, skills, water shield, indestructible, shared shield. Oh. He found the situation becoming intriguing. He suddenly found the situation becoming intriguing.